Good morning. Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Here.
All right.
Morning and welcome everyone. As everyone familiar with the process, I think realizes there are multiple meetings and hearings and events, and so senators will be in and out today, but their staffs are paying attention both in the room and in the office, and everything you say. I was about to say that in a way that sounded threatening, but everything the witnesses say will be heard and will be part of the record, and will matter. So no matter how many or few people are on the dais at the moment you may be testifying, please don't be concerned about that, and we'll try to extend everyone courtesy. We'll try to adhere fairly close to our time limits out of respect for everyone, because some folks have traveled a long way, and we don't want to keep folks here longer than we have to. But we want to make sure everyone is heard. Unique about Texas, the Congress does not do this, and most states do not either, where in addition to invited testimony, which is very important, public testimony, where anybody who wants to can tell us what they think, what they're concerned about, what they like, what they don't like. Everybody has a voice here, and so we want to hear everyone. To do that, we have to stay pretty close to those time limits. How did I do, Senator Dean Zaffarini? Is that okay? She wouldn't mind my telling you that when Dean Zaffarini arrived at the Texas Senate, there were no time limits on witness testimony, which sounds great unless you think about being the last witness and not the first witness. And go, Dean, tell us about that if you haven't.
That's exactly right. I actually instituted time limits when I had a bill with more than 100 witnesses. And at the time, hearings used to go into the night, through the night, and then early in the morning, and sometime reconvene during the day. So we started time limits, and there was an uproar about it. And then everybody realized that it was good for the committee, but good for the witnesses. Because if you have 100 people registered, if you're number one, it's okay. And if there are no time limits, that's good for number one. But what about number 100? And so what happened is that many people would leave, and then they would come back, and the list would get longer and longer. And we never ended. So we started time limits, and it's fair to the witnesses. But what's not fair is when some abuse the time limits and just keep going. I believe you should keep the buzzer going when it rings. Don't turn it off.
From time to time, I'll yield the gavel to the dean, and she gets us caught up. But thank you for that. Senator Perry, welcome.
Chair,
You're recognized.
When people were coming from my district on horseback, there wasn't as many people to testify.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. We'll move through the agenda this morning, and I'm going to, pardon me, read our charges here in just a moment. We'll consider first interim charge, beverages with THC. Evaluate Texas laws and regulations concerning THC beverage manufacturing and delivery. Report on the current regulations and safeguards Texas may or may not have in place for drinks with any amount of THC. Recommend legislation to protect Texas consumers. We'll begin testimony on this first charge, and the chair calls Timothy Stevenson from the State Department of Health Services, Lindy McGee, and Thomas Graham. Mr. Graham, are you a lawyer? Are you? That wasn't an insult. We have a PhD and MD, and I thought maybe a JD, but that's okay. I didn't call anybody doctor.
When you say, I know you are, but what am I?
That's what I was expecting. Thank you each for being here. Dr. Stevens, we'll start with you. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senators. Timothy Stevenson, work with Department of State Health Services, Consumer Protection. We're working with oversight of the Consumable Hemp Program. I was here in May for the earlier hearing, and just want to remind the committee that hemp in Texas may have up to 0.3 Delta-9 THC, but other tetrahydrocannabinols like Delta-8, Delta-10, THCO are allowed in the hemp product with the statute and the litigation process that we're in right now. We are enjoined in a litigation contesting that part about the other THCs, which are currently allowed under hemp. We're not allowed to enforce those right now due to the proceedings. So just to move on ahead to the combination of hemp and alcoholic beverages or other beverages. So hemp is allowed in beverages right now in Texas. We have a manufactured license for those. Most often it's seltzers and carbonated waters. Also juices may contain consumable hemp products. But at bars, there's no prohibition to consumable hemp products being sold as packaged at bars. And if that were to happen, they would require a retail license, just as a retail store would sell consumable hemp products. If they're mixing the bar drinks with a consumable hemp product, which there's no prohibition for that, they would require a manufactured license for our hemp program. Looking at the overall sanitation, conveying the label and the QR code that might go to this, should go to the certificate of analysis for laboratory testing of that product. So those are the two things that really get directly to the topic today in terms of beverages and alcoholic beverages. I believe my colleague at Texas Alcohol and Beverage Commission also could say more about the alcoholic components. Subject to questions.
Thank you very much. We'll hear from each witness, and we'll probably have questions for each of you. Mr. Graham, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Graham. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm very grateful to be here this morning. So, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me. So, our commission, of course, regulates alcoholic beverages. And at this point, every product that gets sold in the state goes through the federal government first. And it goes to the Tax and Trade Bureau. And they do an analysis of those products and determine whether or not the products used in those are legal to be sold. At this point, they're prohibiting CBD, THC products to be put into alcoholic beverages. So the commission has not seen any products like that approved. Doctor here can get more into some of the differences, but essentially the TTB and the FDA have worked together, and at this point, they're not approving anything with that. So we're not seeing any alcoholic beverages with the THC products in them. Now, that's what we're seeing in terms of what comes through for approval. And the doctor touched on what could happen at, let's say, a bar. So a bar itself in the state of Texas who can mix drinks, which is what they do, right? They could have an alcoholic beverage and then mix something into it. And in that case, if it's a legal product that they're mixing, we're not going to have a position on that unless it becomes a problem with intoxication. Drugs have been in bars forever, and we look at it when we're charged with going into a bar, and if there are intoxicated persons there, we look at, is the bar encouraging that? Is the bar serving people that are intoxicated? We're not going to know whether it's an illegal THC product or it's something else. So that's kind of where we would still take action in that scenario. At an off-premise location, let's say a gas station, something along those lines, that regulation falls under DSHS at this point. And we would be there to support them. We've talked about should we run into problems or we understand there's problems there, we would reach out to them and vice versa. And I think that will help in the future. And for us, again, we're monitoring that. The doctor mentioned CBD products and seltzers, and we have seen those out there. But again, they haven't been mixed with alcoholic beverages and come to us for approval. So that's not something we've seen. We have been closely monitoring it.
Thank you. Dr. McGee, welcome.
Hi.
Get close to the microphone and introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lindy McGee. I'm a pediatrician in Houston, Texas, and I'm here representing Texas Pediatric Society and Texas Medical Association and myself. My main concern I want to talk to you today is the effect that these products are having on children and adolescents. What we are seeing in children is increased accidental ingestions. So talking to my colleagues recently, they were telling me a story about displacement during Hurricane Beryl. Someone was staying with their aunt. A school-age kid found a chocolate bar in the fridge, gave half to himself, half to his mom. Both ended up super high and in the ER because there's no child-proof container or labeling for these products. Same as with the beverages. What we're seeing in adolescents is really high dose products that increase risk of addiction, increase risk of psychosis and mental illness associated with these products. When you give these products to someone with a developing brain, especially in adolescence, you drastically increase the likelihood that they will become addicted to these products. Yesterday, I had a 17-year-old patient in my office who had cannabis use disorder, who had tried to stop several times but was not able to. And his mother was begging us for help with it. So, this is where I'm coming from as a pediatrician. When you look at combining it with alcohol, which these gentlemen were talking about, we know that the effects are additive, are multiplied, right? You have the hindrances associated with one plus the other. I brought a sample for y'all. This is empty. It is something I bought from a Texas retailer online for $35. It says here on the bottle that it's 4 milligrams of THC is one serving, and this bottle has 101 milligrams in it. This is easily, to me, packaged as something you should use as a mixer. Stick it in your margarita. It's agave flavored. And it is Delta-9 THC, hemp-derived, so legal. When we're talking about regulation, if these products are to remain on the market at all, we really need to have a minimum age of 21 to make sure that we're protecting that developing brain. They need to be in child-resistant packaging. They should be appropriately labeled, and we should know what's in them. Right now, since there's no regulation, it says it's Delta-9. It says how many milligrams. There's no way for me to know that for sure. No one's checking that. It should have a big label so that grandparents know that it has THC, right? So, you hear also stories from the ER about grandparents babysitting. They find these fruit gummies. They give them to the kids and not realizing what it is. It should be very, very clear to everyone what's in them. They should be regulated so that one dose is in one package. So a lot of these gummies and beverages, this is 25 doses in one package. And obviously the appropriate agencies such as the Department of State Health Services, Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission should have authority over these. We would love always more research into knowing the effects of these products on adults and adolescents in public education.
Thank you, Doctor. The many senators have questions. Before I recognize any of them, I wanted to ask Mr. Graham, you were talking about, you used the term off-premise, and I think folks in the alcohol regulation world know what you mean by that, but I think you said an off-premise location like a convenience store. Does that mean a place where it is legal to purchase alcohol but not to consume it? Or
Yes,
tell us what that means. Is that
Chairman, thank you for asking me that. I do need to be more clear on that for sure. Off-premise is a term in the Alcoholic Beverage Code that does mean all the locations that sell alcoholic beverages for consumption off the licensed premise. So the gas stations, most of the grocery stores, those types of locations. Package stores would be another example.
And so in situations like that, the process you talked about in bars where there may be mixing of a legal alcohol-containing product with an otherwise legal THC product, that wouldn't be, if that were happening in an off-premise location, would that be a matter for TABC's concern?
It would be if we found that they were having problems with intoxication in the bar. But since they're both legal products,
Right.
if that location mixes it, we would have to be looking for intoxication.
But that wouldn't be happening at a location licensed only for off-premise sales. Is that right?
It should not be. That's absolutely correct. Yes,
If it were, would that be a concern for TABC?
it would. It would be a concern. It would be an open container is the way we'd look at it.
Okay. Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. McGee, you talked about labeling, and you specifically said that it should have in big letters, so to speak, THC, so grandparents would know. Do you really think most grandparents know what THC is?
Oh, sorry. I think that there should be a universal symbol. And that's what some states have done, which have legalized recreational use. They have a symbol. They've decided by the state that this means that, and then education about it. So this one does have a very little down here symbol with a marijuana leaf plant. But I think, yeah, it needs to be very, very clear. There needs to be education. This label means that.
Exactly. And a question for all of you. Specifically, our charge relates to beverages with THC, and we're supposed to look at regulation, safeguards, and legislation. What are your recommendations for us to consider for those regulations, safeguards, and legislation? Dr. McGee?
Sure. I mean, the one container should be one dose. They should be in child-resistant, child-proof packaging. They should be clearly labeled. They should be tested so that you know what's in it. And when I have a glass of wine, I know what's in a glass of wine. When I have a beer, I know what's in a beer. You should know what's in your product that you're using. They should not be able to be in flavors or packaging that is appealing to youth. Those are my main points.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Sir? Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
Well, as the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, of course, I'm hesitant sometimes to make any kind of recommendations, but things that have been brought to my attention that have thrown out there have been an age gate, like 21 and up, and a system we've looked at other states. I know other states with cannabis, some of them regulated as in a 3-tier system so that it's regulated from top to bottom. And we've had some time to visit the doctor and I about this. We need to probably spend more time on it, but those are some of the things that have been brought to my attention.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Stevenson?
Yes, ma'am. I concur with the doctor about the dosage. There's not a uniformly accepted dose or a serving size for consumable hemp products or THC. 5 milligrams has been used in some studies. Some states have implemented 2 milligrams as a serving size. So there's that is a consideration. And age, we've heard from our consumers as well that the age restriction would be a consideration.
Is there anything you are looking at in terms of rulemaking by the agency?
Not at the moment, ma'am.
No. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. And before we move on, Mr. Graham, again, you're wisely directing your testimony to us, and we know what you mean. For the benefit of those listening, you said some states regulated in the 3-tier system. Tell us what that means.
Similar to the alcoholic beverage industry here in Texas, you would regulate the manufacturer and permit the manufacturer, permit the distributor and permit the retailer, and then ensure that those parties don't have any overlapping ownership in between the three. And it helps ensure that it's taxed, taxes are collected through the process. It gives the state more ability to go in and check each piece of who had possession, where it's coming from, the source, and hopefully gets us to a position where testing could be done to ensure that if there was a milligram limit on there, that and the product that was in there is actually a safe product and approved.
Thank you very much. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stevenson, so I want to qualify for the committee's benefit. You led off with, and I understand it's in litigation, but to be clear, I'm going to be very consistent, and it sounds like Polly Parrott from the last hearing. Hemp started as an agricultural bill to help farmers. Clearly, that was the intent from the federal level. Texas was looking at, okay, feds have approved 0.03%, effectively Delta 9 at the time, as a counterpart to the fiber industry, as being something that people could consume, basically. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
From that point, and in 19, when we did hemp as a fiber bill for my agriculture industry, which has fell flat on its face because of all the other non-Delta 9 components, has tainted it, ruined it, and screwed the market up to where nobody's really growing fiber in the hemp market. It has proved to be a boondoggle for those who have invested in it because they had a legitimate desire to make fiber a big market, but it's not going to happen because of all this other stuff around it, as I said it would if we got cute. So, but you let off in your testimony, to be clear, those are currently, quote, viewed as legal, but it's in litigation as to whether or not. I can tell you as the intent and the author of that bill, it was never meant to be legal. to be above 0.03. So therein lies the conversation we're having today. We've got all these chemists and we've got all these synthetic versions of Delta 9. Everything runs through Delta 9 and then it blooms into something else. So really the debate of the day is how we regulate something that was never the intent of the state to have in the first place. Is that a fair statement?
It's hard to get into the intent of the legislators.
I was the author.
but,
And
yes,
the intent
sir.
was we were going to have an agricultural bill that supported the federal legislation. If it were not for federal legislation, we wouldn't even be having this conversation today.
That was our plain read of the statute.
Okay. And so in the drafting of that, we didn't know about the flour and the sensitization into Delta 8s and 10s and all the other versions. We had some clear readings that was probably where it's going to come from some other places, but we didn't adopt that into the current statute. So to your point, it's challenged whether it's legal or not. It's above 0.03. It's illegal.
Yes, sir.
I hope the court
Delta 9 only.
Delta 9, but all these others. So as we're having these conversations, I want to make sure we're clearly on the same page here as members. You can go to across the street from the Capitol here, and you can pull a sample of product, and it'll go from 0.03 all the way as high as to 40% THC content. I mean, it's all over the place. So there is no regulation of the manufacturers, and there won't be. You can't pull the genie back in the bottle to get it back this restrictive. And if we do that, then you're going to have to add millions of dollars enforcement to go out and police this stuff. So the reality of really getting this back, and by trying to minutia and maneuver through where we're at today, be it through liquid form and beverage or not, is not reality. So you just get rid of it. If you can't explain it, understand it, and control it, you get rid of it. And I think that's what the intent of the Lieutenant Governor, and I support that based on what I said in 19. So, but I wanted the members to understand, you made it sound like this is all good. Well, it's really bad actors taking advantage of a statute that was meant to do something good, and we're way past that today. So that's where I'm sitting as a member. The bill's not drafted, but to have conversations how we weed through this, no pun intended, is really a moot point when you have no control over the THC content, no matter what the label or age gate is. And it reminds me of the vape conversation. All these guys were talking about how good it is, and it's not nicotine addictive as much as what cigarettes were. And it was really, we knew, I can go back to the archives and listen to those hearings. Those guys were targeting Joe Camel kids. And now we're going to age gate it where we've already got half the kids in the population addicted to it. Genie's out of that bottle too. So shame on the industry. That's my pitch. That's my preach. But I want the member to understand this is maybe perceived legally today because we didn't cover it in a statute. We're going to try to fix that. But don't deceive yourself. There's nothing good in this product because you can't control what's in the product. And I think Tribune or somebody did a sample across the board, pulled 10 samples. Every one of them were busted. And some were as high as 40%. So that's where we're at. That's the landscape. To say that it's legal is a misnomer. It was never intended to be legal. And it's been exploited for nothing purely but profit and money. And now we have an addiction. Another, what did you call it? Cannabis syndrome?
Cannabis
new
use
one.
disorder.
Yeah. So there you go. We're now going to pay therapists, and state dollars are going to go to helping people out of the mess that unfortunately people saw to exploit.
And I'll just say, for the benefit of those listening or watching who may not have all the context, and maybe there's people concerned about regulation or over-regulation, to be clear, we're talking about children. We're talking about children. These products are available to children with no limitations. We're relying on the good faith of the manufacturers and the retailers, and that's a sliding scale. I'll just say that. So, Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. First of all, on your note regarding the tiny print and the interaction with grandparents, the older I get, the more offended I am by tiny print in general. So,
My reader's right here.
right. So you had mentioned that you purchased this online. I was just curious, were there any barriers or hoops for you to jump through as an adult to purchase that online?
Good question. I had to click something that said I was over 21, and then it got delivered to my house when I was in clinic, so I wasn't home. My housekeeper told me she had to sign her name and her date of birth.
Okay. So to order
Someone
it,
did ask her.
so to order it, it was
I
simply
clicked that I was
clicking
over
a box,
21.
which anyone could do. And then she was not you. She
Right.
was not the purchaser.
Right.
And I suppose anyone could sign. Right? It would kind of be up to the. I'm wondering if a kid answered the door, what the deliverer
I know.
would
Yeah.
do there. I don't know.
Yeah. I also work in the vaping world, and I have an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old. So I've had them answer the door before, but they're both off at college now. But when I bought vapes, I've tried to do that, which they have been delivered to them.
I have moles in the system too.
Yeah.
So, anyway. Thank you. And then you also mentioned the situation where the mother and the child both were very, very high coming in from consuming the chocolate. And you mentioned with children specifically the developing brain. So, with adults, we look at these kinds of things, and I'm just curious from your medical professional opinion, addictions rewire adult brains. But would you agree or disagree that with a child, they're not being rewired, they're actually being wired?
100%. So when we talk about brain development in children, we think about a blooming process and a pruning process. So those first 3 years of life, it's blooming. We're making tons of neural connections. That's why those first 3 years of life are so important. Then, the brain continues to grow during school age. We reach adolescence, and those connections are pruned down. So an adult has fewer connections than a child because you're deciding what's most important. When you introduce an addictive substance or an addictive activity, which we'll be talking about later, to the developing brain, you increase that risk of addiction later on. So when you talk to most adult addicts, they started using their products under the age of 21, right? So you permanently change that brain because you're affecting that pruning process.
And we know there are treatments for addiction, but I can only imagine, what we do for someone who became addicted as an adult. It just seems it's going to have to be very different to treat someone who became addicted as a child because the brain is very different.
It's very different. It's difficult. I don't envy my psychiatry and addiction specialist colleagues when they have to deal with this. But if you talk to them, most adults who are addicts started when they were teenagers. That's the bottom line. So their brains are rewired.
The younger the individual when they become addicted, does that have an impact on the long-term effect on the person?
The younger that you start a substance, the more likely you are to be addicted to that, become addicted to that substance. That has been shown with multiple different addictive substances. As far as the complete rewiring of the brain, I don't know. Yeah, the
Well, I
exact
think
answer.
there are a lot of things that the brain science, the neuroscience around all of this. There's a lot that we're learning as we go, right?
100%. And, these products have not been studied because the way they've been classified federally. So we have very much a lack of research in the use of these substances.
And then I'm thinking about the mother and the child who both consumed half a bar of the chocolate. Does the body weight of the child or other factors affect the speed of intoxication or the...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So children, toddlers especially, will end up in the ICU. Seizures, respiratory depression. You really don't see that in adults with intoxication. From what I understand, I don't take care of adults, but toddlers, absolutely. My colleagues, report case after case of ending up in the ICU.
So you give the same amount, a bite of chocolate, to a toddler
Yeah.
versus a second grader versus a 10 or 12-year-old versus,
Very, very different. I mean, and we dose medicines that way too,
Right.
right? Like I give a toddler a much smaller dose of amoxicillin than I would an adult.
so the body weight and then also the status of the brain development of the individual, both of those are very much a part of how it affects the individual.
Yes, and we're so careful with what we use in children because of this, right? I don't even like using cough syrup in children because it can cause more respiratory depression than it does in an adult. So,
Well, thank you for the work you're doing. I'd actually love to follow up offline and work with you as we're exploring some things that we want to do this session on a number of issues. So I had another question for the two of you as well. I think maybe you answered it, but my question was, how prevalent is this product in the market? And by the market, I mean that really in the broadest sense, like everywhere, but bars or retailers or off-premise or whatever those were. I feel like what I heard was that they're not as available as a solo prepackaged product maybe, but possibly showing up as something that is mixed in
Yes, ma'am.
in a mixed drink or something like that. But anyway, you can go broader than that.
Right. We checked our licenses and registrations. We don't have a specific field on the application that says I'm a bar. But looking at the titles and names, we searched approximately 135 bars that also have a registration license, so they could be selling prepackaged hemp products. Approximately 7 of those bars also have they wouldn't need both, but they have a manufacturing license because they intend to mix consumable hemp product with the alcoholic beverage. And again, they may, to the senator's point, in Texas, they may manufacture a hemp product that may have other THCs besides Delta-9.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Graham, did you have anything to add to that?
No, Senator, he has, I think, the better numbers than I would. I do know I see him at the gas station where my kids go and ride their bikes to. So.
Well, and of the places that might have this available, some of them are places where a child wouldn't legally be allowed to enter, I suppose, right? Well, how would you address that? I would think, generally speaking, a kid shouldn't be in a bar, but if a bar's not checking IDs and that sort of thing, then they might be. A gas station, kids are in all the time. So what's kind of the range of describing the kind of the clientele of these different places?
Under the Alcoholic Beverage Code, there's only one statute or one type of permit that actually has an age gate where you can't enter without your parents, and that would be a package store, so a liquor store. Everywhere else, even a bar, kids can go in there freely, assuming that location allows it. It's their policy.
Okay. So they'd be allowed to go in, but they're not to be served.
Not alcohol.
Okay. Not alcohol.
Not alcohol.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's Dr. McGee or Dr. Stevens can answer this. So the feds put in a 0.03%. And I would have to assume there's something that's where they made a determining factor. And I guess I'm asking it this way. The reason people like the other derivatives is because the THC content is typically going to be higher. A broad range. I mean, no control, nobody's keeping up with it, nobody's monitoring it. The farmers do. If they grow a plant that's hot, they get rid of it. So they were responsible people. But for those that are catering to this market, they don't care. And those markets are probably not anywhere in Texas. They're probably growing them somewhere else, possibly China, whoever. But my question today is, if the 0.03% was set, is that because there was some benefit from a pain relief or some intrinsic benefit to that number? Because here's the challenge. you're going to hear it today, if they're honest, if you take it all back down to the 0.03, then you're going to kill this market. Well, that tells me that either that's not the intrinsic benefit people seek from it, or it takes a lot more THC to get there. Do you have scientific or medical data that would say 0.03 does give some relief for headaches or joints or pain or whatever that it started out? I mean, I remember a day when that was kind of the small, you can sleep better if you take this, and it was, I assume at that point, fairly low dose stuff. But this is off the top. So which one of you want to take that on?
May I start and then I'll pass? So I believe the 0.3 was probably set for the crop itself.
Okay.
Approximately 10 to 15% of crops nowadays are busting the 0.3 in the field with Delta 9 THC. But that's also because there's the concentration of THC in the cannabis plant has been increasing by selective growth of the various varieties of cannabis plant. As the THC increases, so does the Delta 9 and the other cannabinoids. So is that concentration in the plant. Most of the plants 10, 15 years ago, you could grow those in the field. They would be below the 0.3 Delta 9 on a dry weight basis. So it was based on the agricultural part. Now, in terms of dosing and effect, again, if you take multiple servings of a 0.3, you could add to the dose, but I'll pass to the MD.
Yeah, so when I'm thinking about psychoactive effects, I'm really more looking at milligrams of THC, not percent by weight.
Okay.
So if I have something that is, let's say we set a limit of 5, and I have something that's 10 milligrams of THC, all that means is I add more sugar to it to make it less by weight, right? So gummies are by definition mostly sugar. This is mostly water. So it's going to be less than 0.3% by weight, even though it is a milligram dose that could be potentially dangerous.
So, and it's that dry weight versus all it's, and that's where I think the law is hard to hammer down on, and I'm sure there's best practices out there. But so, is it 1 milligram is where the market would say that's enough to take care of my medical issue today, if you will, or is it? I guess it's based on weight of the consumer and tolerance and that stuff.
All of those, and we just don't have data. We don't have research to say this many milligrams helps with a headache, this milligrams, or, is any better than anything else on the market there. I don't prescribe these products because I don't see enough research to tell me that the benefits outweigh the risks.
So it's fair to say, or I'm not going to put words in your mouth, from a layman looking into it, we don't know what dose is effective, so we just take whatever dose is available until we feel like it's effective, and that may be we become intoxicated as an alcoholic would be, or just high and kind of oblivious to what's going on around. That pain tolerance management that people speak to, the sleeping aids and stuff, it's going to be dependent upon that particular plant that manufacturer consumed that day, which could be from different manufacturer tomorrow, different packaging, and get twice the high and take the same amount. So there's just no way to control it. If you can't control it or explain it, then it goes back to my point. So, thank you.
Thanks. Dr. McGee, thank you for sharing this and your experience and what effects it has. I want to make a general comment to our friends from the agencies. There's always a push and pull when we're implementing legislation, and normally the legislature complains when an agency does more than it was supposed to do or does something that the legislature does not feel like it authorized the agency to do. Occasionally there's a problem where we don't feel like the agency is going far enough, and I know you're always trying to work with us on that balance. And so with that, I want to ask from the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, I know you described the 3-tier system very well, and there's a reason we have that in the alcohol context. So I have a couple of questions about that. If products are, let's say we have a location, a package store that is thus regulated by the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. If a package store, and by package store, we might say a liquor store. By that I mean a store that sells distilled spirits. Okay, do those package stores also sell non-alcohol containing beverages in some cases, if you know?
Chairman, they do, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mixers and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. And does the TABC have any authority over those products, those non-alcohol containing products that are sold in a store, an establishment that's licensed by the TABC?
Unless they were deemed illegal as a drug or something like that, we would not. With one exception, I would say, and that would be the way the three-tier system is set up. Members in the upper tiers can't pay retailers for shelf space like you would see in Coca-Cola and Pepsi when you go to the grocery store. They actually pay the grocery store to sell their products, and they're sold on consignment. Sometimes the concerns would be an upper tier member might say to a grocery store, if you pay, I'll give you a better price on this water that I distribute in exchange for shelf space for my alcoholic beverages. So that would be where we might get into regulations as non-alcoholic products, is if they're pushing them to benefit and mess with competition, I should say.
Okay. What about products that are sold as alcohol substitutes? Are those regulated by TABC if they're sold? I think you answered my question, but if those products are marketed as alcohol substitutes, if I'm using the right term, how does the TABC interact with those products and those distributors, if at all?
We do not regulate anything over 0.05%, or excuse me, under 0.05% alcohol. So those kind of products, or even the products with no alcohol at all, we don't regulate them. If they're manufactured by, let's say, a large beer manufacturer, we might regulate the advertising, but otherwise we do not, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've got to go meet with the librarians for a sec, but I just wanted to add this for the conversation as we move forward, because I don't see any other invited guests. And Chairman Perry and I have been discussing this on the side. I have, as y'all know, I come from Military City, USA. We got a lot of veterans. And one of my dear friends is a retired military officer who, has some very real diagnoses that I'm not going to share, but the VA has prescribed painkillers, muscle relaxers, narcotics of other kinds. And he, like many other veterans, has told me that those legal prescription drugs are much worse for him and his family than the relief that he can get for what he has from THC products. He does not want to be in the illegal world. He doesn't want to work with illegal cannabis. So he has found that these legal Delta 8 and 9 products have actually helped him. He tells me that he and other veterans in San Antonio use a veteran-owned vape shop. So as we move forward, I just want us to be very cautious and careful in the fact that we could actually, if we move forward and completely prohibit these, because I believe completely in regulation, children shouldn't have access, should be 21 and over, clearly marked, all of these things we've discussed. But I think that there are law-abiding citizens, and that we will be pushing into a market that is not what they want, and it's not what's best for them. And it's an interesting argument, because many times we talk about just other legislation that, where we talk about making it harder to access, and we say that that's just going to be pushing people, that only the criminals will have access to that then. I think we don't want to criminalize law-abiding citizens by taking all of these options away. I agree with you, my colleague. The way this industry has come up was probably not the best way. It wasn't the best way. They took advantage of a situation, and we should regulate it heavily. We should clean it up, but I think we need to be careful as we move forward. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Thank you, Senator. And if there are no more questions for these witnesses, thank you each for being here.
Thank you.
And we'll open public testimony on this charge. And the chair calls Lucas Gilkey. Andrea Spencer Salas, and Mark Bordas. Again, Lucas Gilkey, Andrea Spencer Salas, and Mark Bordas. Welcome to each of you. We'll begin on my right. Mr. Pull that microphone close so we can hear you, and
Yes, sir.
introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Committee Chairman. Thank you, Committee. Distinguished members of the committee, Mr. Chair. My name is Lucas Gilkey. I'm a proud veteran and the CEO of Hometown Hero. Our goal has always been to provide safe, legally compliant, quality products for responsible adult use, and are honored and proud to be among the founding members of the Texas Hemp Business Council, an industry organization that helps advocate for modernizing Texas's robust consumer safety requirements while protecting business investment and the families of people employed by this growing industry. Some of the modernization reforms my company supported in the past and will continue to do so include age gating, child-resistant packaging, setbacks for sales, education campaigns, and providing additional enforcement resources for DSHS. As a veteran and entrepreneur, choosing to enter the hemp space rather than to try to participate in the sale of federally illegal marijuana via the state program was not a difficult decision. Federal legalization, as well as Texas's initiative taking stance on regulation, made the decision even easier. Our business currently supports more than 60 families in Texas. In 2022, the Texas hemp industry had an economic impact of $8 billion on the state, employing 50,000 people, as well as the ancillary businesses supporting the industry, including truckers, delivery drivers, insurance brokers, landlords, payroll services, banking, packaging providers, and shipping companies. THC-infused beverages are an immensely popular addition to the hemp cannabinoid space, with a growing number of large international beer manufacturers, craft brewers, and distillers acquiring or economically partnering with hemp entrepreneurs. We, too, are looking at it very closely and have hoped to have our own offering soon. To that end, we strongly believe and would like to see hemp-derived beverages be subject to the same testing, labeling, 0.3% THC limitations, and consumer safety requirements that currently apply to consumable hemp-derived products under DSHS. Further, we believe and would support legislatively setting a minimum age requirement for consumption and setbacks from schools, as mentioned previously. At Hometown Hero, we have voluntarily instituted and adhered to age gating. And finally, having put everything into this business and growing it into something we are very proud of, we respectfully urge this committee to consider that these products are considered foods, are non-alcoholic, but given the adult nature, should not be subject, when sold at retail level, to slotting fees. Please know that we want to collaborate with legislators in protecting small businesses and safeguard the public interest against anti-competitive forces, ensuring there are no monopolies over hemp and CBD products. Keep Texas, Texas. Keep Texas' support of small business alive. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for your testimony. We'll probably have questions after we hear from each witness. Welcome. Introduce yourself and get the microphone close and go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Andrea Salas Daniels, and I am here today as the VP of Corporate Affairs with Dreams Brands and also a founding board member of Texas Hemp Business Council. And our company, Dreams, is well known for our retail chains such as CBD Pros, which operates across Texas, and we're also the manufacturer and packaging of Brio beverages that specializes in hemp-derived THC beverages. Dreams Brands has proudly served Texas since 2018 when hemp was first legalized. We started as a small father and son business. In just 6 years, we've grown to be a thriving company that now employs over 100 hardworking Texans. Our dedication to the state is firm, and we choose Texas as our home because of its pro-business environment and the tremendous opportunities it provides for growth and innovation. We are here today to speak in support to common sense regulations around hemp-derived beverages. These products are to be safe for public consumption, and their continued availability brings tremendous economic benefits to Texas. Our industry generates revenue, creates jobs, and contributes to the well-being of communities across Texas. So by supporting businesses like ours, we are helping to drive economic growth and keep Texas at the forefront of innovation. At Dreams Brands, we fully recognize the need for responsible regulation to ensure consumer safety. That's why we welcome age restrictions, and we support restricting access to hemp-derived products to individuals under the age of 21. Clear packaging guidelines. We recommend packaging that is both clear and responsible, and enhanced safety safety measures. Our priority is responsible consumer education, and we are committed to filling any gaps where consumers might otherwise turn to suspecting manufacturers and unregulated online resources. We love Texas and want to make it our home forever, and we believe that a well-regulated industry would benefit everyone, promoting safety and supporting economic growth and keeping Texas at the forefront. And I, too, welcome any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Borders, pull the microphone over there, introduce yourself.
All righty.
Go ahead.
Chairman Hughes, members of the committee, my name's Mark Bordis, and I'm testifying before you this morning in my capacity as the Executive Director of the Texas Hemp Business Council. Texas has a long, rich tradition of being led by rational, business-friendly legislators who strike a proper balance between public and private interest. And according to a 2023 economic study of the hemp-derived cannabinoid industry by Whitney Economics, total Texas cannabinoid sales were estimated to be more than $8 billion in 2022. And in that same study, Texas cultivation of hemp-derived cannabinoids were estimated to be $17 billion. As the landscape for THC legislation and regulation is evolving, it's important to acknowledge the significant benefits these products provide to consumers, businesses, and local communities, while thoughtfully addressing any potential concerns via regulation. THC-infused beverages offer an alternative for adults seeking benefits of THC consumption as opposed to other THC delivery means or more traditional adult beverages. The ongoing legal sale of these beverages allows for regulations and government oversight, ensuring product safety standards benefiting consumers. When sold through licensed businesses, consumers will be able to determine that the THC content is properly sourced, labeled, and free of harmful additives. As every student of history knows, prohibition of alcohol was a catastrophic failure, and black market alternatives leave a wake of sickness and death. Any black market, whether it be for alcohol or THC products, imposes inherent risks to the consuming public. With the state's proper education and regulation, however, individuals can make informed adult decisions about what they consume, its dosages, and effects. In closing, the days of circling the wagons when a threat appears are long gone, and unscrupulous overseas providers will fill any vacuum via e-commerce sites or simply from the back of their cars. Prohibiting THC-infused beverages would not only stifle a legitimate and growing industry, but could also drive consumers to these illegal sources. I have attached with my testimony recommendations for regulation and have submitted for the committee's consideration. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. The chair recognizes Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I hear when I'm listening to you guys, it's not about the safety or consistency, for the consumer to know what they're getting. It's let's label it and say it could harm you. Let's make sure that there's a big fat marijuana sign on it, so someone that thinks marijuana may be bad is not going to buy it. And let's, for conscience sake, let's just say under 21 can't have it. That's what I hear from you. But here's the question of the day. I would assume that the largest percentage of your sales prior to flour and everything is Delta 8. Is that a fair assumption? Is that the bulk of your business is Delta 8 sales?
You want me to answer?
Either one of you, any of you?
That's incorrect.
Incorrect. So what is the bulk? Is Delta 9 your sales?
Correct.
So you sell Delta 9, and Delta 9 by legal had to be 0.03.
I believe it's 0.3%.
Yeah, 0.3. So you're selling, the bulk of yours is Delta 9, which is, I think, different than what I heard in May. But so you should not have a problem with effectively moving to, I don't care whether it's a derivative, a Delta 8, whatever, as long as it was 0.03% dry weight. You could move your entire inventory down to technically what's legal under the law today, with no manipulation through synthetics that you then lose track of THC content by manufacturers and stuff. You'd have no problem with that.
We're already there.
You're there. So there's not a product on your shelf today that wouldn't hit that mark for THC content.
I'd have to go back through and look through all of our COAs, but the vast majority of our products would be fine, and they're currently legal.
Well, that's splitting hairs. Courts will decide what's ended up to court. So do you support the banning of Delta 8? Because we really made the legislation around the Delta 9.
We don't support the banning of any cannabinoids.
So,
We believe that the reasonable regulation is the path forward, and that's.
so we
what
have
we're
reasonable
trying to do.
regulations. The current, and I don't have a problem transferring the dry weight .03 conversation to a milligram. Whatever that is scientifically, how they derive that, I don't have a problem. Because I think that's where, if we leave anything intact, we need to protect the CUP program, because my senator here, there are legitimate benefits from a regulated perspective as a prescription drug being, arguably, we need to talk about how that access is. So we need to work on that aspect of the conversation. And I know we've looked at milligrams and dry weights and those kind of conversations, and how we redefine the dosage. But so in one vein, you say you're all legal, but yet Delta 8 and the derivatives thereof are the ones that have gotten us here today.
Correct, but they are currently legal federally and state.
Well, I see where you're playing, and that's okay. You don't support banning something that is above the THC weight or the content, the percentage.
The law is already set up that way, Senator.
I think that we have the right to go through those retail establishments. DPS is kind of in that vein along with DHS, right? That'll be an interesting conversation to have with them.
If I may, Mr. Perry, and I'm sorry.
Did you want to respond to Senator Perry's question?
Certainly,
Go ahead.
and as a business owner, I really want to share that our priority is the education of the consumer. One of our partners is Healthway Education Systems, who put in place a priority that it should be addressing consumers' responsibility, that they have enough information. And to the point of the previous testaments from the previous guest here, is that how do you engage a consumer to be responsible in the consumption? As business owners, we are in compliance every day when it comes to what is legally available based on Texas proving to be very innovative and responsible with having good regulation already. We are abiding in that. We are good business owners. Our customers come first. The consumer protection comes first. Our children come first. Your concern is our concern. We have invested in the business of hemp in Texas that happens to have hundreds of cannabinoids. So to be in a position to say, do we ban a Delta 8 or ban a Delta 9, the research truly needs to be there. And in an effort to do that, we want to be a partner with the state, that we understand where your concerns are, and be as business owners to fill those gaps.
I thank you for that, because the research to leave it on the shelf is not there. Correct? Because we heard from the lady on the end there that's a pediatrician says, I don't have the data. I don't have the numbers. I don't know what a milligram dose does versus a 1% or 3%. So to my point, you just made it for me. The data does not support what you're saying, because there are people literally taking stuff off your shelves that could be as high as 40% THC content, which is higher than most pot packages that are bought off the street, and getting high off of it. So the data that you speak to is two-way street, right? It's two-edged sword. It's not there to support that.
It is often there, and
Often there. And
for the
whose scientific
research.
data research are you doing?
I will say this, Mr. Perry. I like that. I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on TV. However, there is.
Well, you just spoke as if you
I
were.
do, but there
Your
is
answer was
evidence
very honest.
there.
Your honest was there's no data to
Absolute,
support it.
I don't believe that I indicated there's no data that there's hundreds of cannabinoids that research has been made on, and I'm sure that amongst us, we'll be happy to share the additional cannabinoid research.
So if your cannabinoid research supports a certain level by milligram or by weight, that this is where bare minimum you could expect no psychotropic effects, but there are some medical effects to be gained from it. What is that number?
Well, right now, as to your point, Texas is approved at a 0.3%. And as business owners, we are successfully navigating inside of what those regulations are. So if there is, in fact, evidence that a higher or a lower rate of cannabinoids would justify the wellness of consumers, then I think that as business owners, we would be happy to continue with those conversations.
Boy, y'all split hairs well. You didn't say we would take the other ones that give you a higher effect off the shelves. You said we would support the conversation. See, you think you're being cute, but everybody's getting through to it, or at least it's clear to me. We have a medical marijuana program in Texas. Arguably, it's not as distributable and accessible as it should be and can be. We will work on that aspect because when someone takes it from that dispensary, we know it's been prescription, we know that there's a doctor oversight, and we know that the research has been done that this person can handle this much dose and have the effect sought. I don't disagree, and I'm part of the right to try guy back in the day when we said if you're terminal, you should have the right to try. So I'm not blind to there are certain things that are probably better than what we currently have on the table. But this idea that we can distribute as a retail facility and know that the benefit that that person's walking away from is exactly the benefit that person needed when there's absolutely no way to monitor how much that person's getting through whatever they're buying today is just false. And you can sell it and sing it all you want, but it's not true. And the bulk of the retail establishments within walking distance of this location could prove that out today if we did a mass raid on every one of them.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And is it Ms. Salas? Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your testimony, I believe that hemp-derived products bring a tremendous amount of revenue to the state of Texas. Do you have any sense of the dollar amount?
I think that we actually have some of that. We have about an $8 billion revenue of 2022.
Okay.
Since 2022.
So that's in the industry, right?
Yes.
Okay, but I thought that you said it brings revenue to Texas, and I guess I was thinking about that in terms of the impact of sales tax, et cetera. Do you have any sense of that?
I know that we've done some research that you have that on yours. Okay.
We'd be happy to provide it to you.
Absolutely.
Senator, just to clarify, the $8 billion was 2022 in Texas only.
Okay.
So
And that
it would be the sales tax that was collected on that amount would be the sales tax collected
Okay, so that's the revenue to the industry.
within Texas.
Within Texas.
And would that be gross or net revenue?
Gross.
Gross revenue, okay. Do you have any sense of what the net revenue is?
On the net side, I would say if you go down the net path and you start adding in ancillary businesses, that number gets pretty astronomical. I've heard if you add in ancillary businesses, it might be as high as $17 billion as of 2022.
My understanding of net income or revenue is it's usually less than gross.
Correct. Net would be less. I was just mentioning the ancillary businesses and the total.
But I'm specifically asking, do you have any sense of net revenue?
No, Senator, I don't.
Okay. I don't know if anyone else had anything to add there.
Did you have anything?
We'd be happy to drop off. We have a economic impact statement from the hemp industry specific to Texas as well as nationally, and we'll distribute it to each of your offices.
And do you have any data around how much of the product ends up in the hands of children or in the mouth of children?
The vast majority of retailers, from what we've seen, whether it's stores or online, are actually age gating and doing it themselves. Our company does it. There's a lot of very easy services that you can use that age gate and make it very simple to do, even online.
Okay. What sort of age gating do you do online?
We use a company called Blue Check. They're actually a local company, and they go through and verify age.
Okay. So is it actual age verification, or is it check?
Yes, ma'am. They have to show a driver's license.
Okay. Not what the pediatrician said, which is I checked a box that said I was over 21.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I couldn't hear you. You were talking over Senator Paxton. Let her ask the question because I want to hear the answer as well.
Yes,
What
sir.
exactly is involved in the age gating process? She asked if it was just checking a box, and I think you said no, but what exactly is involved
It's
on the
it
online,
typically
in the online age gating process? Thank
Yes,
you. I'll
Senator.
let you talk now.
in the online age gating process, there's a variety of different ones. The one that we use does essentially a soft credit check based on the person, and if there's further clarification needed, it will force them to show a driver's license.
So the first part of that looks like what?
It's essentially
Prior to forcing.
it's essentially using their address and their credit card to do the age verification.
Okay. All right.
There's databases with consumer information that it can validate against. And then if it has any kind of questions or if there's anything that comes up weird, an address doesn't match, a name doesn't match, anything weird, it automatically flags it and it goes to a driver's
And
license.
that's what you use?
Yes, ma'am.
Do all of you?
We
something
do
like
use
that, or do you even
we do
sell
have a
online?
system in place. It's not necessarily that particular one, but we do age gate at all of our stores, and then there is again a path online for verification age.
Okay. And do you know, or could you describe what age gating looks like at a store?
So if you are a customer that comes into our store, we ask for your identification. And we have a loyalty program. We have, their information there from their past history of what they've purchased. So if they cannot provide, over 21 verification of their age, they are not going to be served.
Is that at entry into the retail location, or is it at the point of purchase?
It's at the point of purchase, but we do have signs on our door, just like any other store that would have, ID under or over 21. All of that is posted on all of our windows and doors to our stores as you enter. And so they come in, the products are not openly available to the consumer. And then at their purchase, we would pull the product down and then verify their identification.
So this is store by store.
I'm speaking for our stores and how we take care of our customers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. The Dean of the Senate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gilkey, you said that you would support minimum age requirements and setbacks from schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you also support packaging guidelines?
Yes, ma'am. We have no problem with that. There are some basic packaging guidelines already, but they probably do need to be a little bit more robust, in full honesty.
Thank you. And Ms. Danielson, Mr. Bordas, you both support age restrictions and clear packaging guidelines. Do you also support setbacks?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Perry.
we had a large tobacco suit a while back, long time ago, because they figured out that what people were saying about cancer and nicotine was real. Maybe it's time to pursue that on a vape conversation along with the hemp conversation, so that the state's dollars are at least being funneled by the industry selling the addiction. And I think that's what I'm looking at. We've got millions, if not billions, over time to invest in cleaning up what y'all have put out there as an industry. And the tobacco industry didn't like it, and we probably didn't mitigate any new smokers, but at least the ones that got cancer that came through our medical facilities and the addictions created by that, we had a deal. So I think some slick attorney could argue that's not cancer, because I think we can't go back that road, but this is a whole different addiction, and I'm just sick of it under the name of whatever being put out there. Our kids grab it, and it multiplies all the way generationally through products. And I'm done with it. So I'm hoping some smart attorney, and there's several of them out there, are looking at it going, here's our new opportunity. Because if we're going to have to leave it, I don't hope we don't leave it, but if we do, I hope y'all have to pay for it.
Thank you, Senator Perry. I have some questions about litigation as well, but a couple of these, and thank you each for being here and for answering our questions. We want to get this right. Senator Perry had a discussion, I think, with our witness from the Department of State Health Services about how we measure the amount or the dosage, if you will. And since I may be using the wrong term, but if we talk about dry weight and we talk about a percentage, there's obviously a way to make a serving size very small, but pack a lot of THC into that. I want to ask you about Blood Orange SSH Delta 9 live resin gummies. Did I say that right? Is that a product you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Is that one of yours?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And so we want to get to the right place, and so I'm not trying to split hairs with you, but help me understand a gummy. Give us an idea of how large. We'll talk about exact size. Give us an idea of how big that is in your hand and your finger. What would that look like?
Most gummies are about 6 grams.
So what?
So that one's probably slightly bigger. It's probably like a 10-gram gummy, something like that.
So in your hand, it would take up about how much space?
Probably slightly larger in diameter than a quarter, and probably about a 1/4 inch thick.
Okay. So in one of those, in laying aside its weight or its dry weight or its in one of those gummies,
that has 25 milligrams of Delta 9 THC.
Okay. And how many servings would you designate that as, that one gummy?
It gets really hard to give a distinction on a serving per individual, and this is one of the things that we get into. It's very akin to telling somebody this amount of alcohol is how much alcohol you should take. Now, I'm a lightweight. If I have one shot, I'm on the floor. Now, my dad can take 14 shots and he's fine. He's Australian, different animal. So it's very hard to give somebody, especially when you're talking about a pain threshold and a veteran that is trying to alleviate pain, it's very hard to tell them this is the exact amount you should take, and we know that. It's very akin to alcohol in the sense that it's not really an easy serving size to tell somebody. There's a lot of different things that are dependent on that serving size and that milligram content.
In the case of alcohol, though, we do talk about numbers of servings, right? When alcohol is marketed and labeled,
I'm not aware of the alcohol regulations.
Okay, so let's think in terms of that one gummy that you described to us.
Yes, Senator.
How much THC? Would you say that is a lot of THC in one? If that were one serving, if that gummy were one serving, is that a lot of THC?
For the vast majority of our customers, I would say no. I took a 25 milligram gummy last night before bed, and I'm fine. There are people that if they have never taken one of these products before, that might be a large amount to them. But there is a component of this where as people use these products, they become less in strength, and they do tend to go up in volume. But I believe there's a lot of myths around cannabis products being addictive. There's actually a lot of studies that are counterintuitive to that, saying they are not addictive.
Senator Perry, go ahead. I have some more questions. You go ahead.
No, I don't want to interrupt you, but
please,
it's on
go
the
ahead.
same deal. Just a point of reference. Last session, we talked about changing the teacup provisions due to dosing requirements to a 10 milligram. So last session, we heard from medical and teacup representatives, and remind you, to your point and to the witness's point, it's hard to know what that particular individual's tolerance is. That's why we have a teacup program. That's their responsibility to figure out what that person needs. So last session, we didn't get there, but we talked about, because the dosage required under the 1% conversation to 10 milligrams. So even under the medical conversations we were having through teacup, 10 was kind of the number. Here we are retailing it for 25. Going to people that literally, to your point, Mr. Chairman, what's enough's enough. But there's as this witness said, she's not a doctor and she doesn't play one. And that's my point. If we're going to have the program, it needs to be supervised with people that can diagnose and treat accordingly. And we will find the right dose per person under that realm. We just need to make sure it's a little bit more easily accessible. And then you don't have these conversations about the general public. It's people that legitimately show a medical reason to need it.
Thank you for that, Senator Perry. That does make sense. And thank you for your testimony, each of you, about age gating, about, I think that's the term that was used. And so,
yes, Senator.
Thank you. You've described what you do. And Ms. Salas, I think you said all of your stores and online.
Yes.
We get a little closer. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bordas, do you know if all members of your organization, can you certify that all members of your organization comply with those age-gating procedures they described?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the reason they formed in the first place. They're trying to clean up their own industry and make sure that best practices are employed across the board, because the industry itself becomes imperiled by bad actors and people that are selling the wrong things and perhaps aren't age-gating.
Senator Perry, I brought up litigation, and I wanted to as well. Now, there's a role for that, and the Constitution gives us the right to do that, and that's what the courthouse is for in many ways. Ms. Gilkey, are your organization involved in any litigation against the state over regulation of these products?
Yes, Senator.
And so I'm going to ask, and you can correct me, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the goal of the litigation is to be allowed to sell more potent products than the state law would have otherwise allowed. Is that correct?
No, the lawsuit occurred because it was to protect our business and our families.
Well, protect your business and your families in what way?
Well, the law was changed on the DSHS website, essentially outside of a legislative session, making these products theoretically illegal when the note was put on that website. So we had to sue, and that's where we were granted the injunction that has been sustained. And I think now we're going to the Supreme Court for the second time. We're in the Supreme Court for the second time. But the goal was not to increase the milligrams in the products or increase the THC. The goal was to protect the industry.
Well, that's a little bit circular, but protect the industry by allowing the industry to sell more products?
So
or different range of products?
It's my understanding if the lawsuit were to go away, essentially the whole industry goes away. So that lawsuit is very important to us because it protects this industry. There is no industry without that lawsuit.
It protects the industry's right to sell more and different types of THC-containing products?
No, it allows the industry to actually exist and sell hemp products.
Senator Perry, go ahead.
I just say, and you can answer it, and you have your general counsel guy there, I guess, but the lawsuit's basically about banning Delta 8. Is that a fair statement?
Correct, and yeah.
Okay, and so back to your original testimony, the bulk of your products are Delta 9 that you sell.
Correct, but that lawsuit has other implications outside of Delta.
But really, it came up with the derivatives around the Texas law and the federal law that originated and created Delta 8 and other synthetics, where the majority, in May's testimony, if we go back, Mr. Chairman, majority testified it was Delta 8 or flower, which is a whole different animal, which is probably the worst of the worst, but again, creative people doing creative things. But so the lawsuit started with the Delta 8 conversation because that's effectively what the rules from HHSC, based on the intent of the author of that bill, that's not what we were supposed to have. So y'all sued basically to prevent banning of Delta 8, which would include all those other synthetic derivatives because it gets into the chemistry of it.
The way it's written, it includes everything. It includes Delta 9, it includes Delta 8, it includes everything.
But Delta 9's legal as long as it stays under that limit federally and state.
103.
I think there's some, I'd have to defer to my counsel on that one. You're
You're smarter than that. I know you. You're a really sharp guy. And the way you answer questions is really, even a CPA from Lubbock, Texas can read between the lines, but the average person out there thinks it's a noble cause. Under your philosophy, if I have a business that beats kids on Thursdays and talks to their parents on Fridays about do they need more of it and to the inch of their life, that's my business model. I should be able to sue to protect that. It doesn't fly well. But truthfully, to Mr. Chairman's, whether he admits it or not, they need to sell more potent product to keep and garner the market they have today. I'm saddened because if not for those other products, the industry would still exist, I believe, because I do believe, whether it's placebo or not, in its original form, people believe there's a benefit to CBDs and derivatives and things of that nature that were very, very low. Probably not a huge effect, but people felt better. But now that we've taken it to the next level where it truly does impact how you feel, they've screwed the pooch and they got greedy. And I hope the Supreme Court's smart enough to go back and listen to testimony in 19 and all the stuff that's come about. But his question to you was, no, it's just about protecting my money, was the answer, which is a noble concept. You got a lot invested in this, no doubt.
Senator Perry, is it okay if I respond?
You can respond.
One thing that I urge you to consider around this is no longer sort of a young, new industry. This industry has created over 50,000 jobs for Texans. And I know you aren't a huge fan of us and what we do, but I do have to give you some credit with that. You created 50,000 jobs for Texans. That's a really, really big deal.
No, sir. Not a proper answer at all. Do not lay that on my doorstep, because I was clear in 19. If you go here, state will remove it. And I can point to the archives of testimony and people that were telling that they're not going here. And I said, if you do, there's consequences. So do not put that at the store. I did not create a single job that sells THC above the legal limits intentionally. Y'all found a way to get there. And I hope the state legislature sees the benefit of removing it. And as far as creating new jobs, we create good new jobs that are actually not harmful and addictive to people. And when we cross over and say any new job because of what it brings to the state of Texas, whether it creates a whole new addiction for us to deal with on the back end, then sad state for the state of Texas. And you can point to alcohol and all that. That's long before my history, but as my pastor used to tell me, there is no virtues in alcohol. Look no further than CPS, and probably 80 to 90% of the families involved in CPS are drug or alcohol addiction. So you're preaching to the wrong guy. But no, sir, I did not, and you can go to the record, I did not intentionally create pot sales, which is exactly what we've got. Thank you.
Senators, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank y'all. You're excused. The chair now calls Lauren Pena. Lauren Pena, come on down, have a seat. Sharon Kruk. Is Ms. Kruk here? Lauren Pena, Sharon Kruk, and we're also going to call Betsy Jones. Betsy Jones. And those are the three remaining witnesses we have who've asked to testify on this charge. And so if someone else wishes to, please register outside. Otherwise, this will close testimony on this charge. Welcome. We'll start over here on my right, and introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Lauren Pena. I have PTSD because of childhood trauma, and I do have to say that when I was in my youth, I did recreationally use marijuana. The marijuana back then is not the same marijuana as it is today. It is so much more potent. And when it comes to the Delta 8 and all of these products, I can tell you I have recently tried them, and not only does it make my PTSD worse, it also causes me to get angry. And the thing that I'm concerned with that is I know I was here just a couple days ago testifying about my neighborhood and how homelessness and drug addiction is deeply affecting it. In my neighborhood alone, within a 5-block radius, there are 7 stores that sell these products. It's detrimental to the community. So as a mother of 4, someone with PTSD, and someone who has, used these products, I don't recommend them for the public.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Sharon Kruk. I'm a constituent in Senator Robert Nichols' district. I'm the executive director of a community coalition in East Texas that's focused on preventing youth substance misuse. The biggest responsibility of my organization is to protect our youth from harmful substances, and intoxicating cannabis products are harmful to youth, so it's my duty to speak up. Since 2019, the availability of intoxicating cannabis products have exploded across Texas. Nearly every convenience store has entire shelves devoted to these products, and now, in addition to all the e-cigarette variations, we are faced with the newest product designed to attract youth, THC-infused drinks. Companies such as Sparkling Dope, Tejas Tonic, and Chill State are steadily pumping out these drinks with flavors like Blackberry Lemon Good Time Seltzer and Chill State Pineapple Express Sparkling Water. A quick look at these companies' websites finds the following quotes: all natural, fast acting, and it gets you high. Rest assured, these harmful products are not limited to urban areas like Houston or Austin. The market is quickly expanding into rural parts of the state. Chairman Hughes, you might be surprised to know that Tejas Tonic is being sold at a Tyler convenience store. And Chill State can be found in Longview at an establishment that's deemed for on-premise consumption. Who regulates these products? TABC has no authority over them, and we don't have an age limit. THC-infused drinks can easily be ordered online and can be found in convenience stores next to the seltzer waters and the sodas that are popular with youth. And packaging makes it difficult, as the doctor said, to tell that you're purchasing a cannabis-infused product. We can all agree that we want to protect Texas youth, and the research is clear. When a product is readily available and kids are exposed to it, their perception of harm decreases. So we are implicitly telling our youth that using THC is permissive and encouraged. A ban is not going to fix the problem. I mean, a ban is going to fix the problem. Any kind of regulation just allows for companies to find the loopholes that then they can exploit for the money that they're interested in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone close and introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Jones, and I'm the Director of Policy and Strategy at Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth. I'm also an attorney. I don't think I'm a slick one, Senator Perry, but I live in San Antonio in District 26, and I'm here today in support of banning all intoxicating cannabis products, including the beverages, from Texas Marketplace. Senator Perry, I don't have this in my 2-minute remarks, but I do know a little of the history of the 0.3% THC requirement, so we can talk about that later. So research shows that when you increase youth access to a product, they do use more. Dr. McGee already explained why it's so important to keep these products away from youth, and a ban is the best way to do that. I've included some images in the blue folders that show products available in Texas stores at this time. The Texas retailers are carrying beverages in cans and bottles with THC in chilled, ready-to-drink displays within reach of customers. What's also alarming is that restaurants and bars are selling cannabinoid beverages side by side or mixed with alcohol, despite evidence showing that alcohol and THC each interact to enhance the impairing effects of the other. Texas data shows that alcohol is the #1 drug involved in impaired driving crashes, but #2 is alcohol combined with cannabis. Alcohol plus cannabis is the most common combination of drugs involved in fatalities and serious injury crashes. Youth are at especially high risk, with 26% of fatalities among those 25 and younger testing positive for drug and alcohol use. In Basile's polls of voting Texans, data shows that the voting public overwhelmingly supports cannabis regulations, including a ban, which would protect our youth especially. It's up to you, as the decision makers, to put public health and safety ahead of business interests. Research supports a ban on derived intoxicating cannabis products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Yeah, I don't want to tie up the committee's time a lot, but I think it is interesting. Do you have a short synopsis of how they came up with the?
It has nothing to do with intoxication or safety or health. It's a legal, like a law enforcement designation that was designed to separate hemp and marijuana, so they could decide which was safer and which should be
great information. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, that point, it goes to the further. The reason a ban is required is because we have put our law enforcement in a very untenable case, because when they stop, they can't tell the distinction between hemp or marijuana. So considering the backlog at the courts and the DAs across the state and what they're dealing with, it becomes a non-report, or, they can't pursue it. So if you can't regulate it, control it, and enforce it, you just don't allow it to happen. That way, anytime you come across to it, you don't have to question. It's illegal. It doesn't matter whether it's hemp or not. It's illegal, right, if we ban it. So we really do our law enforcement a huge favor to fix this problem with clarity and no opportunity for loopholes.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here.
Thank you.
That's all the testimony we have on the discharge. I thank each of our witnesses. The committee has also been charged to look at responsible investing, in particular to study the impact of environmental, social, and governance ESG factors on our state's public pensions with a focus on proxy voting services, make recommendations to ensure our state's pension systems vote and invest in accordance with their fiduciary responsibility to maximize profit. This is something that was not familiar to many people just a few years ago, but the concept of ESG has become front of mind for a lot of us. Texas, in many ways, has led the way in making sure that those people who are investing money that belongs to the people of Texas, to our retirees, to our universities, to our taxpayers, in other ways, to make sure that money is not being weaponized against us, against our energy industry, against our quality of life, against our jobs in Texas, and not being used as a political weapon, again, to vote against the majority of Texans. And so with that, we're going to begin with invited testimony. The chair calls Eric Bledsoe and Will Hild. So, gentlemen, pick a chair among those four. And glad you're here. We know that you've each done a lot of work on this. We've worked with you on these. You also have a national perspective that we're thankful for. And so when you're ready, Mr. Bledsoe, we'll start with you. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Chairman Hughes, members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to testify today on the current state and impact of environmental, social, and governance investments. My name is Eric Bledsoe, and I'm a senior fellow at the Foundation for Government Accountability, or FGA. FGA is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that seeks to enhance individuals' lives through the dignity of work. Texas public retirement programs consist of about $300 billion right now. Among the retirees who have their savings invested with the state are teachers, law enforcement officers, and state employees who, after a career of public service, have more than earned the right to enjoy their retirement. However, ESG is putting the future of these public servants in jeopardy. ESG, in short, trades real capital for political capital at the expense of Texans' financial security. So I just want to spend a moment and talk about ESG's overall underperformance in the market. So in the U.S., ESG assets comprise about half of the nearly $6 trillion in public pension assets. For ESG to make up such a substantial portion of public retirement funds is alarming, as ESG is a losing investment strategy. ESG investing typically yields lower returns, and it does not even achieve its stated social goals. A recent study demonstrated that out of 20,000 mutual funds representing over $8 trillion, regular funds outperformed ESG funds every time. Time and again, ESG funds underperformed the S&P 500. In 2023, 82 out of the 146 Morningstar Sustainability Indexes underperformed their non-ESG counterparts. That makes 2023 the second worst performance year of these indexes, next to 2022. And all the while, ESG money managers typically charge 40% more in fees to their clients. Unsurprisingly, the market is responding to the underperformance of ESG assets. Hedge fund managers are not only not investing in ESG, but they're betting against it. Based here in Texas, Blue Orca Capital, a hedge fund, has recently begun to short ESG assets. Texas cannot afford to allow its state investments to underperform the market. But ESG is also a violation of fiduciary duty. Underperformance is not the only concern. Prioritizing political factors over maximizing returns, this makes money managers who promote ESG violate their fiduciary duty to beneficiaries. In 2022, the Texas Attorney General, alongside 18 other state AGs, highlighted this problem in their letter to BlackRock. These state attorneys general accurately pointed out that implementing ESG in public pensions violates both fiduciary duty of care and duty of loyalty. ESG investing cannot prioritize political over financial goals and still claim to act in the best financial interests of beneficiaries. Fortunately, Texas has a solution and has been a leader among the states in pushing back and protecting the fiduciary duty of beneficiaries and the managers. So simply put, the solution is to continue to keep politics out of pensions. The financial futures of Texas's teachers, firefighters, and law enforcement officers shouldn't be slush funds for activists. Private investors, they can choose to promote a social cause they care about at the expense of their portfolio's performance. But the state shouldn't force those who teach our children, protect our streets, and save lives to gamble away their chance at prosperity to serve one side or the other of the political aisle. But here's the good news. Texas has a clear pathway to codify its stellar practices to protect the financial integrity of its public pensions. TRS and ERS should be commended for recently working with proxy advisors to protect the retirement accounts of its beneficiaries. But these practices have yet to be enacted into state law. Last session, SB 1446 would have more clearly defined fiduciary duty, protected proxy voting, and implemented accountability measures such as reporting, oversight, and enforcement. So SB 1446, from FGA's perspective, would put Texas in good company with states like Florida, South Carolina, and Tennessee, just to name a few. So I'd like to close and just point out that it's really important to remember for the committee and for us at FGA, kind of looking across the country, that Austin is the capital of Texas, not Wall Street. And then you have a great power here to continue the fight to protect that financial security. So thank you again for the invitation to testify today. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We're going to have questions for you and for Mr. Hild. We'll hear from him, and then we'll come back for questions. Thank you for being here. Mr. Hild, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to come to speak to you on this important issue today. My name is William Hild. I'm the Executive Director of Consumers Research, the nation's oldest consumer protection and advocacy organization, founded in 1929. And since I came on to lead the organization in 2020, we've been focused almost exclusively on protecting American consumers from the scourge and the scam that is ESG investing. It hurts shareholders, as you just heard from Eric, but it also hurts consumers as Americans' corporate culture and corporations focus not on returns for their investors and not specifically on their customers and making sure that they have the best products and services, but instead on far left politics. And this committee has really led the way across the country. I want to laud everyone here in uncovering this. The hearings that you've been having have been the best in the country at uncovering some of what's going on in corporate America. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what was uncovered that you may have even forgotten you got them to admit in front of you in Tyler, Texas. But first, I want to update you on some of the studies purporting to show that SB 13 and other states and similar legislation is costing your state and other states money. They say the lie gets halfway around the world before the truth gets its pants on. Well, I'm happy to say I'm here with my pants on to talk about some of the problems with those studies and the lies that were included in them. The first and probably the most cited is a study by two academics, Garrett and Ivanov, called Gas, Guns, and Governments, Financial Costs of Anti-ESG Policies. This study purported to show that Texas municipalities paid higher rates on their issued bonds after SB 13 was passed, and that this was due to certain issuers leaving the market in response to SB 13 being disqualified from servicing those municipalities. The problems with this study are myriad. First of all, they only looked at a very short time span of 8 months past the passage of SB 13, which is not a decent enough data set time period to really come to any conclusions about what's going on in a bond market, which can be very complicated. Specifically, one of the things that was going on in the bond market across the country during that time period was that the Fed was raising rates at the national level. And so the municipal bond market was facing increased pressure as rates rose, and people could seek higher returns with federal treasuries, which are always seen as a lower risk than municipal bonds for obvious reasons. So this study that claimed that there were higher rates coincided with an overall increase in municipal bond charges across. And so the comparisons, they cherry-picked much of the data to make comparisons over the rise. And so once you account for that, almost all of the increase, relative increase for Texas municipalities disappears. The study actually acknowledges that post collection of the data and the publication of the study, many of the issuers came back into the state of Texas. They are issuing municipal bonds today, which suggests either that the reason for them leaving had nothing to do with SB 13, or maybe even more importantly, and a credit to the state of Texas, they may have changed their policies in order to avail themselves of the municipal bond market, which is the purpose of the legislation. So even the study acknowledges that the legislation may have very well had the impact that it meant to have. There have also been a number of data issues regarding that study and studies that have citing it. There was a paper published on behalf of the Texas Association of Business Foundation titled "The Potential Economic and Tax Revenue Impact of Texas Fair Access Laws." And they relied on bond review board data to argue that underwriters' spread had a sharp increase in fiscal years 2022 and 2023. The problem is that the data set provided by the bond review board actually turned out to be faulty. And once you corrected for the bad data, researchers Jason Isaac and Vance Gill reran the study, because obviously the people who issued the real one, or the original one, didn't want to fix it. Once you actually use the real data as corrected by the bond review board, all of the difference disappeared. There's been another in another state, research by Travis Roach coming out of an organization called Rural Oklahoma Association. They purported to find the same thing in Oklahoma, that there was an increase in the municipal bond costs. However, he cherry-picked the data, same issue, same time span issues, but in addition to that, he cherry-picked the states that he compared Oklahoma to. He did all the surrounding states except for New Mexico, which is a much closer economic profile than the other states that he picked to compare to. Once you include New Mexico, it's clear that there was no relative difference after the passage of a legislation similar to SB 13 in Oklahoma. Lastly, on the side of bad studies, I just want to, there was a recent op-ed by the Houston Controller that cited a study that had a really bad headline, promised this parade of horribles, by something called the Perryman Group. What's interesting about that study and citing it is that I actually agree with a lot of the precepts of the study, because right at the beginning of the study, they admit most banks have come back into Texas market as they determined they were in compliance or shifted their policies to become compliant. As a result, the ultimate incremental bond costs associated with the state's policies may not be notable. So where do they even get these headline numbers about the cost of Texas? Well, here's how. In fact, what actually happened in the Texas market was virtually all banks re-entered the market, and competition is now generally seen as robust. In addition, the authors of a major study recently updated it to reflect the current situation and found that given subsequent changes, the effects were no longer expected to be significant. Nonetheless, a hypothetical policy which actually did constrict market participation could lead to higher costs for the bonds. So in other words, the law you actually passed didn't have a negative effect, but if you were to pass a hypothetical legislation, which you didn't pass, it might have negative effects, which we have modeled out here. So a pretty ridiculous study to cite for any kind of concerns over SB 13. Lastly, I'll point to a study that blew away all these others, presented by a group of academics from University of Georgia, North Carolina, Stanford, and Penn State. Was presented at the Brookings Institution, not exactly known as a hotbed for free market economics. However, it found that it showed no significant financial cost from boycott bills. It used a wider range of data sets and a wider time span, and it found that underwriter exits were due to market conditions, not politics. So let me just say in conclusion, none of these studies included the harmful effects of ESG on the state's economy. They only looked at one side of the ledger, and to the extent they found any negative effects at all, those effects were minimal and fleeting. ESG is not a performance enhancement for stock portfolios. That's not my opinion. That's a direct statement from the Chief Investment Officer for State Street Asset Managers when she sat before this committee in Tyler, Texas, and answered, I believe, your question, Senator. That was her direct statement, was that she tells her staff not to think of ESG as a performance enhancer in those portfolios. And it's clear the CIA knows her research, because study after study, as Eric has pointed out, have shown that ESG does not enhance and often hurts portfolio performance. Banning it does not hurt the bond market here in Texas, and it protects your consumers and your corporations.
Thank you very much. We're going to have questions for both of you. I've got to ask you, those studies you were referring to, that first one, well, refresh my memory. Wasn't one of those studies had some like Chinese Communist Party funding back upstream, if I recall, that first study you mentioned may have been the same one.
Yeah, there's been another organization who's done some fantastic work called the American Accountability Coalition, who's looked at a lot of what's gone into paying for these studies. I don't have that data right in front of me. However, in FOIAing the communications for the study coming out of the Rural Oklahoma Association, the professor that did that, it was a public university, so his emails were FOIable. What they did find is that in the initial email, when he was asking colleagues for help with the study, he admitted that he, quote unquote, knows almost nothing about this issue area. And that was in the lead up to him publishing a study that claimed that these laws were bad. So I do think that looking into the people who've published these studies and their funding is an important thing and may be the subject of a future committee hearing.
When you describe those studies and the way they handle the data, I'm reminded of the phrase, and this may be a bit strong, but as a principle it certainly applies. Figures don't lie, but liars can figure. You ever heard that before? I bet you've seen that in your world before. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I want to ask for both of you, and we'd heard that phrase before. I want to ask you this when we talk about ESG and what the mechanics look like. So I'm probably going to butcher this. I'm going to make a statement and ask you all to clean it up for me or affirm it if it's okay. So the basic mechanism we think of in this context, let's say Texas Retirement Fund X, they entrust some of their retirees' money to an investment firm, and that investment firm buys shares of stock. So the shares belong to the pension fund, but the investment firm has the right to vote those shares at the annual meeting of each company, IBM, Walmart, Exxon. So far, so good. Okay, and then that power to vote those shares, these investment firms that have they control shares that are owned by individuals and pension funds all over the country. They have so many shares, they have so much power that they can go to the CEO of company X and say, hey, I've got these shares. I'm going to be voting at your annual meeting. I'd hate to vote against you keeping your job, CEO. How's that compensation? Do you like that? I'd like you to make these changes, and if you don't, I'm going to vote against your board. Is that a process that you've seen happening where these firms will use the power they have using other people's money, but the power of those votes? Have you seen that happen around the country?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have. So the first example that comes to mind, Senator, is BlackRock trying to move against the board of Tesla, a great Texas business now. And so that was in a lot of, in our estimation, political backlash against Elon Musk and Tesla. So BlackRock moved against the board and against CEO Elon Musk. But it's even more than that. It's not just asset managers who are pushing this, but you will see kind of political activism within a kind of entirely separate ESG rating system, which is extremely alarming, not only ethically, financially, but also legally as well. So there are inconsistencies in these ESG rating scores where, again, to mention Tesla, Tesla, the most successful car company in the world, certainly the most electric vehicle successful company in the world. And I think we would all argue, Ford innovating on sustainable energy with the vehicles. They used to be on the S&P ESG rating system with a pretty good rating, and then they were removed entirely from the rating system. The most successful electric car company was removed from that system for political reasons.
Wow. Thank you for that. Mr. Hild.
Yes, and I would just add to that, I think your description of the mechanics of the power of asset managers using ESG is absolutely accurate. I would just add to that a little bit. I think sometimes there can be misconceptions around ESG. If you imagined a Venn diagram of the overall phenomenon, everything included in the phenomenon of ESG, only a small circle within that would be funds labeled ESG. And the reason for that is because, just as you noted, that when BlackRock shows up for investor relations meetings, what they call corporate engagement meetings, whether these are phone calls or Zoom meetings, they walk in and they state the position of BlackRock as shareholders of that company, or at least stewards of the shares of those companies on behalf of clients like the Texas Permanent School Fund and many other, well, not anymore, obviously, as they've been divested. But they purport to speak for all of those shareholders with one single voice. And they push, and BlackRock has committed to push through their membership in things like Climate Action 100 and the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. They have promised to use all of their assets under management to push certain objectives like net zero. So when they walk into these meetings from the perspective of the executives and the boards of directors, they represent 9, 10, 15, 20% of the shares outstanding of this company. That's a huge amount for these executives. And they're speaking with one voice, despite the fact that many of their clients have completely disparate political incentives, economic incentives, different desires. And so that is really where much of the power comes from through these corporate engagements. And in a 2021 presentation, 2022 presentation to the Nebraska Pension Fund, where I think they made a mistake and forgot to change out the slides, they admitted to that Nebraska Pension Fund that they were using that state's assets in thousands, literally I think it was 2,000 or 3,000 corporate engagements just to speak on the issue of net zero. And this was a pension fund that, by the way, is heavily invested in the cattle industry and was there. They were calling BlackRock to account for their harm to the cattle industry. So clearly someone wasn't doing their homework that day. But you've absolutely, it's not just the votes that BlackRock takes. It is the what I call mafia shakedown meetings that they do behind the scenes that are not known to the public. They're not even known often to the clients, like the pension funds that are invested in BlackRock. And so this is absolutely an area where people need to be aware, even if the money isn't in a explicitly labeled ESG fund. If you have a dollar with State Street or BlackRock, that those companies have committed through their membership in Glasgow Financial Alliance, that's for net zero, to push net zero with your assets.
That's a tremendous point, and this came up at the hearing you guys were referring to. So it's one thing if investor says, I'm giving my money to this firm and I'm asking them, I want you to invest this for ESG or for left-wing politics or for right-wing politics, and that's what I want you to do. It's one thing if the investor says, I want this to be used for climate activities. That's great. But we have so many of these financial firms who have joined these groups and publicly pledged to use all assets under management, right? So not just the money given to them by an ESG investor, but the money that you gave them and that she gave them, trusting them to maximize returns. Instead, they have signed their name to a pledge to use all assets under management to push these political goals. Do you see that happening? Is that real?
Yes, and in fact, I would add that currently 2 states, secretaries of state in Indiana and Mississippi, who serve also as their state securities commissioners, have issued administrative orders around securities fraud to BlackRock because what's going on is they are selling their so-called vanilla funds, like their S&P 500 fund. And in the prospectus, it says, we focus solely on returns. This fund is run simply to maximize the value of the portfolio. But then they've run around and told other groups like Climate Action 100 and Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero that they will use the assets in those funds for a dual purpose, a dual motive, to push net zero. And so both of those states are coming down on BlackRock for engaging in securities fraud. And I should also note that the state of Tennessee, the Attorney General there, Scrimeti, is currently suing BlackRock under a theory of securities fraud. I had a dachshund growing up that would bark at every new person that came to our door, no matter how calm or how many times they'd seen him. But as he barked vociferously on one end, he would wag his tail on the other. And we used to say that one end's lying. Well, one end of BlackRock is lying. Either they are serving clients' interests or they are serving the interests of the global elite at Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero and at the UN.
And Senator, I would just add as well that the letter that I had referred to from 19 Attorneys General had talked just about what Will was mentioning, which is a violation of duty of loyalty. You can't have a conflict of interest in your investment strategy there. And when you're telling a state, hey, we have your best financial interests in place, and then you go the next day and take a meeting with 146 asset managers who have agreed to go to net zero and destroy oil and gas, seems pretty clear that it's a conflict of interest.
That's right.
Second, in that letter, the AGs also mentioned a pretty clear and obvious antitrust violation under both state and federal law, which is in groups like Climate Action 100, GFANZ, and a few others, that if you have asset managers from all separate private companies that are getting together and agreeing that we are going to restrict or eliminate oil and gas by 2030, that is a conspiracy to restrict trade and commerce, and very dangerous.
Makes sense. Thank you both for that. Let me ask you also, we've talked about duty, about fiduciary duty, and so does that concept mean that if I, as a private investor, or I, as a pension fund, entrust my money to this manager, to this financial firm, they are supposed to maximize returns. They're supposed to take my money and maximize returns. That's what I've hired them for. Is that the duty we're talking about? Talk to us about that.
Okay. Absolutely. Anytime in the financial services industry that you entrust money to an asset manager, they owe you a fiduciary duty. That fiduciary duty has been defined since before America even existed under English common law as a duty to put your interests behind the interests of the client, to act as if you were in their shoes, and not to worry about the plaudits that you're trying to receive at Davos or the World Economic Forum, or your own political instincts. And so there's sort of three areas in which we see asset managers violating the law around ESG funds or ESG activities, I should more accurately say. The first is securities fraud, as I've articulated. Eric just mentioned engaging in anti-competitive practices in the form of collusion and a cartel. But the last is violating their fiduciary duty to the client. The client in this case, in the state of Texas, we're talking about would be all of the pension funds whose also owe a fiduciary duty to their clients, which is ultimately the beneficiaries, the state employees, the firefighters, the police officers whose retirement is at risk, and also the state economy that funds those pension funds that's driven a lot by fossil fuels and oil and gas here in the state.
Makes sense. Let me ask you both about proxy advisors, about what their role is, about what that means. That's one of our charges. We're going to be talking about that, and you've each touched on it. And so that may be a new concept for many of us. So let's say I'm a pension fund and I trust a financial firm X to invest some of my money. But let's say I'm also buying individual shares. Maybe I'm a large pension fund, many of ours in Texas do, and we buy shares in IBM and Ford and Walmart, and I did not choose those for any particular reason. But let's say we buy those shares. Now that we have those shares, at the annual meeting, we're going to have an opportunity to vote those shares, right? Every corporation meets, and every shareholder has a right to cast votes about who we're going to put on the board and about policy, about direction we're going to go. So far, so good. So these proxy advising firms, I've learned a little bit about this, and I want you all to educate me and the rest of us. We've learned that there are some, in some cases, there are so many shares of stock held by a big pension fund that it's not practical, or they've decided they can't research every single corporation and how we should vote on every issue. So they hire a proxy advising firm, right? These have been around for a long time, and historically they just take a look at the company and see if they're practicing good corporate hygiene, see if they're making money, and if so, they recommend that's how we should vote on that particular stock. Tell us about the role of proxy advisors, what that looks like today, and the concerns we have about ESG when it comes to proxy advisors. And both of you, please, in any order.
Yes, Senator, it's a great question. I think you very accurately described that kind of process of proxy advisor, proxy voting. Currently, right now you have about 2 proxy advisors, Glass Lewis and ISS, who have about a 97% market share of proxy advising. It's a duopoly. Both will advocate for ESG principles. So if you don't tell them specifically, they'll vote kind of your proxy shares in that position. However, as I mentioned in my testimony, TRS worked with ISS recently to come up with a kind of separate product for the state of Texas after SB 13's passing, and that's really good policy, and we were really happy to see that with that proxy firm and with TRS. But it's as you described, it's virtually impossible for the state of Texas, not to mention even an individual in their 401k or their IRA, to vote every share. So proxy advising is a very kind of noble, good purpose. But as corporate America and the world of finance become hyper-politicized, it's something that the state should really take a serious look at.
And so there's examples we'll talk about. I'm going to let you respond, Ms. Till, if you want to, but there's examples we'll talk about later where this committee was shocked to learn that shares held by Texas pension funds were voting against oil and gas development. We're voting against laws passed by the legislature, against common sense voting reforms, easy to vote, hard to cheat. We were shocked to find that shares belonging to Texas retirees were being voted against the interest of Texas through proxy advising firms. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just add to that one of the big issues. One, as Eric noted, it's effectively a duopoly. And we know from basic economic theory that anytime you approach a monopolistic or duopolistic market, you end up with a lot of market inefficiencies. Usually the focus is on price, but I think the real issue here is quality. There's not enough competition in that market to punish ISS and Glass Lewis when they betray the interest that they owe to this state and to other clients. I laud them for adding a new option, as Eric articulated. However, that new option, I would note, basically follows the fiduciary duty that they owe all of their clients. And so by making that some sort of side item that, hey, if you want to pay us extra and take off this side product, we'll actually do the thing we've told you we're doing in all of our contracts as a default. And you realized, obviously, as this committee, you saw what their work product looked like before that, and it wasn't adhering to the fiduciary duty. So it's good progress, but I don't want to let them off the hook, because what they're saying is if you avail yourselves of this niche side product we've created, we will actually serve your fiduciary duty and do real economic analysis. If you don't, well, we'll just do whatever sociology majors we hired to figure out should say to vote. The other issue I just want to note is that both entities have significant foreign ownership. ISS has a significant portion of itself, maybe even the majority, owned by a subsidiary of the German stock exchange. And Glass Lewis is owned and controlled by a spinoff of the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund. Now, I think the issue here is that different studies have come up with different amounts. It's unclear exactly how much the proxy advisory industry, how many votes of any specific company they sway. Estimates have ranged between 15 and 38%, but that's a huge amount when you're talking about from the perspective of the boards of directors and the executives. That is effectively your boss. And so to have such a crucial industry owned by foreign entities who may not share our similar economic interests, and may even if they engage in similar industries like oil and gas, it may behoove them to see domestic producers here in the United States hampered by ESG. So it's something to note as you think about the interests that they're facing.
Thank you both. I'm going to have some more questions, but I'll recognize Senator Perry at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. So to be clear on the front end, if the pension fund in Texas had been invested in SP index, Standard & Poor's, typical, I don't know what I want to do, so I'll just stay with the index funds. They outperform the ESG funds. Is that a fair statement, is what you said?
That's fair from recent look.
Secondly, and I know the answer to this, but it's something you might want to pursue one day. There's other cost ESG that was outside the market, so to speak. I'll tell you, even in Lubbock, Texas, community bankers were getting auditors in there, and they were beginning to score different segments of loan portfolios, be it fossil fuel or agriculture related. And if you ended up being weighted a little bit differently than your FDIC conversations catered in. So it was pretty hostage taking. It was kind of interesting to see, even in Lubbock, you would have some influences through the banking regulation. Is the banking scoring system for ESG similar or identical to a stock market? You may not know that, but is it the similar broad guidelines of we want to see this much in your portfolio of loans?
Yes, indeed. In fact, that entity I keep mentioning, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, run out of the United Nations, has different affinity groups for different members of different industries. So, for example, there's the Net Zero Asset Managers that BlackRock and State Street are members of. But there's also a Net Zero Bankers Alliance. And they have made the same commitments to use, instead of their asset portfolio, but their loan portfolios
so here's the
to force net zero on the industries.
I'm certain you haven't, but there's a cost to that, right? If capital can't be obtained, then they either go out of the business. So how many companies went out of business because they didn't have capital to do forward? And there's a cost to the consumer. If you drive up capital costs by limited availability, then price at the pump goes up. I'm sure the cost in those reports is not done. Here's my first substantive question. I was a Series 7's licensed broker in my younger days. I traded and represented investment portfolios for different people. I fully understand the fiduciary responsibility on an individual agent level. I could go to jail. It was criminal, I believe, if I didn't do what I was told to do by that particular investor. So my question is, as we ring up or locate these counter investor, investee relationships that exist, is the hedge fund manager individually responsible, or is the company responsible? And has there been cases where those people are going to go to jail because they have violated the fiduciary responsibility? And what I hear is it's consistent with the last subject matter, slick attorneys, because you can invest in the index here and that'll maximize your portfolio, but we've also pledged this over here. We're going to give you maximize here, but that may contradict and reduce your returns, but I gave you. So it's kind of confusing me, but I understood very clearly. I'm no longer a Series 7. I recognize the labor intensity of keeping compliant with my annual reviews and documentation and file work that was related to the few investment people I was doing that for didn't justify the cost. Are there people, individual people, because until you get to the individual agent, if you will, you're not going to see change because it's just corporate. So who gets the jail time, and has there been jail time?
To my knowledge, Senator, no one has been criminally charged yet with engaging in this ESG scam. I would be happy to see that. I think what they've done to our country.
Am I correct in saying that it is a criminal aspect?
I believe that if you violate your fiduciary duty to your clients willfully, you ought to go to jail for that.
And that's something. So I would say that's a very interesting conversation for AGs looking at doing this initiative, because if you don't threaten the top of the food chain, the individual responsible for dictating and laying out those policies, there's really no consequence. They pay a fine and move on. And guess who pays the fine? The fees that no one really ever can nail down. I remember conversations about 12B fees and 12B1 fees and management fees, and underneath it, we don't charge you anything. Well, you're not in business to lose money. So those fees are going to be passed on, those lawsuits, those penalties, those fines, I would assume. But I believe, if I'm not, and if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected, but you can take individuals to jail over doing something that's inconsistent or contrary to the investee's will.
Senator Perry, that's right. I agree with Will that at FGA we have not seen any instances of that either. And in fact, in DC, this is strictly under the purview of the FTC and the SEC. There are obviously state consumer protection and securities laws as well. But it's in Washington, DC, they've been pretty silent on this, and at least on protecting consumers or protecting investors from the ESG schemes. And in fact, the SEC has released rules and regulations imposing ESG requirements on fiduciaries and on asset managers. So the pendulum's actually swinging the other direction.
So I'd say it two ways. As Senator Whitmire, our former chair, would say, put a face on it. You get to one of those guys and show there's consequences at that level. The rest of the fund managers take notice. Secondly, you say it, and it is, Securities Act is federal. It's been federal, I think 1933 or whatever. So that's a federal deal. So how much do we actually get to input and have? I mean, SB 13, big deal, got the attention of the market in general, and people started taking notice. But how much can we truly influence from pursuing those kind of conversations?
I would say there's actually a lot that states can do. As you noted, the vast majority of securities regulation is preempted by federal law, but one notable and very important exception in this case is issues of consumer fraud or misleading consumers. And those two cases I mentioned in Mississippi and Indiana, and the Attorney General of Tennessee, are both operating within that exception to federal preemption when they're going after BlackRock for misleading their consumers. Almost every state has in their universal securities code authorization for someone, whether it's your securities commissioner or your attorney general or both, the ability to go after asset managers that are selling funds and misleading the public with those communications, with those marketing communications, which include the prospectus.
And I'll just give you one more example. I had people in my client base that are investors. I'm out of the market. I figured out that I don't trust the market that much, but shame on me probably. But I had 2 or 3 clients that had called me up and said, I called broker X with a major fund, I won't name names, but everybody know them. And the agent said, or the agent actually contacted the client and said, I have this idea you need to get behind. And every one of them were subsidized, federal subsidy of renewable products, and said, we're going to move X number of your portfolio over there because I think it's going to give you the best return. Clients pulled their funds from those guys because they didn't support the political agenda behind the funds. But it was so pervasive down to the individual agent behind a desk at a phone in Lubbock, Texas, that they got the dictate or the mandate from top, you will push this fund today. And so it was a pretty eye-opening experience for me. When I had my license, it'd be equivalent to me someone saying, only invest in Christian-based investment portfolios that do that. And I turn around and put it in something totally contrary. I know I was going to get rung up for that. So I just don't understand the disconnect. But until you get it to that level, I think you're going to have people continue to pursue it.
Dean Zafrani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question for both of you. In your opinion, what has been the major impact of SB 13 and how would you evaluate it?
Great question. First or me?
Oh, go ahead, Will.
Okay. I think that the major impact has been that banks understand and asset managers expand that there's a cost associated with engaging and politicizing assets under management for states for for the entirety of the period of ESG existing up until the passage of SB 13. States like Illinois, California, New York were able to dictate to BlackRock that they were going to abrogate their duties to the state of Texas and others in order to keep the business with California, New York, and Illinois. And in fact, when you passed SB 13 and BlackRock started trying to satisfy both customers, they were lying, they were speaking out of both sides of their mouth. But the New York comptroller didn't even like that and sent a public letter to Larry Fink saying, hey, wait a second, you told us you would use Texas's money to push our politics. What gives? So I think one of the main impacts is you've seen a rapid decrease in the votes that large asset managers have taken on behalf of radical left-wing shareholder proposals. It's not zero yet, which is what it ought to be, and for them to be in accordance with their fiduciary duty to this state and their clients in general. But it's gone from voting somewhere around 25-30% of radical left shareholder proposals, like the ones Senator Hughes, the chairman, brought up, to around 7%. So there's been a very quick decrease in that, as they've noted that it's such a clear violation of their fiduciary duty.
And how would you evaluate it?
Well, I would evaluate that by the number of companies that are no longer being forced by asset managers to be pushed in a left-wing direction. That's antithetical to both their returns to the shareholders, but also to servicing the public. I mean, one of the things that BlackRock and other asset managers have pushed publicly traded utilities to do is to set early retirement dates on every coal and natural gas powered plant. That is destabilizing the grid of every state in this union. I know that's something that you've all have struggled with here in this state, and even outside of Tyler, there was a plant that, because of the actions of large asset managers and proxy advisors that are not doing their duties, these companies were forced to put early retirement dates on critical infrastructure. It was already built, had a longer lifespan than they wanted them to use, and even worse, supposedly ESG, let me just note, is all in the interest of the shareholder. It's supposed to make more money and it's going to be better. Well, one of the real giveaways for why that's a lie is you'd think, okay, you have this asset, you don't think coal and natural gas is going the way of the dinosaur, you don't think that it's going to be around in 2050, so you don't think it's a good investment, you want to turn it off. Wouldn't you sell something, even if you thought something was going to go down? Isn't that what makes a market, is if you think a stock is going to go down, you go sell it? They say in their communications with these publicly traded utilities that they do not want them to sell the assets. Okay, because that would just lead someone else to operating them until their end of their useful life. So that really gives away what they're up to. It's not about saving their clients money from losses on what they call orphaned assets, unuseful assets. It's really about pushing a political agenda. And so, the way I look at the effects of SB 13 is, how much more of destruction of our electrical grid and of our energy sources, amongst other industries, are we seeing? And we've seen a market decrease on that, I'm happy to say, but there's still more work to be done. And it's a little bit like you've had a toxic waste, a factory dumping toxic waste into a river for a decade, and you shut the factory down. That's great. That's good that you stopped polluting. But now downriver, you still have a Superfund site. Now you have a lake that's been polluted with all this stuff, and you still have many of those early retirement dates and a myriad of other ESG components in management that need to be cleaned up.
Thank you. Mr. Bledsoe?
Senator, thank you for the question. I would say that it was a clear signal from from Texas that it stands firm on fiduciary duty and takes that very seriously. I don't have to tell this committee, but Texas supplies 40% of the crude oil to the United States, 25% of natural gas, and it's a clear message to asset managers who are engaging in these practices that you can't, with one hand, say you have the state's best financial interests with one hand, and on the other hand, go overseas or go to Wall Street and trying to destroy the source of revenue for those assets. So I think that's been the kind of message from Texas. We've seen, as Will said, a response from asset managers. Some I think are good faith responses. Some maybe not so much. So Vanguard has pulled out of a lot of these kind of ESG schemes. BlackRock has pulled domestically out of Climate Action 100, but internationally has stayed a member of Climate Action 100. So they said, well, we're not going to do it here, but in a global economy, it really doesn't matter to them, so they'll go ahead and still do it overseas.
Do we need to revisit SB 13 and consider a new law in 2015?
As I mentioned, Senator, thank you. As I mentioned in my testimony, SB 1446 would have specifically looked at pensions and said, here's what fiduciary duty is, make it very clear, make very clear what the kind of proxy advisory services are just around the state pensions. So I think that that's a good step in the right direction. And then something I didn't get to mention in testimony, looking at university endowments is something else as well. So at FGA, we've been taking a look at a few university endowments that are heavily invested in ESG. In Texas, again, a unique case, $17 billion investment in the public university or private university fund. That source of revenue for that endowment is oil and gas. So for an asset manager to then take an endowment funded by oil and gas and then go and trying to destroy oil and gas seems to be a conflict of interest. We have a real-world example of what happens with university endowments when they engage in these practices. Harvard University, the largest university endowment in the world, $50 billion university endowment, a couple years ago decided we're going to pull out of all oil and gas fossil fuel investments of our endowment. They have now seen 2 years consecutive of decline in their endowment. They've lost $2 billion in their endowment.
As an impact of Senate Bill 13, are you aware of how many companies that were boycotting energy companies have stopped doing so?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know the exact number of asset managers who stopped doing that. Many of them, this is a very important note because it's the lie, it's the nuance that BlackRock and other asset managers try to manipulate words with. BlackRock, despite a letter that they sent to all of you in the Texas legislature claiming that they quote unquote they've been accused of boycotting oil and gas, and they don't boycott oil and gas. That's absolutely true. They've never boycotted oil and gas companies. But that's not what people mean in SB 13 and the kind of activities that are being defined there as being a violation of fiduciary duty and the duty to the state. What's being defined there is those corporate engagements, those commitments, the lobbying that they basically do to fossil fuel companies to push them out of the fossil fuel industry, and otherwise to destroy the very the company and the business that they're in. That is really what the obnoxious and noxious behavior was that they were engaging in. I would. Part of the difficulty with figuring out how much it's been reduced is because those corporate engagement meetings, we only knew about them because they were bragging about them, I think probably much to their regret at this point. But we don't know what their investor relations and stewardship committees are now communicating in those private meetings now that the work of this committee and states of Texas and West Virginia and others have put pressure on them. They understand there's a cost to be paid. They've quieted down a lot about how much they brag about that. So you asked about legislation. I'll divert a little bit to what I think might be a great question for this committee to, if they were ever to bring another asset manager that works for the state before this committee, to ask them what are the contents of those meetings? How many corporate engagements are they still doing, pushing those companies to get out of the fossil fuel industry or set early retirement dates for coal and natural gas power plants? They are representing to the extent you still use them as your asset managers, they're walking into those meetings representing you. They are speaking for your assets, the teacher's assets, the fireman's assets, the police officer's assets. So I think you have a right to know what those communications are. And I think that would go a long way to making sure that we've cleaned up, or at least begun to clean up this issue.
Thank you. Do you monitor the list kept by the comptroller of the companies that were boycotting energy companies?
I don't have it before me, but it is something we examine with great interest as he maintains it.
Is it maintained fairly well?
I believe it is maintained well. I understand that a lot of these asset managers are quite well heeled, and they probably put a lot of pressure on political actors in many states. And so I've been proud to see the comptroller stay the course as it pertains to a number of different asset managers, but BlackRock in particular, who again keeps speaking out of both sides of their mouths. So they come and tell you what they think you want to hear. But until they remove themselves from signatory to Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero and Net Zero Asset Managers, they are lying to this state. And so I've been proud to see that the comptroller has stayed the course on them in particular.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Before I recognize Senator Menendez, I want to follow up on something that y'all talked about. So corporate engagement. So again, we talked about having shares, millions of shares in these various companies, shares that were bought with other people's money. So these financial firms control these shares. And when they go to the annual meeting and they vote those shares in a certain way, we can see that. For example, with Exxon, with that engine number 3, whatever.
Engine number 1,
Engine number 1, sorry. That engine. Who and they forced people on the board because they wanted Exxon to stop doing oil and gas. That's a shorthand version of what many of their stated goals were. And so we see that when that happens at the annual meeting, the vote takes place. It's there for everyone to see. And that's troubling enough. But this corporate engagement you're talking about, that's what some of these firms used to brag about. Now, make sure I got this right. That's when, before the annual meeting, they go talk to the management and say, hey, I've got these shares. It's like Al Capone and his guys in Chicago when they come see you and say, this is a nice store you got here. I'd hate for it to burn down. I can help you with that. Here's what you need to do. Is that the corporate engagement you're talking about? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, exactly. And one of the difficulties in figuring out and tracking how pervasive the problem is even as they reduce the number of left-wing shareholder proposals that they vote for, there's all kinds of anodyne votes that go on, like the re-election of board members or voting to have the shareholders approve their compensation packages, where you won't understand the motivations of BlackRock voting for or against. So if they were to go to, or any asset manager, State Street included, I don't want to let them off the hook, if they were to go to a corporation like Chevron, for example, and say, hey, we noticed you haven't taken a net zero pledge, that might be reflected in our reasoning around whether we vote yay or nay on the re-election of your boards of directors, or whether we vote yay or nay on your compensation packages. Now, from an outside observer who's not privy to those meetings, we wouldn't know what's ultimately motivating the vote. BlackRock could just say, hey, we thought these guys were overpaid, or this board of directors on too many other boards. They can pick and choose reasoning that they can present to the public that's not the actual reasoning that they are expressing to the companies, and so that's a real danger.
Thank you both for that. Senator Menendez, you're recognized. Thank you for waiting for me.
Oh, not a problem, Mr. Chairman. I just make a comment because unfortunately I've got to take care of a medical situation back home with my wife, but I want us to be careful. I 100% agree with this charge in terms of the part of making sure that we maximize the profit to the investors, whether they be retired teachers, pension funds, our schools, whatever it is. But by the same token, I think too that I worry that we can take the same concern that I've heard about, that people are feeling that a certain agenda, a liberal agenda is driving the day. I want to be concerned that we guard against any agenda driving the day and moving things forward. I mean, I've heard a lot the word BlackRock over and over, and I was trying to see if I recall BlackRock making about $500 million investment with Occidental out of Houston, and I recall that they're in an investment in that. At the end of the day, it's our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that all of our constituents' pensions and retirements are as solvent and as prosperous as possible, regardless of anybody's political agenda. So I just want to make sure that we remain focused on that, and it doesn't appear that, because I think in our zeal to undo anything, that we might be raising the cost of some things. And so I want to make sure we do not do that. I think politics don't need to be involved in our investment decisions. I think they need to be what's in the best interest of those retirees who are depending on those pensions and those returns. So just, I think the pendulum can swing in both directions, and I just want to make sure we are careful with that, Mr. Chairman, that we don't only start, blaming everything on renewables or blaming everything on a left-wing agenda. So with that, I appreciate your indulgence.
Senator, that's a tremendous point, and thank you. And you'll recall in the previous sessions as we grapple with these issues, we see the example of states like California. They're the strongest example, and then CalPERS, which is their huge pension fund. And again, voters in California don't vote like the majority of voters in Texas, but with CalPERS, they are very open and notorious about their using that fund for what they see as good, to push an agenda. And so there's been a temptation for the red states, well, let's push back. But instead, you're right. The path we're taking is we're not going to push left or right. We're telling our fund managers, get out of politics. You maximize the returns for our retirees. Let the people take care of the politics. You're exactly right. That's important. That's very important.
I just want to make sure that in order to do that, we need to have people from varying degrees and backgrounds at the table. And so I just don't want it to be seen as an agenda that's being driven by one end. And I trust you. I look forward to working with you on this issue because I do think that we have to, we need to do what's best for them, also in a way that makes the most sense, because sometimes I think that, just like the gentleman said, a variety of reasons or excuses can be brought into some decision making. At the end, we should have an open and transparent dialogue and see why people have voted the way they have. And so,
Amen.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you, sir. That's exactly right. Anything on that, gentlemen?
I would just add to that, I couldn't agree more. And to be clear, none of my testimony today or anything that Consumers Research does in pushing back against ESG is meant to replace ESG with a conservative or right-wing ESG, because that would be just as bad. I would only quibble slightly when you said you don't believe that corporations should have any agenda. I believe they have a noble agenda already, which is to serve consumers with the highest quality goods at the lowest possible prices. And one of the real, I think, tragedies of the politicization of corporations is it overlooks a noble purpose that companies in this state and others already have. Everything we're using today, from the microphone to the lights to the cameras to this water pitcher, was produced by a company that was trying to serve its customers. That is a noble and positive agenda, and that is what corporations should be focusing on. Obviously, they have to make a profit to do it. They have to take something of lesser value and make something of higher value in order to do that, and that's we've ensconced that in law as a North Star for corporations and for asset managers to follow. But the true purpose of that is so that all of us can have the comfortable, high standard of living that we've made in this country, and we want to maintain that. So I second the senator's thoughts.
Senator, I know you have to go, but thank you for the comment. We would also agree 100% that if pension funds were somehow weaponized for another political perspective, I'd be right here at the table saying the same thing.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
So I need both of y'all's help. We have current law that does not allow certain banks from being involved in the tax credit program in Texas because of certain political agendas. We've passed a law, I think, has something to do with whether or not they're pro Second Amendment or not. And so now these banks can't compete with other banks in the state's tax credit program to sell affordable, to buy these tax credits. So we're affecting the competitive nature of our market here based on a political agenda. And we've done that already here in Texas. And so while we may not be doing it in the pension funds, it is happening in other areas. And so that's why I bring it up, and I appreciate y'all's testimony, and I agree with the fact that we've got to do what's best interest of the investor. I found it interesting that Chairman Perry wanted us to make sure that we would ask the Attorney General to criminally go after people who weren't being honest with their investors and something like that. I was going to make a comment, but I chose not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I have a couple of follow-up questions, and thank you both for your patience, and I thank the committee. For each of you, this has been touched on, but I want to make sure that we have everything clear in one place. Which other states have passed? I'll start with you, Mr. Bledsoe. Which other states, in addition to Texas, have passed ESG reforms?
So there have been quite a few states. I would say, right off the top of my head, about 15 to 20 states, either through legislation, regulation, or other executive action, have taken very similar steps to Texas, or gone in other directions around getting really specific around protecting pension funds, proxy advising, and the like. And I think about 37 states have introduced legislation similar.
And you mentioned Senate Bill 1446 a couple of times. I'll remind the committee and those watching that Senate Bill 1446 was passed by this committee and by the Senate in a bipartisan fashion. It went to the House, made it through committee, made it onto the calendar, but a little bit late in the process. So I think we'll be seeing that again. So we've just demonstrated that Texas has the authority to deal with this. So would you tell us what should Texas be doing about, if anything, about passing more ESG reforms?
Thank you, Senator. As I mentioned before, the 1446 looking at pensions proxy advising, that's something that I think Texas has been a great leader in ESG, but other states have taken a specific look at that. So reforms like that are good in our opinion, and as well as I mentioned, the university endowments taking a specific look at that and ensuring that the source of revenue to educate, to do great research in the state is not undermined by asset managers who are trying to destroy the source of the revenue for that endowment.
Thank you. Many times discussions like this can seem esoteric, and folks may wonder, what does this mean to me? What's the bottom line? If we get this right, if Texas moves forward with these reforms, what does that mean for a Texan? What does that mean in terms of jobs and the economy and for our retirees? Put this in a practical framework for us, please.
Senator, I would say it's about economic growth. It's protecting the major industries in Texas who, in a free market system, have made this the 9th largest economy in the world. Keep going on that track by protecting those investments, those assets. I've done testimony in several settings, and one of the things that is particularly frustrating is fiduciary duty. These laws have been in place for a long time, as Will had mentioned, but there's more need for specificity as corporate America, as finance has gotten hyper-politicized. So I think more jobs, economic growth, that's the focus.
Thank you for that. Mr. Hill, same questions.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that Eric just said, and just add to it that, as I mentioned to Senator Menendez, that there's a often overlooked consequence to ESG investing, which is the effect on the consumer. Corporations and businesses exist to serve those interests. We give them a profit motive and incentive so that there's a reason for people to wake up and do that. But the reason that we've created the limited liability company, the corporate charter, is so that we can live wealthy, comfortable lives as we've become accustomed to. And so the consequence of defending this state and our nation's economy from ESG is as much as keeping the lights on, keeping the grocery store stocked, keeping every price from the gas pump to the grocery store low. There has been inflationary effects of ESG already on consumers, and probably, unfortunately, even if we stopped it today, probably will be in the future because of the decades worth of underinvestment in certain extractive industries, agriculture industries, where investments should have been made but weren't because of the perverse incentives that were inserted by Wall Street fat cats with a political agenda. So I would just add to that even if you don't own a single stock, for those listening, if you don't own a single share in Wall Street, if you don't have a pension fund, you've never worked for the state, never will, you should care about this, because when you go to the store, the prices you're paying and the goods on the shelves are being affected by ESG.
Thank you both very much. Senators, any other questions for either of our invited witnesses? Thank you, Mr. Bledsoe. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thanks for coming to Texas, and thanks for what you're doing around the country. Continuing invited testimony on this topic, the chair calls Brian Guthrie, Porter Wilson, David Veal, Keep that for now. Thank you for not switching those. We know you, so we have the right name. It might be
Get 'em all
confusing
lined
for
up
folks
for
who
you.
are watching, so thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You're well familiar with these issues, and we're going to have questions for you and talk about where we've been, where we're going. But first, we'll like each of you to testify. So, Mr. Guthrie, go ahead, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, afternoon, everyone on the committee. It's great to see you all. I do have some prepared remarks. I'm talking from this deck right here. I'll keep my comments brief. I think that we've already covered a lot of the issues related to this, but we wanted to talk a little bit about what we do here at Texas Teachers. So going to the second slide in the deck, just as a quick refresher, TRS manages 3 trust funds. For our members, for a pension fund, a TRS Care Fund for retiree health care, and TRS Active Care Fund for our active health care programs. We serve over 2 million members, and for most of our members, we are the sole source of retirement income since most do not participate in Social Security. Our TRS Care Fund is held in a separate trust from the pension fund, as I noted before, as is our active care plan. And each fund has a fiduciary responsibility to its members to provide a benefit to each of those members. Turning to the next slide, talk a little bit about our governance and our board of trustees. We are governed by a 9-member board. The state law requires that of our 9 members, 5 have investment experience, 4 have to be members of the fund, and both active members and retired members are represented. The board acts as a fiduciary to all of the trust funds that we manage and makes sure that they are being used for the exclusive benefit of those members. Turning to the next slide, just to give you a sense of where we stand with our pension trust fund. These numbers are actually old. I'll give you some updated numbers from what's on the slide. But last year, we ended August 31st of 2023 with a fund value of $187 billion and a funding period that was actuarially sound, below the 31-year statutory definition of actuarial soundness. But the investment returns were lagging. I'm very pleased to say that 2024 was a very different experience. We had a great year. Our current trust fund value stands as of yesterday at $210 billion, and our return for the year was approximately 12.8%. We are in the forever business, as I like to say, and so some years we are required to meet a benchmark over time of 7% returns. You can see that we did not meet that in fiscal year 23, but in fiscal year 24 we exceeded that, and if you combine the two, then we're essentially hitting our mark. And so that's why we like to say that we look at this over time, and over a long period of time we have exceeded that 7% benchmark routinely. So, in terms of our governance, we do have, as I mentioned, our board of trustees. Those trustees are appointed by the governor. They are confirmed by the Senate, and they have the responsibility for delegating the day-to-day responsibilities of the administration of the system to myself and to the staff that we have at TRS. In addition, the legislature plays a critical role with our system. The Constitution requires that the legislature, by law, may restrict our investment discretion, and they have done that over time. The legislature is responsible for setting the pension contribution rates. And the Constitution requires that the state shall contribute no less than 6% of active member payroll, but no more than 10%. And we are currently at 8.25%, to give you some idea of where we fall within that range. Turning to the next page and getting to the crux of the charge and what we're here today to discuss, the guiding light for us at TRS is our investment policy statement. This is a policy document that the board adopts on an annual basis, which discusses what we can and cannot invest in, how we allocate our resources across a broad spectrum of different asset classes, and with the sole goal of maximizing our return while also doing that with using a reasonable amount of risk. We don't want to take too much risk, but we want to generate returns that meet our overall goal of 7% over time, but also are doing it in a very responsible fashion. Within TRS, we refer to this as our strict fiduciary standard. We are in the business of making money. We are not trying to advance any political agenda. We are not trying to advance any particular cause. Our goal is to look at the bottom line, and we invest in things that we believe will help contribute to that bottom line. And that is how we continue to exercise our fiduciary responsibility to our members on a daily basis. As I mentioned, going to the next page already, their fiduciary duty is well defined in state law, federal law, regulations. It's basically a prudent person standard. What would you do if you were tasked with investing someone else's money and doing so in a way that is going to maximize their return in a responsible fashion? So that is the guiding light that we use, and that is how we, as I said before, try to exercise and do our job. Now, there has been discussion about the use of proxy votes, and we are one of the entities that does employ a proxy vote. The reason we do so is just the sheer volume of proxy votes that occur. Given our asset size, the size of our assets, and the number of shares that we can vote on an annual basis, it totals over 60,000. We do not have the staff or the resources to track every one of those 60,000 votes, and so we use an outside firm. We have selected to use ISS, and as was mentioned before, ISS has recently provided to us the opportunity to use what they call a strict fiduciary policy to vote our shares. We actually started this conversation with ISS back in 2022 when we were noticing that the standard voting sort of mechanism that they were using was allowing ESG to bleed into some of their decisions. We thought that ran counter to our fiduciary duty, and we made it clear to them we wanted it to stop and that we wanted to come up with a hybrid or some, policy that would be meeting our needs specifically as a fiduciary. They started to work with us on that, but I really want to give this committee credit. It wasn't until after the Marshall hearing where they, in earnest, sat down with us and came up with what eventually they have called a global borderline policy. That's essentially a strict fiduciary policy in our minds. We've been utilizing that policy since 2023, of March of 2023, and it has worked very well for us since then. The general goal of that global borderline policy is to vote with management, because we believe managers, the management of companies are also in the business of making money. They are looking at the bottom line, and so therefore, in the vast majority of cases, we will go along with management with whatever they are voting in terms of voting our shares. One other note on that I will make, just for clarification purposes, a number of, we invest a lot of money internally, but we also use managers. Our managers are aware of our fiduciary obligation to our members. They have a fiduciary obligation to us. In recent years, many of these managers have allowed us as the shareholder to vote our own shares, and we have elected to do that. So even though we use fund managers in the vast majority, in fact, in all cases that I'm aware of, we do not allow the manager to vote our shares. We vote those shares ourselves using the global borderline policy through ISS. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think that gives you a good overview of our governance, our objectives, and how we employ those objectives.
Thank you. We'll have questions probably after we hear from everybody. Thank you very much. Mr. Wilson, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, thanks. a lot of what Brian said is applicable to Employees Retirement System of Texas, but I'm Porter Wilson, Executive Director of the Employees Retirement System of Texas, and I'm joined by David Veal, our Chief Investment Officer, and I'll hit the first few slides, then we'll hand the microphone over to Mr. Veal to talk about the balance of those. But first slide on page 2 is just our investment performance over the last number of years, time periods, and as you can see, last year was a good year for us. But what I really want to start on is slide number 3, which is the governance structure around the internal governance structure around the Employees Retirement System of Texas Trust Fund. It really starts and ends with our Board of Trustees. We have a 6-member board, half of whom are elected by the pension members themselves, the other half of whom are appointed by Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the Governor, and the Speaker of the House. All of those appointed ones are confirmed by the Senate. But the fiduciary duty really starts and ends with them and flows to all of us who work at their direction. They delegate the responsibility for the day-to-day investment of the trust fund to our professional staff, as is consistent with their fiduciary responsibility and best practice. But they articulate those sort of principles and guidance and limitations on that authority in our, as Brian called it, sort of true north, which is an investment policy statement. Board adopts that annually and really speaks to how we should execute within the parameters that they guide, that they deliver through that. Page 4 really speaks to the issue that we're talking about here today, which is the investment policy statement, which has a long-standing principle of it, which we are to invest prudently for performance that supports the benefits that the state has promised to beneficiaries, and shall not take any action to further a social, political, or ideological interest. And that's clearly stated in that policy. It's a long-standing policy for us. And that policy also informs, on page 5 of our presentation, how we execute that in a proxy voting environment as well. We know those votes, those shareholders' votes that we take have an economic value, and that we are obligated to vote those in the fiduciary interest of the state and our beneficiaries and members and retirees. And our policy there speaks to only taking into interest economic value and only looking at economic best interest of the trust. Again, longstanding policy for our board and for us. We were obviously, like many folks, caught flat-footed a number of years ago when there were some dynamic changes in the proxy voting world. Thanks to the leadership of you and your committee, we have taken substantial efforts to strengthen our program around how we execute our proxy voting to be consistent with that longstanding policy, but more earnestly and actively administering that program. And I'll let Mr. Veal sort of talk about what we've done recently in that area.
Thank you, Porter. So, yes, I'm David Veal, Chief Investment Officer of ERS. And on page 6, you'll see that there's a long list of things that we took advantage of to initiate this comprehensive review of our program. So first of all, we created an investment stewardship committee to oversee the program and support me in my role as Chief Investment Officer. We updated our proxy voting guidelines. One of the things that makes ERS different from some of our peers is we have a custom set of guidelines. We don't take an off-the-shelf benchmark policy from ISS. We also clarified our guidance on non-financial items to make it exceptionally clear that we support management recommendations in most cases. We also established an ongoing monitoring process and formalized an annual review process for those proxy voting guidelines. And as part of this, we also pulled all of our proxy voting in-house from investment managers. So today we vote all proxies in-house. No external advisors vote proxies for us. So on page 7, summarizes the proxy voting program at ERS. As Brian pointed out, we vote thousands and thousands of these every year, 23,000 at ERS. Across 53 countries. 97% of those are voted automatically according to those guidelines, but that leaves a significant number that come to us as staff for evaluation. And as we do that, you'll see the results of those efforts on page 8. 96% of our proxy votes are on management proposals on routine business matters, so largely uneventful. But 4% of those are on shareholder proposals, and those are the ones that tend to get, I think, a lot of attention. And what I would note for you see the statistics in the table, but I think what's most important to point out is that we voted 100% with management on environmental and social proposals, which is again in keeping with that proxy voting policy that specifies that we will vote in financial factors only. So on page 9, just to reiterate, we are committed to a best-in-class program. We act as fiduciaries only in the best interest of the program. We have ongoing oversight of the program by a stewardship committee and myself as chief investment officer. We engage with peers and industry organizations to ensure that we remain on the cutting edge. And we have very strong monitoring processes and procedures to make sure that we execute those votes consistently. So that concludes my remarks. Oh, one more, page 10. We also would point out that as it relates to Senate Bill 13, we are fully compliant with the provisions of that statute, and we have no direct holdings of any company listed on the comptroller's list as of August 2024. So that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Guthrie, I had a question. Thank you for your overview of the system, and I wondered if you could just remind all of us about an important point with TRS, which is highlighted on the second slide. Approximately 96% of public educators do not earn Social Security. So 4%, approximately 4% do, 96% don't. Could you just elaborate on why it is structured that way, and what's the difference in those employees who collect Social Security as opposed to cannot?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. And it is a very important distinction and sort of unique with our system compared to ERS in particular in Texas, but not necessarily unique for southern states in general. Many southern states also are in a situation where either their teachers or their municipal employees are not participating in Social Security. That dates back to, it predates me, and I think it predates all of us. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, districts were allowed the option to opt out of Social Security, and many did. What that essentially means, however, for a career teacher is that when they retire, the only retirement they have available to them is what they have with us. What it also means, and this is somewhat lesser known, although we do endeavor to educate our members about this, is if they have a spouse who participated in Social Security and who predeceases them in retirement, they are not eligible then necessarily for their Social Security benefits. They are capped with, and it's a vagary of federal law, but their annuity that they receive from us is reduced dollar for dollar for the amount that they might receive from Social Security as a result of that. That is something that needs to be changed at the federal level, and I know that there are many folks working on that, many Texas representatives who have tried to introduce legislation to do that. That, of course, comes with a significant cost, and it would be very difficult. But the bottom line for our members is the only retirement benefit that they have to rely on in the vast majority of cases, except for folks that perhaps worked in Austin ISD or San Antonio, a couple of other ISDs around the state, is our retirement. They do not get Social Security.
Mm-hmm. And so that's a decision that's not made by the employee. It's made at the district level.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So almost all districts have opted in to the TRS system as opposed to not.
Yeah, all of them are in the TRS system regardless.
Okay.
So even those who participate in Social Security are still members of TRS as well. What those districts have chosen not to participate in is the Social Security program itself.
Okay.
And so they are not paying the payroll tax associated with that to the federal government, and then having their employees make a contribution as well.
Okay. Well, and of course this is really important because we want to take care of our teachers. I'm a retired teacher, I guess, myself, when I think about it. I've got 2 daughters that are teachers, and it's so important that we're taking care of them. We passed a COLA in the last session, a cost of living adjustment last session for our retired teachers. And so this is very important, I know, to all of us to make sure that we're doing best and doing what's right by our teachers. So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Of course, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just kind of to follow up on that, our state employees are paying their Social Security and their TRS. 7.65 federal Social Security plus, is it 10%?
State, it differs now, but the majority of employees are paying 9.5%. Those are who are in the Group 4 that is our new program from a couple of years ago are paying 6% if they're in Group 4.
So I'd just say it, if you can hang on as a state employee, you've got a really sweet ending coming because you've got both Social Security and others. The federal problem is people had worked outside of TRS. Sometimes are kind of not going to get a whole lot coming through the Social Security system before they elected in. But if the districts were to elect, the districts would incur 7.65 because they pick up Medicare in that. Mm-hmm. Plus, they would incur 7.65 at the state. So it's pay me now, pay me later kind of deal. But it is a cost to the districts. And, arguably, I wish all employees had the dual benefit because they perform differently in different politics, right? Mm-hmm. Both are going to be there politically, I think, but it's contrary to the narrative. But, how they get funded and when they get funded and what they grow is definitely up for grabs. But those that can hang on in the ERS side are going to be okay. I think they've kind of got a 20% pension fund out there growing for them. Just specifically, just to all you guys, I know we do outsource and I know we do in-house. What's your percentage of those guys that are in-house and outsourced? But just on TRS first is fine.
Sure. So we've changed that distribution over time, that ratio. But I would say right now we are essentially 40% internally managed and 60% outsourced.
And I'm not making a statement of judgment, good or bad or indifferent. I'm just that does vary. I think one time it's 50-50.
It's 50-50. Yeah.
Pretty close to that. And yours?
So at the trust level, we're 50-50 internal versus external, and within public equities, we're 90%.
And so here's the question. It looks like from both of your governance documents, the board sets the policy, delegates the responsibility to the investment folks to go do it. Who's the final decision point, and I assume it's the investment, of which fund manager they went with? They had competing fund managers, hedge funds, and I assume the vetting, we had a previous panel in here, it's these corporate sales pitches, off-premise, rah-rah sessions that get these fired up about going and buy this fund and things. So those guys come back and they're all fired up, and your investment people are talking to those people. So who ultimately decides what fund you're buying in, what investor fund? Where's the buck stop?
Yeah.
David, you want to talk?
Oh, certainly. Well, so for ERS, we have what's called an asset class investment committee that makes the final decision. There are 4 senior decision makers that will weigh in on any proposal to invest, and we run about 40 of those meetings a year.
Yeah, and the same, we have an investment management committee. We have about 12 members on that committee that have a vote. There is a significant amount of due diligence that goes into every investment prior to it coming to that committee for final decision. Also, most notably, I participate in those meetings. I don't vote for or against an investment, but I can veto an investment.
And that's good to know. I was going to ask if you guys are directly correlated, because as good as policies are and as well intended as they are, if you get a rogue, sometimes people just go rogue. I mean, so you feel confident you have the systems in place to stay on task with where the board wants you to be, as well as where your investment firm. It's always to both you guys' credits. Y'all have got a good team. It seems like you always perform better. Are at least equal to what's going on in the market. So I'm not making an indictment that you got to change something, but just you feel confident you could keep an investment advisor from going rogue.
Yes, sir. We routinely fire managers all the time.
Okay, good to know.
The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For both ERS and TRS, how did SB 13 impact you for better and for worse?
So I guess I'll start. Thank you, Madam Senator, for that question. I would say that we have had no real impact with Senate Bill 13. We have divested as we've been asked to do so, but we've always been able to find an alternative investment with the same or better return. And so from a fund perspective, the fund has not been positively or negatively impacted by the legislation.
That's surprising. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing as it relates to performance. We've been able to find, other good investments to be had, but on the other front as well, it's nice that, we don't have to make those decisions about which companies they are. There's a list. It's articulated by the comptroller. We can take that list and it, eliminates the sort of the guesswork on our part of who has, who's met the threshold or not. The comptroller articulates the list. There are other lists as well beyond Senate Bill 13, and so it makes it very easy to implement from our perspective in that we get the list and we can run it against our system.
So no major hardships?
No.
Good. That's excellent. How did you change your proxy voting system because of SB 13?
So I'll start. I think that Senate Bill 13 didn't really impact the direction we were headed with proxy voting. As I mentioned, we had started seeing this trend in the marketplace back in 2022, and we're troubled by the direction it was headed. And so we started engaging with ISS to make the changes we needed. Once, as I said before, it became very clear that Texas was taking a leadership role in this and that we were very serious about this fiduciary standard. ISS engaged with us, came up with a new policy, which has been working for us since. We had always been sort of running herd over ISS. We do have an internal committee that provides oversight to them. We can't check all 60,000 votes, of course, but we do our best to make sure that they are voting in alignment with our standards and what our expectations are. That has continued since Senate Bill 13, and we believe we're in a good place now. We have not had to veto or change any recommendation that ISS's new policy has required, but they do often bring things to us and make sure that they are voting in accordance with what our expectations are.
Thank you.
I would tend to agree. For ERS, our policy has remained the same for a decade, but the implementation of that has changed along the same lines of what Brian articulated. One key statistic I think I would provide you is that we've tripled the number of items that we review manually, so the refers that we get. So we're paying more careful attention to a bigger number of items just to make sure those are being voted consistent with our policy.
Does your system or your process allow you to override the recommendation or advice of your proxy advisor?
It does.
Yes.
How often does that happen and why?
So it has not happened recently in the past year. We have not had to exercise that. It happened quite frequently in 2022 and in 2023 until we were able to get this new policy in place.
Thank you.
Well, so when it comes to, for example, shareholder proposals, we vote those with management. So oftentimes we find ourselves overriding the votes, the recommendation of the proxy voting advisor routinely. So that happens a fair amount. And we've seen some high-profile cases. So, for example, the Tesla management compensation matter that came this year. ISS had one recommendation. We saw things a different way. So did 80% of shareholders. So we have a very independent view of ISS when it comes to significant items like that.
Thank you. Here's the softball. Is there a question you prepared for that hasn't been asked?
Nothing comes to mind, Madam Chair.
No, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for getting those good returns for the folks that are counting on you, counting on us, and navigating all these things. I want to ask you each about a couple of things you shared. We talked about some shares that are held by investment managers versus shares that are held directly by the fund. Is that a fair distinction? Mm-hmm. Let's start with TRS. And so the funds that are held, the shares that we own directly, that our fund owns directly, obviously you have voting rights on those and you're working with ISS. We're going to talk about that. Then we also talked about those shares that are held by investment managers. So we've given X dollars to invest to Wall Street firm to invest. One of the reforms we've seen in recent years is those investment firms are now, some of them are now letting us vote those shares. Historically, you correct me if I'm wrong, but historically, when you give your money, whether you're TRS or you're John Smith and his 401k, when you give your money to an investment firm, they buy the shares and they vote the shares. It's been that way historically, I guess, right?
Historically, yes.
Okay, so today, are there some of our, I think you addressed this, I want to make sure, and I want to ask you as well. Today, do we have investment firms who invest our money, but let us, TRS, make the decisions on voting the shares?
All of the managers that we use currently allow us to vote our own shares.
They all do. And has that been in the last couple of years? That's changed? Tell us about that.
So that has been a change in the marketplace, particularly in the last couple of years. In late 2023, many of the large asset managers started providing what they call voting choice. And we were one of the ones behind the scenes pushing for that, as were other large institutional investors. And so they have allowed that to happen. And since then, all the managers that we employ have allowed us to do the same thing.
So TRS does not have any funds with managers who are voting our shares on our behalf. The managers are not voting any of our shares.
We are voting all of our own shares.
Whether we hold them directly or via a manager.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now, for those votes, we're doing those still through ISS.
Yes.
Okay. You told us how they have worked with us on developing a new system, a new benchmark. And benchmark is the term that we picked up from them. Benchmark is historically their default policy, right? If you tell ISS, I want you to vote my shares, and you don't give them specific instructions, they go with their benchmark. Is that the way it's been historically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what has changed? What has changed recently to keep us from getting those votes that are bad for Texas economy, bad for Texas retirees?
So starting in March of 2023, they adopted or offered a new proxy voting system that they call the Global Borderline Policy, which we would refer to as a strict fiduciary standard, in which you are voting just in the pure economic interest of the shares that you're voting for, whatever business that might be for. And so once they started offering that product, we immediately took it, and we've been using it since then.
I want to divert briefly on that. We talked about the fiduciary standard. Now, it's our understanding that it's well accepted that an investment manager, someone you give your money to invest, they owe you, the investor, a fiduciary duty. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's legal. It's been around a long time. Some of them don't act like they understand it sometimes, but that's pretty well settled, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's talk about the proxy advising firms. Now we believe they have a moral obligation and they're a contractual obligation to do the same. But is there the same legal duty, as you understand it, for a proxy advisor as there is for an investment manager?
So I cannot speak for Glass Lewis, but I can say with ISS and the contract that we have with them, it specifically states in the contract that they are acting as a fiduciary for us.
So whether that's a matter of securities law, irrespective of that, our contract, TRS contract with ISS, which they have agreed to, says they are acting as a fiduciary.
Yes, sir.
Which means they put our interests ahead of their own.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. That's good. And so, you said a new benchmark starting in March of 2023, after a lot of negotiations, after the discussion we had with ISS at that hearing in Marshall. Mm-hmm. So tell us about the new benchmark that we have. You mentioned you believe it's fiduciary duty, and it's focused where the default is voting with management. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to make sure I understand.
Yes, that is exactly correct, Mr. Chairman. In the vast majority of cases, it is basically voting with management. Now, that's not always the case, but it is because every once in a while there'll be something that comes up that may not be in the economic interest of the entity that that management is voting for. But in the vast majority of cases, it is basically going with management and going with what's going to maximize the returns and the profitability of that entity.
As someone in this field has said, we don't want to be a cheap date for management, but that is a good default position to start with, unless there's a reason to divert from it in the interest of our retirees.
In our experience, what we have found is that management generally is in the same business that we are, which is to make money.
Makes sense. I have a couple more questions about that, but I want to ask you about some specific managers. BlackRock has been discussed a lot. Historically, they were so aggressive in their public statements about pushing companies in a certain direction, and that's changed. BlackRock's behavior has changed in many ways. Their votes, if you look at the votes they cast, they've gotten a whole lot better, and we're thankful for that. I'm going to ask you about a couple of funds, and I don't expect you to memorize every manager you deal with, but do you know if TRS is doing anything with AQR funds?
I do not know off the top of my head, Mr. Chairman, but we'll certainly get that information to you.
Let's follow up. We're also curious about Northern funds. That's okay. It's not a memory test. I just want to get it out there. Also, and by the way, your memory is very good, but you can't memorize every detail of every transaction. It's fine. What about PIMCO funds?
I do believe that we have shares with them, but I do not know the amount or how many. So again, we will get that information to you.
Thank you. I mentioned them because while BlackRock's votes have gotten a whole lot better, those particular firms have some of the worst votes in terms of voting against the financial interest and for a political agenda, and so they really stand out. And so the changes we've made about voting those shares will help to mitigate that, but we still don't know what they're doing in terms of so-called engagement. We don't know what they're doing in terms of going to management before the votes are taken and pushing management in a certain direction. And I would think that the votes they take are somewhat indicative of what they might be doing off the record dealing with management. So I want to follow up with you on that. And, it's fine. You can't memorize everyone. I just wanted to mention those while we're here. Are you satisfied that the system we have in place is preventing votes like we all talked about back in May of 22, just some that were just a real problem from anyone's perspective if we think about Texas and the Texas economy? Are you satisfied that the system and the arrangement you have now with ISS is going to protect our retirees from having those kind of votes taken with their funds?
In the vast majority of cases, I'll say yes. I don't want to say 100% certain because what we have found, and I think that what got us in trouble back in 2022, was the cleverness in which they're wording some of these proposals. And we have to be hyper-vigilant when we're looking at these things. And so we need to continue to do that. So far, since then, we have not had any issues, but I can't guarantee that there won't be something that comes up in the future where we're going to have to go back and say, all right, we need to take a much closer look at this because they're trying to be too clever.
Thank you. I'm going to come back with a couple more, but that's helpful. And I'm curious also on ERS, Mr. Bill. You said that we don't have a benchmark plan that ISS necessarily offers to others, but we have our own deal with them, our own arrangement with them. Tell us when that changed. It wasn't there in 2022, or if it was, we need to do something differently. Tell us when that changed and what that looks like.
Well, so since the proxy voting policy that we have in place today has been in place since 2011, and we have always voted our own custom guidelines with ISS. So it's been in place for a dozen years now. So what we did in 2022 was we went and revamped those guidelines entirely and just said, hey, we want to start over. And because, given the change in the proxy voting environment, we thought it was prudent to just take a blank sheet of paper, start over with those, and give them more specific guidance.
You made me nervous when you said we'd had this in place since 2011, but 2022 sounds a lot better. Go ahead.
Right, exactly. So we just new document that time, just revamped those. They were good, but we made them better. And so that's what happened in 2022. We made those guidelines better. We've continued to iterate on those, and we think that they're best in class at this point. So we think, and we do compare those to the global borderline policy, and we think it's as good or perhaps better than that policy.
There's you remember in 2022 some of the votes we discussed
quite well
in the Senate chamber. That was in May before we went to Marshall. But what we learned at that hearing certainly helped us know what questions to ask. Are you confident that with the changes you put in place, that we're not voting shares that belong to your retirees against Texas economy, against Texas jobs, against Texas values?
Yes, sir.
You can attest that to us.
Yes, sir.
Very good. I want to ask you both something, Ed. Many times when you have someone like me who has very limited knowledge of a topic, may not always ask the right questions. So we've been talking about stocks, about equities. Am I using the right term? Shares and stocks. And we've been talking about managers who deal with shares and stocks. What about general partners? What about other investments other than equities? All right, so let's lay aside for a moment stocks and those. Let's go back first to TRS. Let's talk about general partners, investments like that, and all investments other than stocks. Mm-hmm. Tell us how that's handled. Tell us about the managers. Walk through that process with us.
So generally, those managers are going to be dealing in areas like private equity or real estate. That has become a significant growth area for us over the last 15 years. Since about 2008 when we started moving into that sector. We hold those managers to the same standards we do any other manager that we utilize. We engage with them, we do due diligence before deciding to invest in them. And typically when you invest with one of these GPs, you're investing in a fund that has a specific goal or objective, and we make sure that those goals or objectives are consistent with our values and with what Texas expects from us and our fiduciary standards. We look at profitability, and we continue to exercise that as we go through the life of the investment. Typically, these investments are longer-term investments. We're not trading them on a daily basis. Typically, you make an investment and you hold it for a number of years waiting for that return to be realized. And in many cases, they return double-digit returns, and that's why they're such an attractive space. Not so much now, but they certainly were when they were first became available to us in the early 2000s. And so no difference really in the terms of how we manage them or work with them in terms of the equities or the public side where we're just trading stock and trading ownership in a company. We hold those managers to the highest standard.
If we're looking at our entire investment portfolio, percentage-wise and dollar-wise, what do we have in stocks, equities? What do we have as general partners? What does the whole picture look like? That's probably in the materials, but help us understand it.
Yeah. So, if you, in fact, I'll point you to the chart that's in your appendix, which shows our asset allocation. So I'm making sure I get you to the correct page. It's on page 13, and so you can see that about 57% of our fund is held in these global public equities, what you would consider the stock market, essentially, be that at the U.S. or internationally. We really, in terms of the private equity and the other holdings we have, are on the tail ends there. So about 40% of our holdings are in either a stable value fund or in a real return fund that could be characterized as these more private investments.
I'm gonna ask you now about investment managers, and when I use the term investment managers, I'm going to include the folks we work with that you just described, these general partners. Is that fair? Mm-hmm. So for this question, with regard to all those advisors, partners, investment managers, do we contract with managers who are members of Net Zero Asset Managers, Glasgow, GFANS, and all those groups where they have pledged to use all assets under management to push an agenda that is not consistent with the Texas economy?
So we do have, full disclosure, an existing contract with BlackRock in which they are managing some assets for us in the on the private side. And I believe, as was stated earlier, they are no longer part of those organizations here in the States, but internationally they are.
Anybody else that you know of? And again, we can follow up. I don't expect you to memorize everything, but anybody else that you can think of?
That's the highest profile one that I can think of.
Can we follow up on that?
Yes.
And I hadn't asked you before. It's okay, but we do need that information, though.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And so I'll try to take those questions in the same order with regard to employee retirement system. We talked about our discussion before. We were talking about equities, about shares, right? So other than that, for the moment, what about general partners? What about investments like we were just discussing with Mr. Guthrie?
Yeah, so in round numbers, we're about 35% invested in limited partnerships. So compared to 40% for teachers, so not that different in terms of that.
And what do we call the people that help us with those? Are they also considered managers? What do we call them? I mean a nice term, but how do we describe them?
So managers are general partners. The terms we'll use.
General partners. Okay. For those general partners, let's talk about those same questions we ask about the investment managers. The general partners. What are our guidelines for deciding who to use? What are our factors? Would it be the same as for investment managers?
Yes, so it's very similar to the process for selecting investment managers. There is this asset class investment committee process that we talked about, where it goes through a strict review from 4 senior folks at the ERS, and and when you think about the limited partnership agreements that we enter into, there is always a fiduciary standard in those. So we take that very seriously. We ask about ESG and their prioritization of those factors versus their fiduciary duty. So it's a question that's front and center for us.
Oh, thank you, sir. To make sure I'm clear, those contracts which require fiduciary duty, those contracts actually speak to ESG and to how, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the contracts actually speak to ESG and how we want you to maximize returns, not do ESG. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Tell us about that. I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
Well, so to my recollection, so when you think about a contract, it will say that the manager will agree to a fiduciary duty standard to ERS, and so it's typically silent on ESG, but it's sort of implied that fiduciary duty means no ESG. So I think that's the way we think about it.
And I'm going to ask you now about those partners and our investment managers, all the folks who are handling money for us outside of our employees. Do we use any firms, managers, banks that are members of groups like, including but not limited to GFANS, Net Zero Asset Managers, Climate Action 100? Tell us about that. And to be clear, as was discussed before, we're interested because these are those firms who have agreed publicly to use all assets under management to push this agenda, which is bad for Texas jobs and bad for the Texas economy. Do we have any outside partners, advisors, fund managers, folks handling money for us who are members of those organizations?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but I would like to go back and just run that analysis one more time for you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then also with regard to those specific funds, will you take a look for us and see what we have with AQR funds, also with Northern funds, and with PIMCO funds. And just from a voting standpoint, while BlackRock has gotten a lot better, the numbers we have show these folks are off the charts in terms of voting. Politics, bad for Texas energy, bad for Texas jobs. So that's important to us.
I can tell you now we don't do business with any of those three.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Yeah, real quick. So a couple of things coming through that. First of all, I guess there's a definition of manager in the contract somewhere. And under that definition, does it include member, general partner, PTP, publicly traded partner, equity, stockholder, traditional things that we would equate with? Because every day there's a new entity structure that you can do business somewhere in the country. So is that what a contract would do, so that there's no misunderstanding as to who is the manager by sheer legal context. Wiggle room. Attorneys are known for wiggle room.
Right.
It's what they get paid to do.
Well, so typically in this context, we talk about a partnership agreement. So there's a general partner and a limited partner, and they very typically these are long documents that lay out exactly who does what.
That's their operating agreement.
Exactly. Well, it binds both partners in terms of what they can and can't do. And limited partners are limited partners because they are limited in their involvement of the operation of the business, right? So that's
Well, that's a good point. I guess I want to make sure I'm clear personally. I have a limited partnership. I got a general that takes the liability hit. Usually it's a small percentage of the total deal.
Sure.
And then there's limited people that give money to go to achieve that goal. Is the state, TRS or ERS considered a limited partner or really?
We generally characterize ourselves as a limited partner in most of our arrangements.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess
we have some direct investments where we are considered the GP, but those are our limited.
Well, I hadn't even thought about it from that angle. I thought you'd have a group of investment over here, a GP and a limited partnership doing real estate, and you would effectively, I guess that would make you a limited. Yeah. Well, that gets kind of a strange dynamic there, so contractually. The other thing is you just said something, and I guess maybe it's you got the investment policy that's pretty clear, and the one with proxy don't do ESG, but when you say implied or implicit, what would be the reason you would not implicitly state no ESG?
Well, I think part of the problem with ESG is it's like nailing Jello to the wall. As was mentioned in one of the earlier sessions, ESG factors. If you talk to one manager or MSCI or ISS, they'll give you a complete.
And I think I missed that hearing. I really did. I'm sorry for that. So. Trying to catch up a little bit, but
so I think that's part of it. Is that there are different definitions depending on who you talk to. Is that what ESG even is?
Okay, I can appreciate that.
Yeah, let me follow up with that. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate what you're saying, but with regard to the asset managers, we do try to address it. If I'm reading the document correctly, overall objective from page 4, slide 4, overall objective of the investment program of VRS is to invest prudently in securities at a reasonable and predictable cost, deliver performance that supports the current and future provisions of earned benefits for members, retirees, and beneficiaries of the trust funds managed by the system. And then it says, system assets shall not be used to take any action with a purpose of furthering social, political, or ideological, if you prefer, interests. Is that language in the agreements with our partners on those deals like real estate?
I don't know it off the top of my head, sir.
It probably ought to be, shouldn't it?
Presumably.
Don't you think? I don't want to be difficult. I believe it should be. Do you agree?
I think our agreements, whether or not those words are in there, we very much believe that the language that are included in our contracts certainly have to include that in its interpretation. We'll look at our contracts.
Will you share that language with us? Not right now, but will you follow up with us on that?
Sir.
I'm going to forget, but there's real smart people that won't. Y'all are smart too, so make sure and get that to us, okay? Ms. Guthrie, same thing?
Yes, I would answer the same way. I mean, I can't guarantee that language is in the contracts, but it's certainly implied in the language. And we have a team of attorneys that works on every investment deal to make sure that our interests and our objectives are protected in those arrangements. So.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that was it.
Whether that language is currently in the contracts, can you think of any reason why we would not include language like that in those contracts going forward?
I think the only reason would be to pick up on what David said, is that if you start using terms like ESG specifically, that could mean so many different things to so many different people. We'd have to very carefully define it. And you know how attorneys can be in terms of being very specific and trying to, and so it could get difficult in that sense.
But to the go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. To the extent we have language to that end in our agreements with managers, wouldn't we also have language to that end in our agreements with partners on the other?
Of course, and we try to express that with the fiduciary standards that we hold ourselves to.
Will you pull that language for us?
Yes, sir.
As well, and can we all agree that we'll take a look at this, and we'll see you again during session. Well, we'll see you before then, but we'll see you formally during session.
Yes, sir.
And we'll want to know if that's in those, if language that's acceptable is in those contracts going forward.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Sure.
Senator Perry.
I was just reminded I did not serve under your privilege back in 22, so I was on the committee. So I was like, this is not really registering. I knew about the subject matter in a global, so that's why I was like, man, I must have missed this one, but I wasn't here. I'm picking up on what you're saying, and it is concerning a little bit. Not anything wrong. The more prescriptive we can get, the possibility of more wiggle room we create. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's fair.
And so, Mr. Chairman, as much as just common sense contract law that I've unfortunately dealt with for 40 some odd years, prescriptive was really cool. But in legislature and statutes, I've found that agencies can use that against us. I would assume people outside in that world. So as we go down that path, maybe there's a balance to strike where I think clarity, but not leave some wiggle room there where they can say, but you didn't, you didn't say it this way, so we're on the hook. I can appreciate both sides now. It's good information.
I can too, and I can. And I would only state that given that there are terms like that in contracts with fund managers, if we can figure out how to do it there, then we can figure. You're right. We have to get it right. You're so right. You're so right. We need to do it for anybody who's handling money on behalf of the taxpayers. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay, so thank y'all. Thank you very. I don't have anything else, senators. Any other questions? Thank you. And hey, listen, thanks for what you're doing to maximize those returns. And a lot is asked of you, and thank you for doing it. And those retirees, people in Texas appreciate it. Those retirees appreciate it. And thank you for your important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's an easier process than work group in finance. This is a better conversation. It's good.
The chair now calls Mike Reisig, Richard Hall, Robert Borden. Mr. Reisig, do you want Whitney up there with you, or is that going to be, or just?
He's close at hand.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. So that is Mr. Reisig, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Borden. We got nameplates for you. We knew you were coming, and so we're gonna get those ready.
That's me.
That's probably the most high-pressure job here today. Thank you for handling that. I mean it. Thank you very much. Welcome, each of you. We'll begin over here. Ms. Hall, introduce yourself and tell us who you represent. Give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Rich Hall, and I'm the President, CEO, and Chief Investment Officer of UTIMCO, which is the University of Texas, Texas A&M Investment Management Company. I joined UTIMCO as Deputy Chief Investment Officer in 2018 and became CEO last year. Your committee requested that I provide an update on recent actions UTIMCO has taken in regard to proxy voting. I'll start with the key point of my testimony. UTIMCO understands the importance of this issue. We treat it seriously. We've been adapting our policies to ensure that our votes are cast appropriately, and we are evaluating further measures to strengthen our proxy voting compliance. To support that statement, I'll cover two topics. First, the proxy instructions contained in the investment policy statements that are provided and set by the Board of Regents. And second, how UTIMCO's proxy voting process has evolved in response to an increasing number of shareholder initiatives in the last 3 years. UTIMCO's investment policy is set by the UT System Board of Regents, and it is very clear. UTIMCO should vote proxies in a manner consistent with the unique role and mission of higher education, as well as for the economic benefit of the endowment. UTIMCO shall not invest the endowment so as to achieve temporal benefits of any purpose, including use of its economic power to advance social or political purposes. The vast majority of investments overseen by UTIMCO are managed by third-party firms. Historically, UTIMCO has delegated our proxy voting authority to these firms, subject to guidelines we provide to them in the form of our proxy voting policy. The proxy voting policy has always maintained the primacy of enhancing and maximizing shareholder value. This has historically been an efficient and effective process that has achieved the intended outcomes with votes cast on our behalf. However, in the last several years, we have seen an increasing number of shareholder initiatives seeking to use the proxy voting process to achieve social or political outcomes rather than economic outcomes that enhance shareholder value. This was enabled by regulatory changes made by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in late 2021. As UTIMCO became aware of an increasing number of ESG shareholder-driven initiatives, we launched a process to review and tighten our proxy voting policy. We first revised our policy guidelines in 2023. At the same time, we also began evaluating newly developed proxy voting frameworks that provide tailored analysis to better align voting recommendations with the specific requirements of institutions like UTIMCO. This culminated with our most recent policy revision, in which we specified the use of governance-focused or board-aligned voting frameworks. These frameworks were developed by the nation's largest proxy advisory service companies, in part to address shareholder-proposed ESG initiatives. They are commonly referred to as Red State Guidelines and recommend or recognize that company management and boards of directors are best positioned to determine what is most likely to increase the value of a company. They generally require that shareholders vote in accordance with management's recommendations, especially on ESG initiatives. For the past several months, UTIMCO has been communicating and implementing the Red State Guidelines with all third-party investment managers so that they will be effective prior to future proxy votes. We've made it clear that any manager who does not agree to vote UTIMCO shares in accordance with these guidelines will lose the authority to vote UTIMCO shares. But we aren't stopping there. UTIMCO is working on one additional step to further improve our proxy voting procedure. We're reviewing an approach that would pull proxy voting from our pull back proxy voting from our third-party managers altogether. If we move forward with this, we would engage one of the nation's leading proxy advisory services to serve as an administrator who would assist UTIMCO with processing proxy votes in accordance with a board-aligned framework, and we would target implementation by the beginning of the next proxy season in 2025. This solution has the potential to be efficient, cost-effective, better controlled, and more accountable to the UT System Board of Regents. The committee also asked that I address a recent report regarding UTIMCO's proxy votes. In a review of approximately 45,000 votes over the last 2 years, 99.7% of those votes were cast in accordance with our policy. However, there were 159 votes, or 0.3%, that were in support of shareholder initiatives that did not align with our policy. I'm not happy with those votes, and UTIMCO will do better. I believe the changes we have been making will address these issues, in particular the selection of the board-aligned voting guidelines, which, based on actual recent votes and reports of them, show strong alignment with UTIMCO's focus on increasing shareholder value, and by doing so, growing the financial resources of UT and A&M. I want to conclude by reinforcing that the legal obligations that UTIMCO has to the UT System Board of Regents will always, and that under those, UTIMCO will always abide by the instructions we receive from the Board of Regents and strive to be exceptional stewards of the financial resources for the two incredible university systems we have the privilege to serve. Thank you for allowing me to share this information with you, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Thank you. We'll have questions after we get through all the witnesses. We'll probably wait till then. Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Riley, welcome. You got that mic good and close. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Mike Reisig. I'm the CEO of the Texas Treasury Safekeeping Trust Company, and I will be speaking from this PowerPoint. And my testimony might be subtly different from my fellow members up here because we, as you know, we do the list, the Senate Bill 13 list. So my comments are going to concentrate mostly on how we do the list. So we're the Texas Treasury Safekeeping Trust Company. It was created in 2001 as a special purpose entity. I'm on slide 2 now. To invest funds on behalf of the state in various local subdivisions. The controller, Glenn Hager, is the sole officer shareholder of the trust company, and we currently manage $166 billion in assets across multiple pools of capital. I don't spend much time at all on slide 3. That's just to show you on a pie chart the relative size of our pools of capital where we invest. It's mostly the $80+ billion treasury pool, but we also have significant money in the new Texas University Fund that was created last session, and the TSTIF, which is a portion of the Texas Economic Stabilization Fund that we invest. And you can see those laid out there. On slide 4, I'll just start out by saying that the list that we do for Senate Bill 13 is just one of a number of lists that we do. We do the boycott energy companies from Senate Bill 13, but we also, going back, we do a list of companies that boycott Israel, also a list of foreign terrorist organizations, companies with ties to foreign terrorist organizations, scrutinized businesses with operations in Iran and also in Sudan. So those are the various divestment lists that we do. This is just one of them, but I'm here today to talk about the Senate Bill 13 divestment list. So going on to slide 5, the Senate Bill 13 basically had 2 parts. It had a divestment list and it had a contracting provision. I'm going to talk about the divestment list, but there is also provision contracts, and I'll just read that to you first, just at the bottom of that slide. State agencies may not enter into a contract unless it includes language to ensure providers the goods and services are not boycotting and will not boycott energy companies during the term of the contract. And I'll mention as an aside that we apply those provisions to our investment managers. When we enter into an agreement with an investment manager, we make them sign that same representation as though it were a contract for goods and services, just as a sidebar. Now, looking at Senate Bill 13 list, it starts out with really the statutory definition of boycott energy companies. And we've talked about this a little bit before. Some of the previous panelists that you've had on this charge have mentioned that it's not the dictionary definition. The statutory definition is very specific, and it means that without an ordinary business purpose, refusing to deal with or terminating business activities with or otherwise taking any action that is intended to penalize, inflict economic harm, or limit commercial relations with a company because. I'm sorry to read all that, but it's important because that's the definition of statutory definition of boycott energy. And that's how we answer questions like, why is this company on the list when they've invested so much in oil and gas in Texas? Well, it's not the dictionary definition, it's this definition. And those two are not incompatible, as I think you well know, but I'm going to reiterate that anyway. In the companies we're talking about, A, won't read it, basically engages in oil and gas. B, does business with a company that engages in the oil and gas industry. So that kind of tees up how we do the list just by starting out with that definition. So if we go to slide 6, and we start talking about our methodology, first of all, for us, we want to use a methodology that is predictable, transparent, and repeatable. You know, I've worked for the agency for decades, and I spent many years collecting tax. Not very popular, but one thing taxpayers don't like is they don't like unpredictability. They don't like paying tax, obviously, for good reason, but they don't like it when things change. So our goal in doing this list is to come up with a list that's predictable. If you're on the list, you should know how you got on the list. If you know how you got on, you'll probably figure out how you can get off. And so we're not defensive about saying how we did the list. And we're happy to answer questions regarding it's not a perfect methodology because no perfect methodology is. So we look at, okay, who are we looking at? We're looking at financial companies, and specifically financial companies being financial services, banking, and investment companies. We included Annex 1, which are these companies, and that is the list that most people think of. But we also have an Annex 2, which is far longer, which are investment companies that are represented as mutual funds and exchange-traded funds. So it's the list that everybody thinks of. It's 16 companies right now. Then there's a follow-up list that has about 350 funds on it. So turning to slide 7, if I can turn this, here we go, slide 7. So we start out with a pre-verification, and the pre-verification stage, and this is exactly the nuts and bolts of how we do this. The pre-verification stage is all done in-house. It's basically a funnel. You start out with every company out there, and they go through this funnel. Anyone who drops out of this funnel gets a letter from us. Then it's not just in-house. We're now actually asking somebody questions of how they get that they need to answer to potentially stay off the list. So what we do is we start with all companies, and then we sort them. We look at the Global Information Classification System, or GICS, Bloomberg Industrial Classification, BICS, and that takes all the companies and narrows it down to about 3,000 companies at that point. So now we take those 3,000 companies, we go to the next step, and you say, okay, how many of these guys are now on both the Climate Action 100 and the Net Zero Banking Alliance, Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative? That step alone takes the group from 3,000 in our last go-around to 88. So that winnows it way down. So you're in this industry, you're on these two lists, you're on these two initiatives. Then we look at MSCI ESG rating services. And this is a little bit more complex. We look at a variety of measures on there. But in sum, when we're looking at the ESG rating services information, in a nutshell, what we're looking for are indications of doing things for no ordinary business purpose. That's kind of what we're looking. When we look at the ESG measures in these indices, when we look at all of the things in there, board actions, whatever else they've got in this information, we're looking for indicators of no ordinary business purpose or limiting commercial relations with the oil and gas industry. So turning to slide 8, at this point, we now move the process outside. We now have 20 in our current go-around. And the letters are out there right now. There are now 20 letters that have been sent out for Annex 1. So if those 88, that goes down to 20 in this last go-around, and we send the letters out. Now, in the pre-verification stage, you have to hit all of those markers to stay in the mix. Once you get a letter, and you'll see 4 bullet points on this slide, if you check any of these boxes, any one of them, then you'll be on the list. So we send the letter out with additional questions. We ask for policies regarding oil and gas. These are pronouncements, official policies. Some are pretty overt, some are less so, but we ask about that. We ask, do you have at least 10 publicly offered funds that prohibit, restrict, or limit investment energy companies? Now, a reasonable question would be, why 10? Well, there's not much science to that, really, although I can add a little science to it if you'd like. When you look at Annex 2 and you see all the funds out there, the average number of funds that a company will have on Annex 2, if they're on Annex 2, would be 5. But that's the average, and that's driven way up by at least one outlier that has 94. I won't say who. But the median is 2. Typically, so the median 50% higher, 50% lower is 2. And the mode, which just means the most frequently, and the frequent number is 1. So we figured 10. Okay, you're twice the average, you're 5 times the median, then that's probably an indicator. We also look at proxy voting. That's the issue for today. We have several questions in there about how the company handles their proxy vote. Have they ever made a proxy vote specifically for or against a director because of their issues on ESG issues? It's a variety of questions kind of like that, just kind of ferret out their proxy voting tendencies. And then also we just look for aggressive net zero goals. You might say, well, what's an example? An example of an aggressive net zero goal would be, I'm going to be carbon neutral before, say, 2050. And 2050 is what the Paris Protocol Agreement calls for. So if you're ahead of that, then that's an example of an aggressive net zero goal. Exactly. Pretty good. So, and then also, I should add that you'll also end up on the list if you just fail to respond. And I will say, you may wonder, okay, the current list has 16 members. How many got on the list simply by failing to not answer our questions? Well, the answer is 8. And so half of the list is just because they said, I don't think so. And I have to assume that some this may be a marketing for them. This cuts both ways. If you're from Europe, you may want to be on the list. I don't know. So about half of them didn't answer. So turning to slide 9, and we're getting close to the end here. This is just how we do Annex 2. We mail verification letters to 160 investment managers. They report funds back that have ESG considerations, boycotting tendencies, et cetera, in the prospectus or whatever. Most of the 353 funds on Annex 2 are self-reported. Some are not. We do our own research on this. And again, the question, how do you get off? There are companies that have come in and gotten some of their funds off of the list. If they no longer prohibit or restrict, or the fund has been dissolved, we'll have that discussion with them. And we've taken funds off of the list. I'm trying to anticipate questions. And no one's come off of Annex 1. The big list, no one's come off. We've had 6 come on. The first list that we did back in August of 2022 had 10. We now have 16. So we've gained 6, but none have come off. But we have had funds come off of Annex 2. Mm-hmm. And then finally, the last slide, slide 10, just a reminder, the list must be updated annually. It may be updated as frequently as quarterly. We published it on 4 occasions: August of 22, March 23, November of 23, August of 24, and the next list will be out in the first quarter of 2025. As I'd mentioned, we currently have 20 verification requests that have been mailed out. Also, I should point out that we have an extensive list of FAQs that go out with this. I mean, almost everything I've told you is you could probably find in our FAQs. And if you can't find it there, you can come in and talk to us, which is my last bullet. If anyone wants to know, any on the list, we've met with companies on the list, companies not on the list, lawyers, lobbyists, you name it. We take all comers. We'll talk to them. That's my testimony, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. We'll have questions for you in a moment, I'm sure. Thank you very much for walking through that. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Bob Borden. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Investment Officer of Texas Permanent School Fund Corporation. I've been listening to all the testimony this morning and my colleagues, and I'll try to be thoughtful to not cover ground that's been covered already and just add to what's been put on the table. But if I could speak just a couple of moments about the Permanent School Fund. It was formed in 1845 alongside its sister fund, the Permanent University Fund, and its mission is to generate superior risk-adjusted returns that are growing and sustainable for the purposes of funding K through 12 education. We have a secondary charge by the legislature, which is to be the backer of bonds issued by school districts to allow them to get AAA credit ratings. So the money that we generate goes directly into the available school fund, and effectively every dollar that we were able to put in there is a dollar of taxes that don't have to be raised otherwise. And we're a profit center for the state. And we are solely focused on generating the best and sustainable risk-adjusted returns that we can. This organization, while it was formed in 1845, has undergone a sea change in the last year and a half, 2 years, as a result of Senate Bill 1232, which created the Permanent School Fund Corporation with a newly constituted board, and we have spun out from the Texas Education Agency and were merged with assets from the GLO to create this corporation. So I liken it a bit to a 178-year-old, $57 billion startup operation. So in that regard, there's a lot of things that we are clean slating. And my background is 39 years of banking, insurance, pension funds, endowments, both public and private, wealth management, and I'm happy to come home to Texas now. I started December 1st of last year. One of the first things we set about doing is putting in place a new strategic plan for the corporation that was focused on asset allocation and implementation to improve our risk-adjusted returns. This manifested already in a recommendation to increase our distribution to the available school fund, subject to final approval by the Board of Education next month, to a record high $4.8 billion in the coming biennium. We've got plans that we think if we're successful in implementing our strategic plan, we hope to be able to raise that amount of distributions on the order of $500 million, $750 million, $1 billion a year over the next 3 to 5 years. In doing so, much like you've heard from a lot of my colleagues, we're focused on returns. And in that regard, we were able to kind of start with a fresh look at proxy voting. And as we were redeploying assets this year, before I get into the proxy voting mechanics, I would say that we've redeployed over $28 billion of assets so far this year. And then that $28 billion, which is, I think, just a massive undertaking for a fund of this size, it's half of the assets. Over $13 billion was placed with Texas headquartered investment management firms and partners. A total of $19 billion was with Texas headquartered firms or firms that have significant presence in the state of Texas. So now over half of our asset base is Texas centric. And indeed, some of the strategies that we're employing are in being a buyer of fossil fuel power generation from sellers that are using non-economic reasons to divest themselves of said things. So, we see the value in that. The nature of our fund, of course, beneficiaries since 1845, when I think the founding fathers of this state had the prescience to say education is going to be critical for the success of the state, and set aside vast amounts of land for both the permanent school fund and the permanent university fund. And as such, a lot of our largesse originates from oil and gas business. So naturally, we want to be protective of that. What we were able to do in the proxy voting arena, though, was take advantage of a new product that has come online that was created by Boyer Research, which in collaboration with a lot of the leadership in the red states really reviewed the proxy voting guidelines in a very granular fashion. And I'd say, to compare and contrast it with the global board-aligned policy, I believe it's one step more focused and stringent. For instance, we don't tend to vote with management across the board. We focus on management that has been performing well in its industries. And we look at management's history of voting. Generally speaking, most boards and management try to push back against initiatives on ESG, but they also, at times, some of these initiatives are ESG skeptic initiatives in which they push back. And in those cases, we don't vote with the board. Okay. All right. And we focus on their position in the industry and how their long-term stock performance has been within the industry. And for boards that are and companies that are chronically underperforming, we'll vote against management in those instances. We vote for any proxy that is demonstrable in its nature of increasing shareholder value. We vote against any proxy that is driven by ESG initiatives that do not have any clear link to shareholder value. We vote for management that or proxies that are supportive and in pro fossil fuel industries, and we'll vote against management that or proposals that are anti-fossil fuel. This methodology that Boyer came up with, I think, really reflects the values that we want to reflect, that are focused on return generation and rejecting ESG initiatives. It's actually labeled an ESG skeptic policy. And as you've heard before, though, the real fly in the ointment here is when you've got a good policy base, is the administration of this, because there's tens and tens of thousands of proxy votes, and it is an administrative nightmare, and it is a duopoly for a couple of reasons. It's a low margin business. It's high activity, And there's some barriers to entry. Obviously, there's some up and comers that are trying to gain market share. But we were able to have a convergence of time and place of Boyer finalizing their methodology earlier this year at a moment where ISS recognized that it would be a good business decision to offer to clients that wanted this ESG skeptic option and put it on the platform. And we were the first state to do it in April of this year. It has, I think, solved a lot of both policy and administrative issues for us. We reviewed the compliance to this policy in August, vote by vote level, to see that indeed ISS had administered it pursuant to these ESG skeptic guidelines. And out of the tens of thousands of proxy votes, we found only one exception. And we believe that one to be unintentional because it was one of those wording issues where once you went through the word salad of the proxy initiative, it was negative, positive, dispositive, this, and you realize, okay, that seemed like an innocent mistake. So we have a high level of confidence that this expression of our policy and our values is being administered correctly. And with that, I'll conclude and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And also, Mr. Borden, I wish certainly every Texas fund, I believe every fund ought to use those Boyer research guidelines. And in my estimation, based on what I've seen, they're the best. And your experience is certainly encouraging to us. Thank you very much. You made a great point. Voting with management is a helpful default, but it shouldn't be too strong a presumption because management could be resisting good shareholder resolutions to improve the company, to move them away from anti-Texas positions. And so I like what you're doing, and thank you for being involved with those Boyer Research Guidelines. Let me ask you a couple of questions, and then I'll yield to the Dean of the Senate. While I'm here, I'm going to ask a few more questions if you don't mind.
No, please go ahead.
Thank you. You've answered some of my questions. Thank you. I'm going to ask broadly. Equities, but let me back up. I love the fact that you have found a way for the Texas taxpayers to benefit from these companies making bad economic decisions by divesting profitable oil and gas, profitable energy assets. I'm so glad you're buying those up at a fire sale. Please keep it up. That's good for Texas, for our economy, and good for folks relying on your funds. Thank you for doing that. Let me ask about our mix. You've talked about this a little bit. So we understand the history. You talked about proxy voting. Obviously, we're voting some shares. We're voting some shares of stock that we own. What about partnerships? We talked about before. Right. Tell us what that looks like and how big a piece of our portfolio.
So generally speaking, proxy voting is the domain of publicly traded equities.
Yes.
If you're a holder of publicly traded debt, you don't have any voting rights. In private companies, typically what you have is you've got a partner in the form of a general partner. Those companies, because of their nature, typically startup, private, closely held, growing, they don't engage in proxy voting, right? It's a much tighter process. And typically, the general partner, and in some cases even us, in the case of large investments, will have seats on the board of directors of those companies. So you get a lot of visibility day in and day out of how these companies are being managed. And the mandate in all of those is to grow the value of the firm, the enterprise value of the firm, and it is certainly not to diverge from that. And private companies that enjoy a level of insulation from this, activist wave that we've seen in the public space.
They do. We applaud what you're doing on proxy voting. We believe you have found the way to do it that maximizes return for the people relying on you, and directly to them, and also by not harming the Texas economy, but helping the Texas economy in the way you're doing it. Thank you for that. Let me ask about outside investment managers. And you may have addressed this, forgive me if I missed it. Do we have some outside investment managers who handle funds for us?
Yes.
For those outside investment managers, do they vote our shares? Do we vote those shares? Something in between? We've heard both today.
Right.
Tell us about that.
So we have almost exclusive control of our proxy voting. Certainly all of these, the 50% of redeployment this year
Yes.
is commanding that.
Good.
In all of our new separately managed account contracts, that's a requirement, and it's also a requirement that only, principles of increasing shareholder value is allowed in any of the decision-making. There are a couple of pockets, I'd say it's, less than 3% of the legacy portfolios, some in hedge funds or other structures in which historically those rights were given to the underlying managers, and we're either renegotiating them or we're redeeming out of them. So we're 97% there, and the rest of the way we'll either gain control or we will separate ways.
Great. This next question is about those asset managers, about those partners. For all outside individuals and entities that you go to help manage our money, for all of those parties, do we engage with any that are members of Net Zero Asset Managers, Climate Action 100, the GFANs, groups like that have pledged to use all assets for anti-Texas goals?
No.
Very good. Very good. And that's probably going to answer my next question, but if you know, do we have any business dealings with AQR
Nope.
funds?
PIMCO,
Right.
nope. Northern, nope.
No AQR, no Northern, no PIMCO.
Yes, sir.
I could probably go down the list of the ones with the lower percentages, but still really bad percentages, but we can do that later. Thank you very much. I think the Dean's going to have some questions for you, for all of us, and then I'm going to come back. So thank you, and I'll yield to the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First from Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, exactly how did SB 13 impact you, TIMCO?
From a returns perspective, it has not. we do not own any shares of the firms on Annex 1, and we're not invested in any of the funds, and we're not invested in any of the funds on Annex 2.
What about in terms of your proxy voting?
In terms of proxy voting, so we are evolving that, as I talked about earlier. Most of that was external, and we're moving towards having it more internally managed and advised going forward.
Thank you. I noticed that you were listening to testimony very carefully. Did you hear any testimony to which you would like to respond?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Nothing? Okay, thank you. Mr. Reisig, once a company is on your list, how difficult is it for it to get off?
Well, it depends on the company, and it depends on how they're on the list, I would say. I mean, our methodology is very transparent. And so I would say that if you look empirically, none have come off. So you might say, well, it's probably hard to get off. I would say the majority probably haven't made any effort to get off. So I would say, if they talk to us, they'll at least know how to get off. I think it just varies by the company, how easy it is, to tell you the truth.
And in your opinion, are you maintaining the list adequately and timely?
I believe we are. We've updated it every time the statute's required, and even more often than that, so yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Borden, on, let's see, what page is this? Can't read. Page 3 of your written testimony. You say that the Boyer Research Guidelines are designed to focus on, and you have 4 bullets. Your first one is the fundamental principle of maximizing shareholder value. Weren't you doing that already?
Yes.
So has there been any difference there?
No, I think historically what the policies look like were focusing on shareholder value, but there was more of a passive approach on these shareholder activist proposals in terms of abstaining from voting. Mm-hmm. And so our real shift is to make that more of a, vote against or vote for, but don't abstain.
Thank you. What about in terms of your second bullet? supporting management that performs well and voting against low-performing management. Again, weren't you doing that already?
I don't believe so. I don't think that's, typically, you were looking at, supporting management, in this kind of board-aligned, framework that was very common in the industry. And I think we've taken that one step further by, just because the board, seems to be not letting itself be susceptible to activist input, if they're not really delivering the ultimate returns that are competitive within their space, then we're expressing it with a vote against management.
Thank you. Your fourth bullet is voting against initiatives that are anti-oil and gas. Were you voting for initiatives that were anti-oil and gas before?
Not to my knowledge, but I will, and if I find out any different, I'll report back to you. But I think largely we were abstaining from activist proposals rather than being, active in voting for or against.
So what is the major way that SB 13 has impacted your fund?
Well, we're in full compliance with SB 13. It probably encouraged us to take, a closer look at some of our relationships that we have migrated away from for a variety of other reasons. There, as my colleagues have said before, we enjoy a multitude of options. There's, tens of thousands of very good investment management firms and strategies. And to have to work around the list that is provided by the Comptroller's Office, this is a handful of firms, and there's tens of thousands of other options for us that are very viable.
Thank you. This question is for the three of you, beginning with you, Mr. Borden. Are there any recommendations you have for the legislature and for this committee specifically regarding how we could build upon SB 13 and improve it in 2025?
Thank you, Madam. I'll say one thing that comes to mind. I don't know specifically about Senate Bill 13, but the legislation that you introduced last year, refining some of the proxy voting guidelines. All I would say is, because of the administrative item, we think we've got a good mousetrap here with this Boyer standpoint. We are more than happy to collaborate and help work with the committee to address some of the items that, if the committee feels there's some values that aren't being reflected in Boyer, we'd like to stay enmeshed so we can make sure that we're anticipating that, getting those things in place so administratively, we can be in kind of pre-compliance where you might head. So we're more than willing to work in any fashion to brainstorm that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Reisick?
No, I can't really think of anything, but I should say, in full disclosure, that we've developed our methodology off the law as written now, and so to change the law, we would have to adapt our methodology, which of course we could do, and that's not really the driving force behind my answer, but I'll be completely honest, that's part of it. But we're happy to adapt to whatever the legislature wants to do with it.
Thank you. Mr. Hall?
I would say the law, as it was written, was effective in causing the market to move and product development or innovation to happen, and that happened with a number of the large proxy advisory firms where they've introduced things that now they aren't imposing or they're reducing the imposition of a political or a social viewpoint on the voting, and they're giving people like us who have mandates not to advance any social or political cause a choice of a menu of voting options or guidelines that will get us there. I liked my colleague from ERS, David Veal. His suggestion was, this is all very difficult to define, and I think Senator Perry picked up on that. It's like, if you're overly prescriptive, you create loopholes. And I listened to the first testimony this morning around the THC stuff, and it sounds like Senator Perry had a bill where he feels like that actually happened, where he had a bill that was intended for good, and then there were a lot of interpretations that were able to be layered on there that maybe led to some adverse consequences. So I think it's a cautionary tale.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Dean. Mr. Hall, thank you. Back to you with some of the questions that you've heard us discuss with other similarly situated folks. I think you mentioned, if I understood correctly, that there are stocks that we hold that you own directly, the entity. Then there are other stocks that are held by those fund managers. And so as far as the voting goes, for the stocks that you own, that UTIMCO owns, you make those voting decisions with help we're going to talk about. But for those outside managers, for those firms that are investing money for us, did I understand you to say that we're in the process of pulling those voting rights so that you're making those voting decisions? I didn't ask that well, but you know what I'm trying to ask. Go into that for us.
Yes, sir. So
TRS and ERS are doing that. They're voting them all themselves. PSF is real close to that, it sounds like. Tell us your progress on that.
So our investment strategy historically and today is significantly different than theirs. We are 95% or more externally managed. I don't have a group of traders and stock pickers on our staff.
Got it.
So the things that show up on our balance sheet as owned assets are assets custodied at BNY Mellon, where we give somebody agency or authority over those to trade. So, and that is roughly 1/3 of our public equity portfolio that's invested that way. Those managers have, as I described, historically had our guidelines and their own proxy voting policy, and they were responsible for voting those proxies. We are pulling that back. We've enhanced and strengthened the guidelines, specified you must follow the board-aligned guidelines going forward, and we're looking at that further step of replicating what some of the other groups here have done. So that's with respect to the SMAs, separately managed accounts. We are in commingled funds that managers own, or that they custody the shares themselves. They have the authority to vote the shares subject to their proxy voting policies that we review prior to investing. There are some managers, that part of the market may be evolving, where some firms where you have multiple clients in the same, effectively a large institutional mutual fund, are going to be able to allocate back the proxy vote. So we're looking at that. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. So when I don't want to go beyond what you said, but it sounds like where it is an option, you're working on being able to handle those votes in-house with the help of ISS or someone like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the asset mix. We talked about those stocks, and how I understand most of our advisors are outside. Yep. What about partnerships? What other assets? What does our portfolio look like?
So we are, I would say, 48% private partnerships. So, and that's split private equity and real estate and infrastructure funds and natural resources funds that we invest in. Then there are probably 16% in hedge funds. So that's 48% private in the partnerships.
Very good. Now let's talk about the folks who are managing money for us, whether they are in those private partnerships or whether they are asset managers. So for purposes of this question, can we put all those folks kind of in one bucket? Anyone who you are contracting with to help us make those decisions. So far, so good?
Sure.
I know I haven't asked you the question yet. I just want to make sure that's clear. Do we engage with any of those folks who are members of Net Zero Asset Managers, GFANs, Climate Action 100, groups like that, where those firms have pledged to use all assets under management to push an agenda that is not good for Texas?
That is one question I did not prepare for, Senator.
And I should have told you ahead of time. That's okay.
Get that back. We've been more focused on the comptroller's list and making sure we're keeping well apprised of that and inbounds there.
Will you take a look for us and let us know?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's implicated in Senate Bill 1446, which passed this committee and this body last time and almost passed the House, and almost only counts Horseshoes and hand grenades.
That's what my dad used to say.
Mine too. But another session is coming up, so you're going to hear more about this. So do let us know about that, please. And then do you know, and I know you use a lot of outside managers. You can't memorize all of them. Are we doing anything, any relationship with AQR funds?
I think historically UTIMCO has, if we have any dollars left with them, it is de minimis at this point.
Okay, let me ask you the same question about Northern funds. Is UTIMCO investing with Northern funds?
No, sir.
Is UTIMCO investing with PIMCO funds?
Yes, PIMCO, we do invest with PIMCO, but it is all on the fixed income side. So as Mr. Borden noted, equity holders debt holders do not get to vote in proxy matters with respect to governance of a company.
We ask that because their proxy votes are just off the charts in terms of voting anti-Texas, anti-cheap energy, anti-jobs. And so, again, while BlackRock has gotten a whole lot better, those three firms in particular are just consistently exceedingly bad in those votes. And so even I'm glad they're not doing equities for us. It does suggest something about the way they operate and what motivates them. So I wanted to know about those firms. Thank you.
That mandate is mostly a long treasury portfolio.
Good.
U.S. Treasuries. So
good. Very good. Very good. Thank you for that. And then I was going to ask you, you brought up the, as you knew we were going to, that the report that came out looking back over a couple of years of proxy votes, and it sounds like during the time period that we're looking at, you made some big changes during that time. And so I realize some of that is probably unfair if we're taking a snapshot of the way that you used to do things. But let's talk about some of those particular votes. J.P. Morgan, voted some of your shares for that Chevron resolution that was just really bad for the Texas economy, bad for, let me be clear, it wasn't a Chevron resolution. It was a shareholder resolution at the Chevron annual meeting. Aperio Group voted similarly in ExxonMobil. J.P. Morgan again with Raytheon, a defense contractor, and then J.P. Morgan at Travelers Insurance, again, anti-oil and gas, anti-affordable energy. Again, that's you've acknowledged that, and as you noted, the vast majority of votes cast on your behalf were not in this category. But these are nonetheless real votes that have a real effect. And so can you tell us what specifically has been done? I understand you're making some changes to the system, and we thank you for that, and you're good at your job. Can you tell us what specifically is being done to make sure we don't see votes like that again using money that's been entrusted to UTIMCO?
yes, sir. So first of all, I sent a letter directly to every one of our 16 SMA managers and said this can't happen again. I sent an even more strongly worded letter to the 5 firms that we note or that are noted in that report. I've talked to a number of the senior executives from those firms and expressed our displeasure that those votes that they were able to, or they interpreted acting in the interest of shareholder value to include an ability to opine on some things that were ESG related.
Thank you. As you work to bring more of those votes in-house with the help of an advisor, have you looked at the Boyer Research benchmark?
Mr. Borden was a great friend and sent it over to us, so we were not previously aware of it, so we will look at it as we go forward.
Thank you so much. Again, you don't work for me. We all work for the people of Texas. But to the extent that I'm involved in this process, I think that's the best one out there in terms of Texas values, Texas energy, Texas jobs. And we're thankful for what you're doing. And I'll say to Mr. Wilson and Veal and Mr. Guthrie, I hope you'll take a look at that as well. I know we have sort of a custom plan, and I know that that ISS has worked with us to do better. But I hope you'll all look at that Boyer Research plan, because for the concerns that Texas has raised over the last few years, in many ways leading the country, not me, but Texas, in many ways leading the country on this, for all the issues we've raised and the real concerns we've had, that appears to us to be the very best benchmark system that we've seen. And Mr. Isaac, thank you so much. The Dean asked what I was going to ask you about the process of getting off, and so there's a way to do it, and there's a way to get on. There's a way to get off. You mentioned that you hear from firms about this, and you answer questions. So I won't ask who, but do you have firms that are on the list that have said, "Hey, how do we get off? We want to get off"?
Oh, we have. We've had several firms, especially when we first did the list. There were several firms that were, I think, surprised to be on the list and came in and talked to us, and we told them specifically, here's how you're on the list. So yeah, we have had a number of firms that have shown interest in getting off the list. Others that have been completely ambivalent.
And I like what you said about how those that chose not to respond, who knows, maybe they want to be on the list for other clients, or maybe their answers would be even worse than we might assume. But for whatever reason, if they don't respond, you're handling all those things right. Thank you so much for doing that. Senator Perry.
Real quick, when I was in this world, PIMCO was the leading fixed income security bonds, etc., fund in the world. That's what the expertise was. Is there a comparable to those guys in the market? Like you said, they do a lot of treasury, a lot of municipal bonding and stuff, but usually AAA, AA. They're pretty conservative in that respect. But is there a comparable to PIMCO for your investment portfolio?
Do you mean an alternative?
An alternative to PIMCO. Because that's really, here's the deal. You guys are charged with maximizing security under this guidance with this minimum risk to the investor, right? That's what you're charged to do. You have a fiduciary responsibility to do it. We in Texas, and I think the hidden cost of these policies, ESG policies specifically, to the consumer was mentioned at the first panel. Everything goes up when you have these policies, so it's hard to quantify that, but there is a true cost to having policies that impact consumer goods at the retail level. You can't mirror that, but I'm asking you as an investment portfolio person because it's kind of a benchmark, if I'm not mistaken, in most portfolios when it comes to fixed income. Is there a comparable to that outside that could be substituted?
I'm sure there are. We haven't looked for any alternatives because
Is
they've been
it
doing a
news
good
to you
job
that
for us.
PIMCO should be considered someone that should be on the list or off of your portfolio? Was that news today? Because it's such a big fund. I would have thought y'all would have known in that respect.
Yeah, I didn't know that there was an area of concern, but our focus with them is always on. They run a long treasury portfolio for us.
Yeah, they don't vote. I get that, but you think you can find an alternative in the market and do it where the timing of moving those guys' money out of those, because you don't want to short, right? You don't want to get out when they've not matured. That's a cost to that. So as time rolls out of that portfolio, can you replace them?
We can absolutely look.
Okay, I would think there is. I don't know.
It's bonds are one of the biggest asset classes in the world.
Exactly.
U.S. Treasuries are one of the largest asset classes.
I would think
in the
there
world.
has
There's
to be a
many
different
people who buy those
manager
waters.
that can fit our wheelhouse well.
Senator Perry, if I could, I think there's a multitude
Good.
of competitors.
That's what I just wanted y'all to know. I'm aware of your situation, and I know everybody goes to those guys. I don't know what for war, if it's fees or whatever, but you can find an alternative. I would be shocked if you couldn't, because they're very generic investment. They're not glamorous, right? They're not sophisticated. They're just buying T-bills and CMOs and some of the short-term bonding and stuff. So, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that I'm hearing you. I know what you're looking at, but surely, gosh, you can replace them. That's an internal investment, really. You don't have to even have a fund manager to do all that, because that stuff's pretty easy to negotiate through.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Thank you each for your testimony. Remember, if there's no further questions, we'll dismiss this panel. Thank you very much. And,
Thank y'all. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair calls Stephen Gassenberger. Mr. Gassenberger. Oh, yeah, make it. Thank you. And then Whitney, we had Whitney Blanton, but was Whitney just in case for? Very good. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you for being here. So there he is. Ms. Gassenberger, I wasn't paying attention. I should have had you on that first panel, but now you get to clean up. So you may prefer this.
Sort of.
So welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Mr. Chair,
committee members. My name is Stephen Gassenberger. I'm a policy analyst with the Pension Integrity Project at Reason Foundation based out of Houston. I have some written comments, but thanks to the robust conversation earlier, I think I'm going to forego them and go through some points that I've taken note of throughout the conversation. So first and foremost, from a pension perspective, the state of Texas has about $350 billion of assets in the market right now of pension specific assets on the market. It's actually closer to $500 billion if you add up all the other public trusts. And since 2000, asset allocations within these major public pension portfolios have shifted from investing nearly 95% of their assets in publicly available fixed income and large U.S. equities to a more complex mix of international equities, private equity, and alternative assets made via limited partnerships. We actually just surfaced that earlier, which is great. So these limited partnership contracts where the fund is the limited partner and they invest in a general partner who takes that committed number and then goes and achieves what their stated mission of their fund is at the commencement of the contract. I will, with the chair's grace, draw your attention to my comments. There's a chart here of the TRS asset allocation, which you've noticed earlier in Mr. Guthrie's presentation. My chart has the asset allocation from their annual comprehensive financial report every year for the last about 23 years, so from 2001 to 2023, the most recent CAFR that we have in our database. Just a side note, this is not a TRS-specific comment. I'm just using them because out of the $350 billion we have in the market, they have $210 billion of that. So I'm using them as an example, but they are not unique in the sense that this trend is ubiquitous among public pension systems, not only here in Texas, but around the country. So I'm not picking on them. I'm just using them as an illustration. We also see that we see that in our documents we have that the majority of their assets are in these limited partnerships, but we included commodities. That's the only difference in our numbers. We included commodities because we really don't know, and we know that commodities can be invested in via limited partnerships. We just included in that, but our numbers are exactly the same here. This issue, again, not unique to TRS, but it was raised by the Sunset Review Commission in 2019. They highlighted that the TRS valuation was not based on market value of assets as it was in 2021, but today nearly half of the portfolio is based off of the returns reported from these general partnerships called internal rates of return. So in these, throughout the lifetime of these limited partnership contracts, which usually run from 7 to 10 years. Each year, an annual return is reported from the general partner to the limited partner. That return is then folded into the investment returns of the fund and then reported. So we see the same thing as the Sunset Review Commission analysts saw, that the nearly half of the TRS portfolio, but again, not just TRS, but every one of your municipal plans, your police and fire plans. I know that's a topic of conversation around the country now. A lot of police and fire plans are struggling with funding. They're struggling with achieving cost of living adjustments. A lot of their portfolios looks exactly like this, and a lot of valuation of those portfolios are determined off of by the numbers reported from the general partnerships. So in 2021, the 95+% of TRS, as an example, had a tie, the value had a tie to a market value of the asset. Today, about half of it does. Half of it is reported from these general partnerships. And I think we brought Senator Perry and Senator Zaffarini, you both asked in some way, what more can you do, or how can you plug whatever gaps may be perceived in SB 13. I will also highlight SB 1446 from last session, which recognized this trend and attempted to provide public fiduciaries with guardrails And they did that by proposing a statewide standard annual report mechanism for public trust to surface these unique assets. Unique in the sense that 20 years ago they didn't exist, and after 2008 they pretty much become a main focus of these funds. 1446 again proposed standardized annual report to a regular annual report, kind of folded it into their comprehensive annual report process. This report actually was very simple. It just lists the names of all limited partnerships. It included some data about those partnerships that we can talk about, like amount committed, the date of committed, it was committed or executed, the amount committed, the amount distributed, and it's kind of like the life cycle of a limited partnership. It also included proxy votes, a report about proxy votes, where it simply said what company it was, what the vote was, what the management recommendation was, what the proxy voting firm recommendation was, and how you voted. In 1446, we saw that they had a pre-vote reporting requirement. That is fantastic. Other states do that. Florida FRS, for example, CalSTRS, for example, peer groups of TRS, they do that. Some of the smaller funds may have some trouble doing that, but they all know what they vote in proxy votes. It's not hard. The technology is there to aggregate that, put that in a PDF file, and publish that as part of your CAFR. Other states do it. Big ones like CalSTRS and FRS do it in Florida. Small ones, I think Pittsburgh Municipal does it. There are resources there. There are mechanisms there to, I think, overall alleviate some of the anxiety around ESG and how public funds invest in the private market. Right now, we really don't know any names of limited partnerships for any of these funds. We don't know how much is committed. We don't know any of the data, any of the details. And I'll end my comments by highlighting Senator Paxton and Senator Menendez. They both mentioned retirees. And again, I'm going to use TRS as an example because they're the biggest, but again, not just relevant to them. But if retired teachers, I'll leave you with this thought. If retired teachers are ever going to receive another cost of living adjustment without the legislature dipping into whatever surplus or the general fund, it's going to be because of the performance of these assets, these general partners. And it's the most opaque portion of the investment portfolio, of every public pension investment portfolio. The Sunset Review Commission highlighted it for TRS, but it is applicable to every pension system, both statewide and local in Texas. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ms. Gassberger, thanks for your testimony. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
You have a lot in that 2-page testimony. I want to make sure what I heard you say is the reporting of the asset values versus the reporting of the return on asset values. When you're speaking to specifically limited partnerships, they're using the internal rate of return for our rate of return on asset. So, for instance, he said we had 12% return this year. I'm assuming the TRS 12% return came from all asset classes, correct? And their earnings, be it a rate of return determined internally or not. But what I heard you say was, is the value of the portfolio itself, the actual asset class on that day, a point in time, right? Return is kind of a period of time, and on any given day you take a snapshot. You're saying that we're not getting the asset value with limited partnerships, but rather an internal rate of return that's rolling up. Because if I invest in real estate and it's worth $1 million today, and because of market it's worth $500,000 tomorrow, and I take my SHEP, I should report $500,000 if I don't report fair market value under financial accounting standards. So I'm confused as to what you're trying to tell us. Are we reporting under value of asset classes for the legislature to hear, I've got a $324 billion under asset management. That's a market value at a snapshot in time. Are you telling me that value is not the real underlying asset values?
What I'm saying is with the confidence in the true value of a pension fund is proportional to the amount of I guess general partnerships or how much the
You're just basically saying that partnerships are giving a value different than the underlying assets in the partnership.
What we're saying is that we have no way of knowing, essentially. So we think the prescription is to highlight these assets so we can be more confident. I don't want to be accusatory, and I also don't want to give the impression that there's something nefarious about these assets in principle. What we're saying is there are secondary and tertiary effects to a pension fund's valuation. COLAs, for example, because in Texas you can't give a COLA unless you're within the 30-year amortization period.
But those are two different deals. Those are ability to pay and the asset class underneath the value of the class. So you've raised a different issue here than really what I think we were wanting to talk about or need to talk about, but I'm a little confused how the asset value cannot be the same standard used across the board regardless of partnership or equity, because those standards are the same.
Mr. Chair, Senator Perry, IRs are proprietary, how general partners come up with their IRR calculation every year. We have no way of knowing what assets underlie from their perspective. So they report their return, and then TRS or any pension fund will take that report and fold it in with all the other returns that they receive for one annual aggregate return.
And the distinction I'm making, return is different than value of asset.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm in real estate, I know for certain what the market for those appraisals are today. And if I need to, I can get one tomorrow, and I can get one tomorrow. So on a point in time, I know what the asset value is. The return, arguably, lots of things go into that conversation. The asset value, if you try to sell that, you make the point you don't know it until you liquidate it. Well, then that's when discounts come in and all the things that discounts do. But if you hold it till maturity, it's going to be worth what the market value of the building is that day.
Yes, sir.
So you've generated a conversation here that's created, in my mind at least, a gremlin that I don't know exists, because if what you're saying is true, we can't look at $324 billion under asset management, which arguably you can attribute to a return, which is what we want, is growth. Mm-hmm. But if you're undermining the value by saying the value is not real, then that's a different conversation.
And I want to be clear, Senator Perry, my intention is not to flat out undermine the valuation. It's purely just to highlight that it is an opaque valuation, and 1446 shined a light on what was.
I can tell you, you're doing values. The real value is never known until the willing buyer and a willing seller make a deal that both can commit to doing with some knowledge of what they're buying.
I agree.
So if you really want to talk about it, all these values are opaque, right? So what I'm trying to do is don't create a panic here, because what this testimony like yours can do is it can get some of my very well-intended people that we're going to get phone calls from, because someone's going to say your pension funds aren't worth what you've been told they are. And I could argue any investment's not worth what it's worth on the market today. I could argue it's worth more or less, but based on the standard valuation techniques that put it there, that's what it says. If you don't like that value, do your due diligence. Secondly, more importantly, change how we value, but it's tried and proven processes that go into developing those asset values, and to create a perspective that maybe those values aren't right by process is a Pandora's box that someone out there is going to take a soundbite out of. And I'm going to get a call next week that says, are our assets safe? Well, arguably, there's risk in everything we do.
Sure.
But I don't think that with the way we value limited partnerships today is inconsistent with an industry adopted standard that has to be true and has to be consistently applied, or then you do get these discrepancies amongst portfolios across this world that you can't tell if that's the same standard. They're very, very clear on how they can go about doing that. So I think it gave me a little pause here to say we're fixing to turn something loose.
So I'll be, with your permission,
Sure.
Senator Perry, I'll be very clear. It was the Sunset Review Commission staff that use that word about valuations. From a ESG, the topic of conversation at hand is once that money is committed, it could be called at any time within that term, and they can do with it what they want within, as long as they can tie it to the mission of the fund. And we've seen many times in this committee over the years, people's definition of fiduciary is, again, it's Jello on the wall kind of thing, and with some, if you ask the comptroller of New York, for example, he would say it's in his fiduciary duty to do everything that BlackRock has pushed, and that's obviously we're not going to follow them, but that's a theory that's out there that is also held by GPs that I don't know that exist, and we just saw that a lot of the directors of those funds don't know whether those GPs engage in the Glasgow agreements. And
Let me share with you just a background from a bean counter that used to be a part of this world. Those folks in these funds at this level required to get an audit from typically BDO, pick a company, international companies. And they have to apply certain standards consistently across the board. Arguably, my profession's got black eyes on it. Look no further than Enron. But those were people that stretched the rules. I'm saying today, if companies such as those are hired to do these audits, they will apply the same rule across the board. So philosophical conversations internal to we're going to support ESG or not should not change the way the asset class is valued. If it does, then the auditor should say, I'm not your guy, and leave without an opinion. So, and I will just say this about Sunset. Nothing bad against Sunset, but a lot of people on Sunset don't have the benefit of real life experiences in dealing with this stuff. And they're making it from a very narrow scope and vision. And in theory, they may have some foothold, but in practice, they don't know that that number that was given for that value, that asset class that is now public record for TRS to use, went through a whole lot of work to determine what that value is before it gets there. And if we're questioning the integrity of that system, then we really have nothing to work from. But you open up a very broad conversation that creates a lot of grief for members if it gets out of here that we don't believe we can take comfort in the value of the assets that they're told their pension funds hold. And I'm just suggesting to you a lot of things go into that process to give that value publicly. If it's influenced politically, shame on the auditor, because what was the figures
Figures
don't
don't lie, but liars can figure.
There you go.
Yeah.
And there are some room for subjectivity in that, but it's very narrowly defined. Or you wake up with no Arthur Andersons of the world when they get really creative and stupid and far out of their box.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. Thank you for that. And in Senate Bill 1446 that this committee passed and the Senate passed, what exactly was the action taken regarding these firms? Because I think I understood regarding these assets. I think I understood what you said. They're a growing piece of pension funds everywhere, and regardless of the industry safeguards in place, we just don't have the same level of information about them as we do about security, about stocks, about other assets held by pension funds. But so far so good, is that right?
Correct.
So what did, and I should know because it was my bill, but refresh my memory for our purposes, what did Senate Bill 1446 do about those assets?
I think you can pull them in two categories. One, it instituted, we had a conversation about the nature of the contracts and whether they mentioned ESG or not engaging in ESG, and how difficult it was to kind of now hammer down a definition and define that in the contract. 1446 kind of, I guess, usurped that by just saying if you can prove mathematically that your investment in the fund or your fund's investment was, profitable, or will be profitable, likely to be profitable, then that's good enough. Essentially instituted a pecuniary standard, was the word element in the contract. The second group was just the reporting. Again, I cannot emphasize enough, I do not want to question the value of the funds. It's just in 2020, we knew what a stock was valued at. We knew what the 20-year Treasury bond rate was at. We knew what the value was. Now, I don't have any names of general partners. So I really have no information right now. And that's really, as a watchdog, that's my only point, is that second group of 1446 of policies is just 2 reports, a list of names of general partnerships, and some details that I think were whittled out of the bill throughout the process, and it was just the names of the funds. And then from a proxy voting perspective, ISS and Glass Lewis both provide portals. You can go into the portals of the big funds, but you can't go into any of the portals of any of the 99 or 98 other pension funds in the state. So it surfaced those votes just by listing the vote, manager's recommendation, proxy voting advisor recommendation, vote made.
Oh, I see what you mean. Senator Perry, do you have?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it. I would bet you if we brought back the investment advisors for the funds up here and you went down the asset class underlying the investment entity. So it could be a partnership. I'm speaking for them, and if they want to correct me, I'm open to it. Most of them are going to have hard asset classes, meaning tangible. They're real estate. They're those types. I venture a speculation here. Very few of them are probably in the speculative market of, I've got the newest thing that's going to solve cancer tomorrow, and if you'll invest in me $10 billion, trust me, we'll put all this stuff together and you'll have a product next week. I don't think that's the type of partnerships you would find in the portfolio. So back to my point, and I see a head shaking. If you want to come up and confirm, either one of you, Mr. Guthrie, come on back up.
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
Not yet. Hold tight.
But what I'm saying is, if they're going to invest in a partnership, they're going to look at the underlying assets. I venture to guess the majority of those, if not super majority of those, are real estate. And they're going to have appraisals. And they're going to have things that support the asset value itself. So they're not investing in intangible, speculative nature assets. If they are, it's extremely small with high growth opportunity, with minimum as risk as possible in that market. So I hate to say it and I reiterate, I just don't want to panic, because I think the partnership is an entity conversation as far as ESG transparency.
Right.
But the asset valuation itself, I would venture a guess, is going to be supported in a market with an independent appraisal process that we have said is tried and true and believable. That makes sense? So we've mixed transparency ESG conversation with asset value, and I don't think that's a legitimate conversation to leave here without clarification. Most of these partnerships have tangible asset values with proven due diligence to support the value of the asset.
No, it makes sense. Yeah, that's what we'd expect. Yeah, Mr. Guthrie, come on back. Hold tight. Oh, go ahead, Stephen. Go ahead. Respond on Mr. Guthrie.
I agree, 100%. I would agree that the major funds like TRS and ERS and TRMS and all the others do have those types of assets. There are almost 100 other funds around the state. Some of them are very small, and they don't operate with the same professionalism as some of these bigger funds. But I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Go ahead, Mr. Perry. Senator Perry, go. Thank you.
Did I misstate anything that's not true?
No, sir.
Do you have partnerships that you would consider highly speculative with no hard tangible value in them? And if so, would it be how big of a piece of the portfolio?
I cannot think of anything off the top of my head, and I would say no.
That would not meet your investment committees.
We are not in the business of venture capital.
There you go. That's a good term. Thank you for clarifying that.
And so whatever, that does make sense. And thanks, Mr. Perry, and thanks, Mr. Guthrie. Ms. Gassenberger, I think I see what you're saying. A lot of funds out there, and we want to make sure that everyone's meeting the highest standard, it sounds like. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Is that close? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. And then, Mr. Guthrie, it's been a while. Senate Bill 1446, anything in those provisions about disclosure of the general partnerships give you heartburn or any concerns? I think we talked about it at the time, but it's been a while.
Yes, sir. We talked about it at the time, and we were very comfortable with the disclosure provisions in the bill.
If Senator Perry's talking about, we don't want to give people the impression that there's a concern that's not, but a little sunshine's probably okay.
Yeah, I just want to make, I get these, and you're going to get them, Senator Perry, and you're going to be written up in the news tomorrow. TRS's asset value can't be depended on. I can hear it in the soundbite. Is that a fair statement, how things get rumored milled out of here?
Absolutely, sir.
So I just don't want to create an unwarranted panic. We know what our assets are valued. It is a process. It has subjectivity in it, but it's not built yesterday. These are hundreds of years of techniques that
Yes, sir.
have evolved to meet the new vehicles, and they get really creative sometimes. It's very creative to sell products, and I get it, and it's usually contingent upon the capital. You know, how much do they need, and how can they get it in the current structure? If not, let's create a new structure, i.e. Enron.
Yep.
But I would say it's a good bet that if those partnerships were analyzed, you could look to the underlying asset and liquidate them somewhere close, or if not more than value, depending on the market of the day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else we need to know about that, Mr. Guthrie?
No, sir.
Ms. Vasquez, anything else? No, Senator, thank you. These details matter and your expertise here is obviously important. You would have had a lot of fun at that Marshall hearing. We're talking to these guys, not to Mr. Good, but some of those.
I do those discounts.
Thank you. Anything else we haven't covered, Ms. Gassenberger? You want to impart to us, or anything you want to clarify?
No, sir. Just thank you for the
Thanks
opportunity.
Thanks for your work. Thanks for being here, Mr. Guthrie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Both very much. The chair calls Stephen Friedman. Stephen Friedman, last witness on this topic. Mr. Friedman, welcome. Pull that microphone close to introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good. Chairman Hughes, honorable members of the committee, I'm Stephen Friedman. I'm the general counsel of ISS. We are a leading provider, and I think you've heard a little bit about this today, of proxy research and advisory services. We serve approximately 1,600 institutional investors worldwide, including, again, some of the witnesses who have been before you today. We appreciate the opportunity to appear. We also appreciate the opportunity to engage with you over the past few years in the run-up to and then following when we last testified before this committee in December 2022 in Marshall. Senator Hughes, we have also appreciated your and your staff's collaborative spirit as you have considered that legislation which you've talked about regarding investment management and proxy voting at the state's largest pension funds. We thank you for the opportunity to participate in that process. We remain very mindful of the role that we can play in supporting the committee's objective of ensuring that the state's pension systems vote in accordance with their fiduciary responsibilities. As you will hear in a minute, and really as you've heard throughout the morning, we have been active listeners over the last few years. We have heard from you and our investor clients and have delivered on what we believe is tangible progress in addressing the needs and wishes of institutional clients in Texas. Before I go into a little bit of an update on that progress, I would like to first take the opportunity to reintroduce ISS to this committee for those who were there in Marshall, as well as to introduce ISS to those who are new to the committee. So allow me to briefly describe who we are, what we do, and how we support our broad range of institutional investor clients. To start with, proxy voting is a means by which shareholders exercise their rights as owners of a corporation to vote at shareholder meetings. The decision as to whether or how to vote is the responsibility of our investor clients. They are under no obligation to use a proxy advisory service, nor to vote based on our recommendations. Indeed, our recommendations are based on their chosen proxy voting criteria. In the free market, investors hire firms like ISS because our services help them to carry out their own stewardship obligations in a responsible and cost-effective manner. In short, our services allow our investors to vote as they see fit. By definition, we play an advisory role in the proxy voting process. Our job is to provide the subscribing clients with independent, timely, and expert research and vote recommendations based on the proxy voting policies that they've selected, and in many cases, and again, as you've heard, that they customize based on their own determination of the best interests of the beneficiaries that they serve. We also help many of our clients with the operational process of proxy voting and actually executing votes and reporting their votes to the stakeholders and regulators. Our services bring operational efficiency and scale that generate important practical benefits for large investors during what tends to be a very compressed proxy season. And just to give you a sense of that scale, in 2023, we assisted approximately 1,600 clients with proxy research and recommendations covering over 50,000 shareholder meetings and close to 450,000 agenda items in about 100 developed and emerging markets worldwide. To help meet the varied needs of our clients who are subject to different legal and underlying client mandates and who are often having differing views on proxy voting matters, we offer a menu of ISS proxy voting policies. These range from our flagship benchmark proxy voting policy, which reflects extensive client and market feedback on common proxy voting issues, to 7 specialty voting policies that evaluate voting issues through the lens of different thematic perspectives. Of course, our clients are not required to use any of the ISS proxy voting policies, and in fact, many do not. In 2023, approximately 91% of the total shares that were processed by ISS on behalf of our clients were linked to a client's custom voting policy, which we administer on their behalf, and not to any of ISS's proprietary policy. This means that for the vast majority of shares, it is the client's custom policies, which they have customized to reflect their specific mandates and proxy voting considerations, that has set the basis for and direct the vote recommendations that we prepare for them. We take our contractual and fiduciary responsibilities to our institutional investor clients very seriously. We are registered with the SEC under the Investment Advisors Act of 1940 and are subject to a fiduciary standard of conduct under that act. Our fiduciary responsibility, which follows the contours of our contractual relationship with our institutional investor clients, is to serve each client on their own terms, to place their interests ahead of our own, and to faithfully implement their selected or customized proxy voting policies in an independent and transparent way. Our sole objective is to help our clients make their own informed decisions. I would like to emphasize that as a client-focused provider, we work closely with existing and prospective clients to ensure that our services evolve with their expectations. In the last 2 years, and in response to those conversations, we've expanded the range of proxy voting policies we make available to institutional clients. Mr. Guthrie spoke to you about the issuance and the development in consultation with several clients, including TRS, of the Global Borderline Policy. It's a policy designed for clients who want to uphold foundational corporate governance principles, such as board independence, as a means of protecting and maximizing their investments while generally voting with the board's recommendation against E&S proposals. We also heard from Mr. Hall, who talked about UTIMCO's recently referred to, or their proxy voting guidelines, which we understand reference the Global Board Aligned policy that we've talked about. And also, as we've heard, as of March 2024, ISS has made available as a custom voting policy choice the proxy voting policy guidelines designed by the Boyer research firm, which describes its policy as one that appeals to, quote, investors who are deeply skeptical about ESG and wish to encourage companies to get back to neutral on political and cultural issues, end quote. And as Mr. Borden illuminated, the Texas Permanent School Fund became amongst the first to adopt this custom voting policy. So in sum, I hope my testimony today has helped this committee understand our commitment to supporting our clients, their varied opinions, as well as our dedication to retain our clients' trusts and to our business. And with that, I thank you and happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you for being here. And we are thankful for being able to work with you. As you know, there were real concerns. We can't say strongly enough how upset Texans were over a number of the votes cast by Texas pension funds working with ISS in the past. We're working together. I'm not fussing at you, not right now anyway. But since that time, again, a lot of things were happening pretty fast. We were learning a lot, and you were getting different direction from different clients. And so, yeah, but thank you for working with us since that Marshall hearing to try to find a a way for Texas to use your service that was getting the good value you provide while not going against our economy, our jobs, our low cost and energy. So let me ask, you mentioned the flagship benchmark plan. So if someone, I realize your clients are very sophisticated, but allow me this hypothetical. Someone just calls and says, hey, I want to hire ISS. Is the default going to be that benchmark system? It may be more complex than that, but walk us through that process.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a default in the sense that ultimately, again, it's the client that makes the choice. So the conversation would really be, here's the 7 specialty policies and the benchmark, and the ability to customize, you know, what, and we really are not divining from the client's, they are articulating what their value proposition is, their viewpoints on that. And then, we can, point them to what the different options are accordingly. There's no default. I mean, ultimately, a client, when they come to us, has to make a decision and tell us which policy to apply.
And and you may have told us, I apologize. What are those 7 main ones, if you know off the top of your head?
So there's the global borderline. There's a faith-based policy. There's a climate-focused policy. There's a separate sustainability policy. There's a public pension fund policy. There's a labor Taft-Hartley policy. And either I mentioned all of them or I may have missed one. Which
no problem. Okay, that makes sense. And so then those are and again, please know, my questions are not, I really want to understand. So those 7, are those each considered benchmark plans, or I don't want to use the wrong terms. Those are, because there are others below that. There are subgroups, I guess, but how would we classify those 7?
I would refer to the 7 plus the benchmark as our proprietary policies that we own and author, as opposed to the customized policies. So I think maybe the way to think about it is sort of ISS produced, if you will, versus client custom.
Okay, and so I think our friends were talking about having a custom policy they developed with you, Mr. Veal. So the Boyer Research model, which came up earlier, is that a custom one that's available? How do people know about that one? How are they aware of that plan?
Yeah, so that really just evolved this year through Boyer Research. It's custom. It's not owned by us, not drafted by us, but by the Boyer Research firm. When they worked with us, and I think in consultation with some clients, to sort of understand our ability to apply the policy and the ability to get comfortable that we understand it, and then the ability to follow through on that. But ultimately, is the Boyer Research firm that marketed and I think did a press release, and I suspect some of their own sort of selling efforts to let the market know that this policy was available as a choice.
Are there other thank you? Are there other plans like that where Group X, whatever their politics or views are, they have developed a plan they like and they work with ISS and say, hey, you can make this available to clients?
Not to my knowledge, and the reason I say not to my knowledge is, to some degree, if a client were to come to us with a custom policy, we're not necessarily, asking who derived that policy. Did they derive it in-house? Did they use a third party or something of that nature? So, but to my knowledge, no.
So the Boyer plan is somewhat unique in that sense?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What kind of you mentioned how one of the first public pension plans to use that was here in Texas. Let's talk about that one. How many is that? What kind of interest have you seen in that particular one so far, the Boyer Research model?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number of clients. I think there's a handful of clients that have taken up on it. As I said, it's relatively new, March of 2024 when it was issued, which, by the way, is sort of right at the beginning of proxy season. So I would imagine that at least people who might otherwise think of that as one of their choices, from a timing standpoint, it may not have worked for proxy season as opposed to what they may or may not consider going into 2025.
If we think about the benchmark plan, if I'm using the right term, and not one of the 7
specialty.
Thank you, specialty. For that plan, give us an idea, and I'm sure some of what you do, much of what you do is proprietary, but in general, give us a sense of what factors we consider when recommending votes to a client based on that plan? I'm sure there are financial factors. I know we look at SEC circulars about specific companies, but if you can, walk us through that process.
Yeah, so basically
I'm
what
sure
that
it's complicated, but go ahead.
I mean, in some, and it is quite complicated, but I mean, in essence, it essentially lays out a framework for filtering through and analyzing any issue that would show up on the ballot and for which the shareholders have a right. So ranging from re-election of board of directors, ratification of auditors, in the U.S., ratification or assessment of executive pay packages. So any issue that shows up on the ballot has that sort of framework in which things can be analyzed. And ultimately, the core sort of theme of the benchmark policy is looking at principles of what are considered good corporate governance, long-term shareholder value, and actually we have a very sort of collaborative, market-based process to develop that benchmark policy. We do a survey every year of investors and other stakeholders, including corporations and other interested parties, to gather input because, amongst other things, right, this benchmark has been, I guess, effectively in existence since we started 30-plus years ago. Amongst the things that you have to evolve into are new issues that show up on the ballot. So, for example, this executive pay concept that I mentioned was not something that was historically voted on in that way until Sarbanes-Oxley provided a mandatory say on pay vote. All of a sudden, we need to develop a framework in which to consider that new issue.
Thank you for that. If you have a sense for it, among your clients, how many or what percentage are using that flagship benchmark versus using a custom plan or one of the 7 special?
So I think what I'm more sort of comfortable talking about is sort of the shares tied to the plans again. So the shares tied to custom plans overall, and I think there's about 500 or so custom policies that we administer, are about 91% of the shares that are sort of held by our clients and processed through our system. I believe roughly 8% of those shares tied to the benchmark, and then the remaining 2 to 3% are tied to one of the specialty policies. So the custom is clearly the prevalent usage, particularly of the larger clients.
Okay, that's so. One more time. So the benchmark plan is in terms of shares about 8.
Roughly, yes, 8% of the shares that we process. When I say process, meaning sort of they flow through our system to actually execute and get to the voted to be counted at a meeting.
Okay, 8% for that benchmark plan, and then tell me about the rest one more time.
91% tied to custom, and then the remaining 2 or 2%. I'm not good at math, but the remaining 2% tied to one of the specialties.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that. You talked about long-term shareholder value, and this has come up a lot today because many of these terms, they're clear enough, but a lot of values are sort of baked into the terms, right? And a phrase and a term we hear a lot used is the pecuniary standard or financial returns, right? So how would you say long-term shareholder value, when would that differ from a pecuniary interest standard of just maximizing returns?
I mean, I think I would say they're very similar concepts.
That they ought to be. I would think they ought to be, but go ahead. When might they differ?
I don't know that they do fundamentally differ. I think, as you said, I think there's different sort of terminologies and different ways of talking about it, but I think fundamentally it's the same.
So when you talk about long-term shareholder value, we're talking about, and again, this is not a trick question, but the concept is maximizing shareholder wealth, kind of one of the North Star of finance, right?
That's right.
When I went to school. Okay. And then also, fiduciary duty has come up a lot today, and we recognize that if I'm an investment manager, not a proxy advising firm, but an investment manager who's handling funds on behalf of a client under the law, a long-standing law, I have a fiduciary duty to that client, and that duty is probably also expressed in our contract. For ISS and firms like yours, first of all, let's talk about the law. Do you understand that absent a contract, do you believe that the law, securities law or state or federal law, places a fiduciary duty on ISS, a fiduciary duty to its clients?
Yes. We are a registered investment advisor, and there's a fiduciary duty under that act.
And then, in addition to that, I won't ask you about specific contracts with specific clients. We might ask you about some Texas contracts because we're your client. But in addition to that legal duty, do your contracts sometimes often contain a specific reference to a fiduciary duty to that client?
Yeah, I think it really just depends on sort of how it's been negotiated with the client as to whether that specifically is called out. And I heard one of the witnesses mention this morning that it was baked into the contract, and I have no doubt that that's the case.
But regardless of the contract, your understanding of the law is there's a legal duty for ISS to its clients to treat them as fiduciaries.
That's correct.
That is, I guess you're the fiduciary. Sorry, I said that wrong. But anyway,
yes, the fiduciary duty to the clients.
Very good. Thank you so much. Senator Perry, any questions, please?
Is there a cost that differentiates between customs? I mean, does one custom get charged a different deal? I mean, is there a different cost structure?
Generally, the primary cost driver is the volume that any particular client.
So the process of how you determine it is consistent. The actual cost is going to differentiate by number of transactions.
Correct.
Some objective standard. There's not we're going to punish you for making us go outside our box.
There's no punishment for going outside the box, but there is more work effort associated with the application of a custom policy. There's specialized staff that deal with the client, so there is a premium price that is paid for custom, but it's not punishment for whatever the nature of the custom policy is.
I hear you. I did that a little facetious, I guess, but I heard today somewhere in the testimony there's a cost to but they accommodated us. And I just want to make sure it's not special accommodation pricing, so to speak, versus there's just more labor. It's tied to an objective standard of why the cost would be different.
That's correct.
Okay. And then just for grins inside internally, do y'all track these different custom decision makers' portfolio performances to any type of benchmark or standard? I don't know if you do or not. We've heard earlier today that ESG underperforms. I don't know if you have a consistent metric or if you even care to disclose if you do or don't. You don't have to.
We're not tracking the performance of
You're
our
not
clients'
tracking
portfolios now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Members, any other questions? Ms. Friedman, thanks for being here, and thanks for continuing to work with us. There are many issues the legislature deals with where the people of Texas have entrusted us to make laws on their behalf that we all agree to live by. And so most of the legislation we file has to do with laws that govern everybody's conduct. In this space, it's even more important because this is the state of Texas. We're the customer, we're the client, we're the market participant here, and many of our funds are looking to you to exercise that fiduciary duty consistent with our values and our economy. So thank you for being here, and thank you for working with us on that.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Any other questions from the panel? Thank you. Thanks for being here. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on the ESG proxy voting charge? No one else has registered and expressed an intent, but just want to make sure. Very well, we'll close testimony on that charge. The third charge we'll consider this afternoon, social media and protecting children. Our specific duties are to study the impact of social media use on children, review current mechanisms in place to protect minors online, monitor the implementation of House Bill 1888, the legislature, relating to the protection of minors from harmful, deceptive, or unfair trade practices in connection with the use of certain digital services and electronic devices, including the use and transfer of electronic devices to students by a public school. Make policy recommendations to further protect Texas children online. The chair calls Ryan Bash and Brent Dupree to begin on this topic. Y'all come on down. I notice we have the pitchers, but we're about out of cups. Do y'all, either of you like some water? We can bring you a cup. You don't have to share. We'll bring your own. You can each have your own cup. We can eat. Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Thank you for serving. Start over here. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, members of this committee. My name is Ryan Bosch. I'm the Associate Deputy Attorney General for Civil Litigation at the Office of the Attorney General. On behalf of Attorney General Paxton, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk about this incredibly important issue and provide an update on House Bill 18, the Securing Children Online Through Parental Empowerment Act, also known as the SCOPE Act, that was passed last session and took effect on September 1st of this year. Protecting children from the harms associated with social media is one of General Paxton's top priorities. He's determined to hold these big tech companies accountable for exploiting Texas children and failing to prioritize their online safety and privacy. The SCOPE Act requires digital service providers, such as companies that own websites, apps, and software, to protect minors from harmful content and data collection practices, and it empowers parents to do the same. This law primarily applies to digital service providers that provide an online platform for social interaction between users that allows users to create a public or semi-public profile to use the service, and allows users to create or post content that can be viewed by other users of the service. This includes digital services such as message boards, chat rooms, video channels, or a main feed that presents users content created and posted by other users. House Bill 18 requires that digital service providers operating in Texas must do a number of things, including registering the age of users, preventing them from easily changing their age, limiting the collection and use of a minor's personally identifiable information, developing and implementing a strategy to prevent the minor's exposure to harmful material and content, clearly disclosing information about the algorithms that the platform uses, creating and giving parents access to tools that allow them to control their child's privacy and account settings, working to prevent advertisers on the platform from targeting Texas minors with ads that promote or offer any product, service, or activity that is unlawful for minors, and using commercially reasonable age verification methods to verify the age of a user if the platform knowingly publishes or distributes content that is harmful to minors. A violation of the SCOPE Act is a deceptive trade practice enforceable only by the Office of the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division, which I oversee. The law allows the Attorney General's office to seek injunctive relief, civil penalties up to $10,000 per violation, and attorney's fees. The SCOPE Act does not confer a private right of action, but allows parents and guardians of known minors to file suit to obtain a declaratory judgment against an online platform. There is currently litigation regarding the SCOPE Act, and on August 30th, 2024, a federal district judge partially granted and partially denied a preliminary injunction in that litigation. The parts that were enjoined were those that concern monitoring and filtering requirements for certain categories of content that's harmful to minors, but the court declined to grant the preliminary injunction on the bill's data privacy, parental control, and disclosure provisions. The Attorney General's office is still defending House Bill 18 on appeal. However, the status of that injunction has not and will not stop the Attorney General's office from enforcing the provisions that have not been enjoined. Because of your hard work and the determination of Attorney General Paxton, we recently sued TikTok, one of the largest social media platforms, for operating its platform in a manner that puts the online safety and privacy of Texas children at risk and violates the SCOPE Act by failing to use commercially reasonable methods for a parent or guardian to verify their identity, unlawfully sharing, disclosing, and selling minors' personally identifying information, and failing to create and provide parental tools for the accounts of minors. Attorney General Paxton is seeking civil penalties of up to $10,000 per violation and injunctive relief to prevent future violations by TikTok. I'm proud of the work that our office is doing to keep Texas children safe, and on behalf of General Paxton and the Office of the Attorney General, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you for being here, and if you see him, tell him I said hi. And I think we'll hold questions for the finish of the panel, but thank you. Appreciate that. And would you introduce yourself and give us your testimony?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Paxton and committee members. My name is Brent Dupre. I'm the Director of Law Enforcement at the Office of the Attorney General. The Attorney General, Paxton, and our Law Enforcement Division are dedicated to protecting children online and in social media. Our Law Enforcement Division is home to the Child Exploitation Unit, which contains one of 3 ICAC, or Internet Crime Against Children, task forces in Texas. Our ICAC covers 134 counties and conducts both reactive and proactive investigations involving child exploitation and provides education and outreach as well. To give you an idea of the scope of the problem that our ICAC faces, our ICAC receives 2,500 cyber tips per month for investigation from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Due to this caseload of reactive investigations, our ability to conduct proactive investigations is reduced. Our proactive investigations are effective. An example is just recently one of our investigators was conducting a training for law enforcement officers in ICAC affiliate agencies and created a live demo of how to pose in a chat room as a minor and started chatting and was solicited for sex by an adult right there in that training class. These type of proactive investigations aren't done as frequently as we would like because of the sheer caseload we have from our cases that we get from NCMEC. On our education and outreach side, we have one investigator that's dedicated to intervention and outreach. Cyber tips that involve children self-producing material are assigned to this investigator, who then goes out and educates parents and children. She also conducts trainings educating children, parents, schools, teachers, and more. In 2024, we had over 10,000 contacts conducting education and outreach. There's much that needs to be done to help protect children online and in social media. Parental controls in apps are getting better, but there's still room for improvement. Chat apps and social media apps must enable artificial intelligence to scan for child pornography and child sexual assault material, or CSAM, to block users from sending it on their platforms. Children who try and upload self-produced material, should automatically have their accounts disabled. Many technology providers do scan for hash values on photos and videos of known CSAM material, which is then quarantined and reported, but not all providers then lock out or cancel that user's account. End-to-end encryption is something that you may hear about, and more apps are going to end-to-end encryption and communication, and it is a problem. End-to-end encryption allows CSAM to travel freely. WhatsApp is the only app at this time using end-to-end encryption that is currently still reporting CSAM. The state needs to ensure that if technology providers want to do business in Texas, they must protect our children, stop the flow of CSAM, and report child exploitation. We need a larger statewide effort to conduct outreach and education. As I mentioned previously, we have one investigator that does this for the Office of the Attorney General. Expanding what our single investigator is doing for education outreach is necessary to combat the toxic culture that we see our children are exposed to on social media. This culture of social media influencers, the number of likes and followers that you get, the children are influenced by that. They're seeing that, and they're self-producing content. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here to speak today, and I'm available for any questions.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for the great work that you're doing that's so important. And I do have a couple of questions, but members, do you have some other questions?
I do. I'll yield to you, Madam Chair.
All right. One question I had for you, sir, is you mentioned 134 counties?
That's correct.
Why 134?
So we cover, so there's 3 ICACs in Texas, as I mentioned, one in the Dallas area, one in the Houston area, and then we cover the rest.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Another question I had for you, Mr. Bosch, is in the SCOPE Act, and I wonder if you could just maybe help kind of clarify this. I know that in the duties relating to agreements with minors, the platforms are required to prohibit minors from making purchases or conducting other financial transactions through the service. But then in the duty to create parental tools, it requires that the parental tools must allow parents to restrict the minor's ability to make purchase or engage in financial transactions. And so I was wondering if you have any insight into those. Kind of sound like two different things to me. Are they mutually exclusive, or are they in conflict with each other? One sounds like kids aren't supposed to be able to do it at all, but then the parents have the ability to restrict. And I don't know if you have any insight into that in your analysis.
Well, our office has only brought one Scope Act lawsuit so far, and it didn't implicate this tension that you've identified. Frequently, in my experience, legislation will create a belt and suspenders approach to a problem, and so this may be one such example. Platforms shouldn't be allowing the purchases in the first instance, but they also need to provide tools that allow parents to kind of provide a second layer of review. That may be one way to harmonize them. But the issue hasn't really presented itself in full form yet in one of our enforcement actions.
I guess I would love to know if you have any thoughts on some legislative action we might need to take or want to take to harmonize those better if it's necessary, or perhaps maybe that is just belt and suspenders. But if you have any thoughts on that.
I'm happy to have my office get back to you on that question. We just haven't encountered it yet in one of our enforcement actions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I deeply appreciate the great work you've done in supporting this legislation in the courts to protect our kids. So, Dean, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, how effective have you been in terms of verifying that minors are not watching what they should not? In other words, how are you monitoring the age verification systems?
We have a team of highly qualified lawyers and staff people at the agency who have been extensively reviewing whether online platforms are complying with this law and with other laws. This committee may be aware of the many enforcement actions that our office has been involved in regarding the age verification requirements for websites that publish pornography. And we've initiated a number of enforcement actions in that space, as well as the recent TikTok action in this space. So the team is extremely active at ensuring that entities in Texas are complying with these laws.
In your opinion, are the parental consent mechanisms robust enough to ensure that the children are not bypassing them?
Well, certainly in the TikTok example, our conclusion was no, that the platform was not complying adequately with the provisions of the law to ensure the parental rights that the law guarantees.
What can we do to ensure more uniform standards across platforms?
Well, I think that the Scope Act is an attempt to ensure uniform standards, and at this time, it's a matter of enforcing to ensure that those platforms are complying with the Scope Act. I haven't given it extensive thought to uniformity. I'm happy to go back to my people and come back to you with a more detailed answer on that.
And what enforcement do you have when when platforms aren't compliant?
Under the Scope Act, we've got enforcement authority to seek an injunction to force them to comply with the law, and $10,000 per violation. For these big social media platforms, that can add up very quickly when they've got millions of users. So we've got significant authority here to enforce compliance.
Have you encountered any challenges in ensuring that the public schools are compliant with HB 18?
Not to my knowledge. I'm happy to go back and get you a more detailed answer about that if there are circumstances we're aware of.
Well, looking forward to the next session. What else can we do?
That's a tricky question. As the committee may be aware, there are a lot of trade associations and other groups that challenge all of these laws across the board on First Amendment grounds. Those cases are being litigated across the federal court system and really the state court system. As we speak, one of those cases is in front of the Supreme Court this term. I think that case will add a lot of clarity to what state legislatures can do in this space. And certainly we think that the Scope Act and HB 1181, the law that required age verification for porn websites, were admirable efforts to protect children in this space.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Yeah, so here's the challenge. We've got the law, it's lack of enforcement resources. Plain and simple, if you had more resource, you could pursue probably more enforcement action. Fair?
So that's certainly true.
So what are you doing as a force multiplier conversation? Because what I heard was we are kind of the center for all activity and action in this initiative. ICAT was, I think John Frulo actually put this together back 13 or something. He kind of was the initiative out of Lubbock, but y'all can't have enough resource and centralized out of here. So how do you get local DA offices boned up, beefed up enough to go out and address these issues? Is there an initiative like that? Is that something we need to pursue as far as training goes through some of the training academies and see if we can't specialize those resources? Because it can't be so centralized. Now, if I'm hearing it wrong, let me know, but I'm hearing it's very centralized right now.
I can answer from from the law enforcement side of the house. Our ICAC brings on affiliate agencies, so we will reach out to other local agencies throughout Texas in the counties, the 134 counties that we cover, and engage in an ICAC relationship where we can forward some grant funding to them to engage to help with these cases, to help investigate those. And then on the training side, as you mentioned, we offer them training at any time with when it comes to investigating cases involving child pornography and how to write search warrants and how to approach these cases, and then also building those relationships with those DAs to make sure that they know we're here and that they know they can come to us for help.
So I don't know if it's a statement about Lubbock in general. We have a lot of child pedophile pornography pictures and things floating around, and we seem to have a lot of enforcement action, a lot of convictions, and a lot of people rung up for it. So I don't know if we're unique in that, but is it fair to assume that ICAT was involved in those particular situations where there were internet pornography from kids?
Yes, we certainly do get involved and, like I said, work with the local agencies. The reason that you're seeing that increase is we've seen it really just nationwide since COVID.
So it's just
the spike has been just been unreal. So
do you have an initiative at the school district level? Is there something, the education format that local organizations are doing the education on? Social media is out there; it's not coming back, and we have all of these different initiatives. Human trafficking, all these things. Is there an active effort, again, resource, right? But is there a team that goes around to school districts and talks?
Yes, I spoke about the one investigator we have that does outreach and education, and we are contacted. Our agency is contacted to request those trainings, and so schools are some of those contacts that reach out to us for that.
Okay, I would suggest to you there's a synergy in child trafficking as well as pornography and child pedophile and all that kind of stuff. So from a force multiplier, there's probably a meeting for a district today in an auditorium somewhere in my district talking about how to spot human trafficking, how to spot some of this stuff. So the cross collateralization there of assets, I guess, if you can kind of bring it into an umbrella, this is all fitted together, same people, same problems. So
absolutely,
it might help and not have to develop and redevelop and continue to find new people to put the message out.
Absolutely, thank you.
Whatever I can do to help in that deal, but I think you guys, how many officers are on this ICAT team in your office today?
Currently, we have 11 investigators.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me how big we are as a state and how few of people are doing the yeoman's task. But this is one that demands more resource attention for sure.
Thank you.
I think we passed the Scope Act 31-0 in the Senate. It's a great example of the unified force that we are to address these issues. And, sadly, and you alluded to this, I mean, a lot of this CSAM content, it is provided by the kids themselves, by minors, and they've become so desensitized. It's much worse than any of us realize. So I appreciate that. I think, did I hear you say that WhatsApp is the only platform
that has end-to-end
Could you go back
encryption.
to
Sure,
that?
yeah. WhatsApp is the only messaging platform with end-to-end encryption that is still currently reporting CSAM on its platform. So some of the others, like Telegram,
Well, that's what I was going to say. Who are,
are not.
the others? Okay. Telegram.
I'd have to go get a list for you
Okay.
to get them off the top of my head. But
Do we have any recourse as a state on that?
I don't have an answer to that.
Mr. Bosch, do you have any thoughts on that? I know a guy, but I don't know. Mention it.
I'm not sure I'm prepared to answer that question
Okay.
here. We'd be happy to give that some consideration and get back to you with any information we can provide.
Madam Chair, what would be a reason they wouldn't do that? Is it technology's there? I mean, why wouldn't they do that?
I agree that technology's there, and I think it comes back to the privacy argument of they don't want to know because then they don't have to deal with it.
Well, and I guess I answer it this way. I hear these guys come before us every session that we have these issues, and but I can't think of anywhere it's legal to exploit minors for sexual depravity. Am I fair to say that's pretty much uniform across the board?
Yes, sir.
So if they're not doing something that could help catch or prevent and keep it from being promoted, would that not be a violation of the law?
Yeah, I think that that's something that we need to look at.
So
to
if I'm an
developing.
open venue that allows this to perpetuate, and I could do something within my control to help stop it from perpetuating, am I not complicit in a crime?
The
I'm not an attorney.
The challenge in this space with the online social media platforms generally is that they are not under an affirmative obligation unless a legislature passes a statute imposing that obligation on them.
I think we've tried to do that, and it seems to not be enough. So what your task is to tell us what lever we didn't pull to get their attention. At the same time, I think it's time to have, again, it escapes me, common sense. And attorneys kind of make me. There's a lot of them in the legislature, so I have to be careful. There's some good ones, but the guys in this arena, shame on them. They have no conscience, and that in itself is how we get here. When people in the decision making could change to make better decisions, choose not to. They're people without a conscience.
Thank you, Senator Perry. And you asked the question, why would they not do that? I suspect it has something to do with money.
I think it'd be easy.
It is easy, but I suspect the reason they don't is that they make money from it. And the law should intervene in that because the incentive is probably in that place. One other question, sir, could you elaborate on the education and training efforts, particularly in schools that you're doing? What sorts of things are you doing?
So our education and outreach investigator will speak to kids directly. We'll educate parents when a school can contact us and ask to set up like a parent night so that we can educate them on what their kids are seeing and what parents can do. We also can educate the educators themselves to give them an idea of what kids may be doing on their phone and what they may be doing on school computers or on different type of internet connections.
I'm having a little bit of a flashback for myself because as a school counselor, one of the things I did was 15 years ago, I was facilitating these kinds of events for parents about the dangers that their children were facing online. And just as I'm listening and thinking about all of this, it's mind-boggling how different it is today than it was 15 years ago.
It is, and typically what our investigator hears from parents is well, what's the one thing I can do to prevent all this? And there really isn't a one thing. I mean, we certainly do provide them a comprehensive look at what children are facing, what they're seeing, what they can do on their devices. And it is a lot, there is work that a parent has to do to restrict that for their children. And often they just kind of want a one-button push. So we have to kind of let them know that's not the case.
Absolutely. Senator Perry.
2 words, analog flip phone.
Well, it's definitely something that parents have to be involved in because, obviously government has a role in this, and we are trying to do our part here in the Texas Senate and the legislature. Schools have a role in this. They're in a critical place to interact with students, with parents, and with educators. But of course, at the end of the day, it's a parent who may unwittingly be letting their child walk upstairs, close the door, and be in their bedroom by themselves with a sexual predator. No one would do that if it was a human being, but parents unknowingly are doing that every day. And so it's, I think we all just have to do our part. And I appreciate the unity that we've seen in the Texas Senate, and I appreciate the great work that you're both doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Lindy McGee, Jacqueline Alueto, and Christina Green.
Lindy McGee.
Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you. Nice to see you again. I said I wanted to talk to you some more, and
Here I am.
thank you for granting my wish. So appreciate you being here, and we'll just start on this side, and members will go on and hear testimony from everyone, and then we'll ask questions. So introduce yourself, and please give us your testimony.
Yes, I'm Dr. Lindy McGee. I'm a pediatrician in Houston, Texas, and I'm here representing Texas Medical Society and Texas Pediatric Society, Medical Association and Texas Pediatric Society, as well as myself. We really appreciate your interest in looking at social media and the impact to mental health to minors, and I really want to speak to that impact on mental health today. We thank you for taking the first step with House Bill 18. We know that social media in children and adolescents is ubiquitous. 95% of 13 to 17-year-olds say they are using it, and I suspect the other 5% are lying. It is ubiquitous. We know that 33% admit to being on social media almost constantly. And have I caught my own children doing that? Absolutely. It is really hard to parent this. And we see parents struggling with it all the time. We need more awareness about and research into the mental health effects of social media, because we know it also has good uses for social connectedness, and that's what makes it so hard to parent, right? So it's important that we do hold social media companies accountable. Just a story to tell you about a recent patient I saw. I had a patient who came in for a well child check, a middle schooler who had been a healthy weight, had lost 20 pounds. When we asked her what was going on, she said, TikTok told me that I needed to cut all carbohydrates from my diet. Developed restricted eating disorder, and very much told us that TikTok was the reason why. Her parent had no idea. And what happens is you start out looking for a healthy diet recipe or healthy recipes. Oh, it's fun looking at recipes. And then you get on algorithms. And I think what I've seen personally in practice is that the algorithms that children get on are what really causes mental health harm in the patients that I've seen. We do have the Kids Online Safety Act, the Children's Online Privacy Act 2.0 nationally, that is bipartisan legislation that does attempt to address some of these. It was passed by the Senate, and both of our senators voted for these bills. It is now in the House. And what it would really look at is reducing the scrolling and autoplay for minors, the addictive algorithms, and data mining of minors. So certainly if this doesn't pass, it would be something that I would want Texas to look at as well. I think we need a lot of, y'all have been discussing public education, parent education about these topics. I was on a panel in an education session with some social media executives, and they said, oh, well, we have all these parental controls. And I said, I'm on social media all the time, and you know I have kids based on what you're advertising. And why don't I know about these controls? Because if you wanted us to know about them, I would know about them. And so I think it is making sure that parents know what the controls are that are existing and making sure they're easy to use. Things should be, you should have to opt into an algorithm rather than opting out of an algorithm for minors. So we do know, I talked to you earlier, I'm interested in addiction, and that I talked about addictive substances hitting the teenage brain. This is an addictive algorithm hitting the teenage brain. We're kind of using our kids as experiments here, I feel like a lot of the time. So we do encourage the continued development of policies to promote healthy technology use and restrict data mining, hold the social media companies accountable. We appreciate your efforts so far, and really look at the addictive algorithms and design.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you being here. We'll have some questions. Introduce yourself, please, and give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Jacqueline Aludo. I'm the president of an organization called No Trafficking Zone, also known as NTZ. Before I get into everything that I wrote, when you guys were asking questions, I changed some things up because I think it's important. Human trafficking is a $245 billion business. And like any business, it needs to be broken down in markets. One of the things that No Trafficking Zone specializes in is in the school market. You had talked about CSAM, also known as child pornography, and that they go hand in hand. Well, it is. It's commercial sexual exploitation, and it's under child sex trafficking. These things are really important. In 2021, our Attorney General worked with us to pass SB 1831, No Trafficking for School Zones. This is extremely important because when we were working with law enforcement to recover children, we started understanding that they were first groomed, recruited, and lured either on their school campuses or connected to them. Social media played a big part in that, and it wasn't something that was really being recognized, and we kept on seeing these trends and these patterns. What SB 1831 did, it did pass out unanimously. The issue is that we don't have district attorneys that enforce these laws. The law is an incredible law. It actually makes it a felony, a 25 to 99 years, which would deter human traffickers and make parents like myself and others feel safe when we send our children to school. Right now, schools really are a hunting ground. And so I want to just focus a little bit on what is happening. We do focus on traffickers and how they target and manipulate our youth in schools. Digital devices, peer-on-peer exploitation, peer networks, the whole culture of youth has drastically changed. Also with the indoctrination of social media and commercial sexual exploitation. The rise of these threats is greatly changing. This legislation for the SCOPE Act and SB 1831 is a very proactive response to alarming patterns that are affecting and plaguing our children, including these risks of peer-on-peer exploitation facilitated by online platforms, which have become a prime vehicle for traffickers to reach, manipulate, and abuse our children. In response to these threats, the SCOPE Act complements the efforts of SB 1831 by ensuring that schools do take these proactive measures because we are responsible for our children and we should make sure that they are safe. These measures for these harmful, deceptive, and unfair practices tie back to these digital services. The trick is, and what's becoming, is that a lot of these electronic devices are provided by their schools. I have a child. It is mandatory that she has a Google Chrome book. The algorithms are hunting education and school content. And so the way brains work and manipulation, what you're talking about is if something's flashing, a child's going to completely link on it. That also links to CSAM, pornography. The average child in America that watches pornography now is 8 years old. That drastically is changing the way they view themselves and the way they see love. This also is helping lure children for recruiting and grooming with human trafficking. according to the Thorn data, 55% of human trafficking victims in Texas were first groomed and approached on their schools or connected, which means a bus stop, a school function, a former athlete, a former student, a party. These are things that we really need to tackle because we're sending our kids to school thinking that it's a safe place when it's becoming one of the most dangerous places. And there are preventative measures and there are laws set up intact. The other issue is not just that we have these laws, it's that schools really care more about liability versus accountability. So when there are trafficking victims that we're seeing at an alarming rate in schools, sitting with their parents, they keep on talking about how they are the criminals, that they are really treated like they're the criminals. Their children are treated like they were the bad kids, when in all honesty, their children were victims of sexual assault and sex trafficking related. So we do need to monitor these laws and really implement that schools. We need a system where schools are accountable. The accountability is very important because accountability breeds responsibility. One of the other things that are playing in is sextortion. So I just wanted to give you guys a couple examples because I'm putting out some big words and some people are like, that's never going to happen to my child. But I want to just say this. A little boy can go to school and play Roblox in the cafeteria. In that time, during the lunch break, during gaming with Roblox, he can be targeted by a trafficker and he will be sextorted within a few weeks and months. Sextortion is on the rise, according to the FBI, by 20 to 30%. A lot of that is on such a rise. And so one of our biggest partners, NCOSE, the National Center for Sexual Exploitation, they really are leading with a lot of these issues. And one of the things that they are really working on, and I want to make sure that I include this, is they want to make sure that with these platforms that there are measures and there are accountability, that there are bills that we can implement to put these measures in place. These things are so simple as a mom could do a cheer video and post it on Facebook about her child winning a cheer video. Facebook has over 25 million pedophilia groups. And so when we're talking about big tech, why aren't these things happening? It's because there is so much profit. $240 billion. That's a lot of money. That brings in more money than any other football teams combined. So when there's organizations like No Trafficking Zone and NCOSE working with law enforcement and NCMEC to say we have to tackle something, we also need our legislators to work with us to get involved, to also come up with a better system for schools so that we can protect them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Please introduce yourself, and we're looking forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Vice Chair Paxton. My name is Christina Green, and I represent the Children's Advocacy Centers of Texas, the membership association for all 70 children's advocacy centers in the state, and I'm the Chief Advancement and External Relations Officer. So today I want to talk to you about one of those negative sides of social media, which is the exposure and risk of child sexual abuse. And our local centers that are in all of y'all's communities serve over 60,000 new victims of crime that are children every year, the majority of those being child sexual abuse. So this is an area in which we are the experts, and also we see these cases that involve technology and online facilitated crimes against children every single day across the state. We work with law enforcement, prosecution, and DFPS to jointly investigate these cases. We facilitate that joint investigation. We interview those children with a forensic interview that all of those investigatory partners can use so that the child is not re-traumatized and interviewed multiple times, and that we're getting the appropriate information we need from that child for our investigative partners to use so they can establish penal code offense requirements as needed to hold them accountable. And then also, even though very few of our cases these days do not involve this online component and that law enforcement component, which is always incredibly important, we have to remember that we need to be there for those children and families to heal on the other side. So we need to hold offenders accountable, but we also need to walk those children and families through the process as well. A couple dynamics I want to highlight specifically about online and technology facilitated child sexual abuse is that the same risk factors tend to apply in both online and offline abuse. Additionally, the negative psychological impacts are the same. We see in child victims that have been exposed to this, even if it's not contact abuse, post-traumatic stress disorder, suicidality, depression, and anxiety. The acquaintance abuse is just as harmful as stranger abuse, particularly with online facilitated crimes because of the social network stigma and the damaging effects on trust that we see because all of our kids are on social media. And what's interesting as well is the age range of those children most vulnerable to online child sexual abuse and technology facilitated abuse is actually an older age profile than offline child sexual abuse, and it's 13 to 17. That's 84% of cases. It's usually in that 13 to 17% range, which if you think about it, that's when kids are getting more involved with devices independently, although we do see much younger victims as well. The thing that I want to underline, bold, and highlight for y'all is that past experiences of sexual abuse increase the risk of online child sexual abuse. So even though we're here today talking about online and technology facilitated sexual abuse, we need to make sure in all cases of child sexual abuse, whether it involves trafficking, online or otherwise, that we are there to support that child and family and make sure they have the education and the engagement necessary to prevent this from happening again in the future. Which that is the other side of what we do outside of just facilitating the investigation. We provide comprehensive case management services to children and families throughout the process from start to finish, as well as mental health services. And within those services, we are working to equip the parent and the children to know the risks and dangers of online devices and social media to make sure that we're preventing this to the best of our ability from happening again in the future. Our local centers work with both the regional Internet Crimes Against Children, or ICAC task forces, and then we see across the state that many local law enforcement agencies, be they sheriff's offices or police departments, also have within their Crimes Against Children units, Internet Crimes Against Children units and detectives. However, this is disparate across the state. They are not equitably resourced, and we see, regardless of if they're Internet Crimes Against Children or otherwise, that our Crimes Against Children units are under-resourced across the state in law enforcement. It is one of the first areas that gets cut when officers need to be pulled out on patrol for other reasons, and it is an area where there's a lot of burnout and a lot of turnover because these cases are very difficult, as you can imagine, especially within Internet Crimes Against Children. And so, as you heard from our partners at the Attorney General's office, law enforcement they're just reactive at this point, because if they've got a more traditional offline child sexual abuse case where they've got a victim that they've got to go and talk to in person, rather than child sexual abuse images that they then have to go run down, find the victim, and then go talk to them, they just don't have the resources right now. And so they are very reactive and they cannot necessarily be proactive. So we really need to make sure that we are appropriately resourcing law enforcement. Additionally, we need to make sure they have the tools. This is a very rapidly developing field, and the tools that they need continue to develop. And also, you have to think about engagement and profile of these child victims as well. And I'll give you an example of that. When a child comes into our center and they come in for a forensic interview referred by law enforcement likely is going to take their cell phone, and they are going to take it to go dump everything from the cell phone to gather it as evidence. Now, in traditional investigations, that could take weeks. If you have taken a child's phone for a week or more, that is destroying trust with that child, because that's their lifeline to their friend group and their social network. So an example of how we address this with our partners and some of these Internet Crimes Against Children units within local law enforcement co-locate at our child advocacy centers. So an example is in our Tarrant County Center, in one of their facilities in Arlington. They have a lab set up in the co-located space that they have for Arlington PD. And they used their funds, went and got a grant, and wrote a grant for this very expensive equipment that can do that phone dump in an hour or less. And so they're able to take that phone from that child, they go into the forensic interview room, have their interview, and while that's happening, that phone is dumped and they're ready to hand it back to the child when they leave. And that has created trust and engagement with that child and family, that now they are more likely to continue to engage in the process and get the investigative partners what they need, as well as continue throughout the comprehensive case management services we provide to heal and to get the information needed. that they need to protect themselves. So we need to continue figuring out how to best resource law enforcement, which is difficult because it's not like our agencies like DFPS, for instance, where we have one state agency that we can go to. We've got the task forces through the Office of the Attorney General, but as we've discussed here, it's not enough. And very few of our child sexual abuse cases that come in our doors, regardless of whether it's offline or online, do not have a technology component. This is such a core piece of every case that we're seeing. And it does span, again, from more traditional, like you've heard, some of the sex trafficking and sextortion, as well as child sexual abuse imagery. But we're even seeing cases, and I spoke with our center in Smith County in Tyler, Texas this week. They have had multiple cases come in where they've got a child that is being solicited online to send pictures of themselves, and then they are in return receiving Zelle or Venmo payments or even DoorDash deliveries. And if you put yourself in the shoes of a child in this day and age, you can see how quickly and easily that happens. That a child that may not have been at risk for contact abuse offline is now severely at risk for these sorts of things, where it seems maybe innocuous just to send an image of themselves, but now that is floating around the internet in multiple places. So it is creating an interesting new dynamic where we also need to make sure law enforcement and other partners still see that situation, even though no contact was made, as both a child sexual abuse case and human trafficking. That is child sex trafficking, because there is an exchange happening. So those are areas that we need to continue to double down in awareness for our investigatory partners, and then making sure that we have them resourced, as well as continuing to resource CACs so that we're there to help facilitate that coordinated investigation and see that family and child through from start to finish. We also want to make sure that we're promoting awareness and education. We've had a lot of conversations about that. And Senator Perry, I love that you pointed out the crossover here, because what the research shows us is that if we incorporate online risk reduction into existing child sexual abuse prevention education for children and adults and school personnel, that it is highly effective. And that is what a lot of our centers are doing. When you asked who is out in the community doing this, all schools have to provide this education to both school employees as well as children. It's an unfunded mandate, though, and in most communities, it is the children's advocacy centers that have engagement and community education staff that are going out in these schools to do this training. And so, talking to another program of ours this week, they start incorporating the online risk piece in 3rd grade. And then it's every year after that, and it ramps up as they have more and more exposure to online and devices. So we really need to figure out how to continue to incorporate all of those online safety pieces into our prevention education and make sure that it's ubiquitous and getting to as many kids and school personnel as well as parents. What we do when the child and family comes in, while that child's being interviewed, we have our family advocates that do the case management services, and they are talking to the caregivers and telling them what needs to happen with those devices. And they continue to do that throughout mental health services as they're working with the child and family for both the child and the caregiver that is going to be involved in those mental health services. I will tell you, though, we have a lot of caregivers who think that what we tell them is hyperbolized. And they don't know what to do, right? But if you have a child that already is taking images of themselves on their cell phone, we probably need to take that device away. That's hard for parents. That's very hard. And it's hard for parents to talk to their kids about child sexual abuse more broadly. And so we're working at CAC Texas to actively find opportunities to engage with caregivers and give them precise tools and scripts that they can talk to their kids about, talk to other parents about. When you go over and you drop your kids off at someone's house, do you know if devices are going to be used and screens? Do you know who's in the house? It's like asking if there's a pool in the backyard. It needs to become commonplace, and the more that we equip parents to do that, the better suited that we will be as a community to shift our behavior. But we have to all be doing that at the same time.
Thank you. I know we have some questions, so why don't we pause here and Dean, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All three of you did a very good job of describing the problem. And you all touched on House Bill 18. Where do we go from here? And I'm not talking about generalities. I'm not talking about any generalizations. I mean, can we pinpoint some specific actions that the legislature can take that this committee can recommend for 2025 consideration? I'm not asking for dissertation, just 1, 2, 3. What can we do? If we were to write a bill and you could have, say, 3 elements each in that bill, what would those 3 elements be? Specific.
You want to go first?
I would, not 3 separate elements of a bill, but I'm in complete agreement with the Kids Online Safety Act and the 2 that are at the federal level. And so I would say if these do not get passed, that Texas should look to these bills and what's included in the bills and see if we can do it statewide. I think it's probably, if you're looking at these huge companies, if we can get it nationally, that would be excellent. But if they can't do that, to look at the same thing statewide, that would be my top request.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, first of all, SB 1831, it would deter trafficking because when you break the school zone, it's not the 1,000 feet of the campus. It's our Attorney General wrote in that any electric devices, such as social media for grooming, recruiting, picking up for Ubers, Lyfts, online solicitation, all these things that we focused on, breaks the school zone. It's the first of its kind in our nation.
So what do we put in our bill?
So the bill already exists. We have to have the district attorneys enforce the bills because with traffickers and with these online platforms, if they know that they're going to get fined and we actually take action on what our legislation already says, and traffickers know they're going to face 25 to 99 years versus getting a slap on the wrist, which is deferred, it's going to be completely different, which is why the bill was written. The other bill is the one that Nkosi is really focusing on, and that's really, this is advancing a solution at a device level for kids that are under 18 to make it so that we all know they're under 18 so that there can't be content on those devices, on all of them, from computers to laptops, to which would help us negate all of this stuff and we could start getting ahead of the crime.
Are you saying to strengthen the age verification system and the parental consent mechanics?
Yes.
Those two things.
Yes. And then also what that will also do is, the other thing is, since algorithms and big tech make so much money and they hunt content for kids such as gaming, all of those systems would then have a mechanism where those algorithms can hunt them. And we could really protect our children, put in real safety measures.
Okay, thank you. Please be specific.
Yes. So my recommendations will relate to prevention. So Senator Parker, actually, when he was in the House, passed Jenna's Law, which is our requirement to educate children about child sexual abuse prevention. And looking at that, doubling down on strengthening it, figuring out how we make sure online safety is incorporated into that. And then resourcing law enforcement, figuring out, is it a grant program or something of that significance to get the resources needed for both personnel and equipment for law enforcement to work these cases and training, and then continuing to resource our children's advocacy centers, especially this comprehensive case management piece, because that is incredibly important, and we do have a budget request related to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dean, for your questions. And just a quick comment related to that, I think the Senate passed a device filter bill last session that would have required that any device that was purchased in Texas would have the default set to a filter for material that's inappropriate for minors. And we passed that, I don't believe unanimously, but almost unanimously. And it failed in the House, and so I'm going to be filing that bill again. But I think that kind of goes to the part of what you were saying, that when an adult can, when we set up our phones, the default ought to be that these protections are in place, and you can remove them if you're an adult, but they're already there in place for children. And so I appreciated your support on that bill. Senator Perry.
So a couple of things. The bill, what was the bill number?
SB 1831.
1831. And so my understanding is that requires a DA referral to prosecute from the AG. The AG couldn't prosecute regardless of whether there was a referral at the DA level or not. Is that correct? In other words, We just need the AG the authority to go after these people regardless of what the DA at the local level does or
Yes.
does not do.
That's exactly.
That's the problem.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And then if we do that and we turn the resources loose to where the DA can prosecute if they choose, but if they don't want to, it's not their discretion to refer or not to refer. The AG can step in with a 10,000-foot hammer.
That would change the whole
That would
scope
change the game.
of everything.
Because then we have some real teeth. Now, it's not going to stop it, human nature being what it is. We're sinful by nature, and we're not going to change sin. Now, what has changed from 20 years ago? It's access through electronic media. So the comment was made earlier, and there's all these benefits. There's a point in time where cost benefit. And I have no problem with a kid having an analog phone. Truthfully, that was a conversation. I love what you said. At some point, you take the phone away. Yeah. But we may want phone for safety, for being able to contact, and texting maybe between friends. But this video aspect, and you speak to this, the video nature, the senses, especially male, I've been taught it changes the makeup. You can't undo it, and it's permanently imprinted. So the loss of innocence in this arena at such an early age is you don't undo it. Is that a fair statement? So I think we give the HE the tools and the authority, regardless of DA or action or no action, to get after these guys. And with a vengeance, make it as stout as we can stout. And you know what? I have this conversation a lot with our criminal justice system. We've got empty beds because we don't have people. We'll have to find people because we shouldn't have empty beds that ignores what's going on with our kids. But to the access and education component, I know my church is involved in human trafficking, trying to help groups that are out there picking up the back end of this deal. But I can tell you, if you can develop a program, and most churches, faith-based, which fortunately still most of my communities show up in church somewhere on a Sunday, if you labeled it best parenting in today's world, and in that you literally give a raw, very in-your-face, unfortunately with local examples, possibly, protect the innocent type, you will garner support. Because most parents, this is not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to my kids, or I'm too busy to pay attention. But I really think there's an opportunity here to expand the education component into our faith-based community, because our faith-based community, if they're doing their job, they're not ignoring the secular world they live in, and they need to be a part of the solution to fix the consequences of being that, hopefully spiritually, but just as important practically, and I know that's where my church is. It's a big church. So if you could designate some kind of a training program or get something in a format that the layperson that teaches on Sundays could get comfortable in presenting, and that may not be possible. You may want a cost of advocacy. I bet you there's a cost of person in my church as big as it is. But we have to extend it into that group, because it's that group that 99% of them are going to say, oh, my kid would never get involved in that. And that's probably the group that's got the most influence socially and resources, right? A lot of times. So I think there's an opportunity there, but I think the number one book is HB 31 needs to grant authority at the AG to go after these people with a vengeance.
Senator Perry, I'll remark on the faith communities piece. We actually have 4 pilots that we are in the process of launching with prevention materials that are more of how are we raising healthy and safe children, right? Not preventing child sexual, which is scary, right? And one of our pilots is in Lubbock County, actually.
Well,
and we're looking at faith communities.
Information on that, I would be more than willing to be a strong advocate, and heaven forbid you don't want me teaching it. I'm kind of in your face. I don't have much patience. So I don't teach Sunday school for 2 reasons. 1, I'm a CPA and that's not my deal. But 2, my message is pretty short. There's 2 verses, 3:16 and John 14:6, and I'm out. So I don't have a lot to lecture on after that. So it's not my nature, but I would help facilitate getting that started in one of the largest community churches, and I would have no pushback.
That would be fantastic.
Woefully needed. And when I say raw, respectfully raw, but don't pull any punches. People need to understand it. The human trafficking conversation in my church has rose from not in Lubbock to, oh no, we have one of the worst problems in the country. So we've gotten them there. It just took a little while.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Ms. Green, I have a question for you. What would you tell a parent? So this is kind of a scenario. What would you tell a parent is the first thing they should do if they discover their child has been solicited online?
It's a great question. Make sure they're safe immediately in the moment. And then it needs to get reported to law enforcement so that this whole process can take over and that the child gets access both to that healing component and the family does, but then also we get the process moving to hold offenders accountable. Because even if we make prosecutors and that prosecution piece stronger, if we don't have the evidence from an investigation, and you got to move quick on these things because the devices can, be wiped, you can delete information. Also, if we've got end-to-end encryption, and some of these apps are made to make things disappear, and so acting swiftly, but making sure that the child is safe immediately first.
Thank you. Dr. McGee, you began your remarks particularly directed toward mental health. But I'm curious, do you have any insight into the connection with sexual assault of minors that's related to social media, pornography, things that they've engaged in online?
I mean, I think I reiterate everything they've said. We know that social media can definitely be used that way. We know that children can be the one sending images of themselves and not realizing how things can be used. Teenagers can be absolutely exploited that way. I have had personal experience of a patient who came in because they were doodling pornography. And it was a school-age kid, and the parents were scared. They didn't know what was going on. How is this kid being exposed? We sent him to a therapist at the Children's Assessment Center in Houston, and it turned out they were on YouTube and had started an anime, watching anime, and then the algorithm started showing them porn anime. So thankfully, the Children's Assessment Center had people there who could help this child and family, but it happens. It happens even at young ages for things like that.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any thoughts on screen addiction and mental health?
Yes, I think it's the research is not there. It is very hard to research this. We know that adolescents who have anxiety, depression use more social media. Are they using more social media because they have anxiety, depression, and they're at home and not hanging out with their friends? Or is the social media causing their anxiety and depression? Or is it causing it to be worse? My suspicion is that it's both, but it's really hard to tease that out. There is more research. There is getting to be better research on this. We also know that the studies have to be long-term and the studies have to be group-wide if you're going to look at the impact. So if I just she talked about how stressed the kids were if you take their phone away. Teenagers are social. That is a really important part of their development. Separating out from their parents is an important part of their development. Finding their people is an important part of their development. So if you just take one kid's away and their friends are all still connecting on social media, that kid becomes more depressed. And then the study seems to be that, social media was helping them. No, it's just that you kind of need to have restrictions on the whole. At the same time, like I said, you can find connection there. Children can find connection there. And it is not going away. It is something that parents need to teach children how to do. So I wouldn't say take it away until they're 18 and then let them go free, right? Parents need to teach them how to use these. Parents need to be good about using these themselves and have their own limits and be modeling good behavior as well. So it's complicated.
Well, it is complicated, and you bring up a good point, something I've thought about a lot myself, and that is that today's parents, many of them were not themselves parented through this, right? And I think about in my own family, my children ranged from 25 to 31. They were really just before all of this started. And now my children are starting to have their own families. So they themselves have not been parented through how to do this with their kids themselves. And so they don't have something to kind of model after, which goes back to, I think, what we've all agreed. It's really important that we weigh in on helping support parent education. I think we need to make sure that it's research-based parent education, the best that we have available, and continue to do that research. I just also appreciate your focus on that it's not just we have to prevent, that this is the best. If we can prevent, this is the best. But we already know we aren't preventing everything, or you wouldn't have a job. And I wish that you didn't have that job, but I'm so glad that you're there. But dealing with the aftermath of trauma, and I just know from my own work that I mean, it's been for years. I think 1 out of 3 women in a room like this, where we are right now, 1 out of 3 women, 1 out of 5 men experience childhood sexual abuse. That's been fairly level for years and years. I can't imagine what that's going to be for today's children when they are adults, because I'm not sure any of them are going to escape it. And if we do not deal with the trauma, this is another thing we know, that victims of childhood sexual abuse, those things play out in various ways in their adult life if they don't have an opportunity to heal. And so I do think it's important for us to keep on track with that we need to do what we can to prevent, and we need to do what we can do to help on the healing side. We can't just step out and our work is done here. Senator Perry?
Yeah, I just say, Madam Chair, I learned a very valuable thing. I wish I'd have known it earlier. I thought as a parent my role was to stress my kids a little bit along the way, and it's so multifaceted. Mm-hmm. We've got several generations of not copeability. They don't cope well with life. We had a mental health hearing, and there was a person sitting where you were, and of all places, she came out of New York. She lives in Texas. And she made a comment that we make little things really big things that really weren't supposed to be big things, but because of the way we treat them, they become big things. And so this is not that case. These little bitty things, the animes, and I've got a person in my family that was a big deal. I want to see anime, and on its face, she thought it's a cartoon.
Yeah.
And she was 12, 13 years old. You don't think anything about it. And then when you start, I started watching it thinking, what's this about? And it didn't take me more than probably 5 minutes to know where this was going. And so it's insidious. And to be truthful, it's the same thing we were having the first hearing today. We're working around something that should never been, trying to accommodate how you best handle it. To your point, it's here. We're going to have to figure out how to teach them. But I still say there is a point where you say, the benefit's not there. You remove to a point. You still allow communications. You encourage, heaven forbid, activities where kids are actually in a room together and talking. In those good old days, pizza at the end of the day. So we don't do any of that. We're living the consequences of it. We're not going to fix this, unfortunately. But when it happens, we need to, by gosh, make sure the people that did it know there's a consequence. And I think that's enforcement's going to be front end. And then making sure people know this is not hyperbole, whoever said it, that this is real. Mm-hmm. And it, to your point about school districts, I guess there's an element of education. You better be comfortable on an iPad or you're not going to survive in today's world. But I don't think it has to be to the extent we've done it. It's really been a substitute for quality instruction in person. And I'm not beating up my teachers. We require too many other things outside of the curriculum we want them to learn to do, so they have to substitute the best venue to make those, it's become a necessary tool to achieve the goals of the day, when a large part of the goals of the day really shouldn't even be part of the conversation. So I don't know that iPads, unless they're absolutely, I'll say this, if you want to break a code, give it to a 10-year-old. There isn't a code that's been created to keep the kids out of where they're not supposed to be. On even school, I had been superintendents. There's no way they can get to the internet and do those things you tell me are in class. In class, the kids are on the internet doing the things that we are talking about today. There's nothing you can prevent it. So I think we need to reverse and take a deep breath as to what is absolutely necessary for online and where does the kid need to be with respect to access at home, if that's even required, you know. I think we've just opened up the Pandora's box and said that's just the way it is, we're going to turn it loose. We don't have to be there today, I don't think.
Can I just
Thank
say
you.
one thing?
Yes.
With Senator Safrini, when she asked something, and you made me think of something. Schools with the iPads, we actually could do something. If they had a private server, that would also help, because then the algorithms and other things wouldn't be able to track them. They wouldn't be going on YouTube and Google, because your school system would have a private server when they were on electronic devices, and it wouldn't be public Wi-Fi. It would be private servers.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the really pragmatic suggestions you've also brought, and thank you for the education. It's been for me, I think, for all of us, and we appreciate what you do. Thank you. The chair calls Joshua Osborne, Todd Osborne, Alexander Zybak, and Courtney Litvak.
Scoot over a little bit. Scoot over this way.
All right, thank you for being here. And if it's all right with you guys, we'll start on this end. I don't know, it looks like you might be here together because your ties coordinate.
We are.
Great, great. Would you like to go first, or?
Sure, I would.
Oh, okay. If you will just begin by saying your name and who you represent, and please give us your testimony. Thank you for being here.
My name is Todd Osborne. I brought my son Joshua along. We were having a discussion lately about this huge online pandemic regarding.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer to yourself?
Regarding kids and phones and apps and things like that. So I have an 8 and a 14-year-old, and he wants to get a phone. And we just had the discussion earlier today about how dangerous he doesn't know the world actually is yet. So I had some points about House Bill 18 that I was kind of perusing that. So in section 509.053, it calls out for using the digital provider using what would be considered reasonable care to prevent any harm, social, physical, mental harm being done to a known minor. So my problem with that is we have to have legislation already because we know that those people aren't prudent. So the word reasonable legally means what a prudent person would do in any given situation. If those people were prudent, we wouldn't be here. So we already understand the legislation is what it is. So I think we need to beef some of that up. And what we've done is we've given them, like Senator Perry said, a little bit of wiggle room. We need to really use a little bit more kind of stern language in that. My second point is, I don't think we should stop litigation and prosecution at the offender themselves. It needs to go to whatever they used to attack that kid. If we can sue a gun manufacturer for their gun being used in a crime, why can't we sue Snapchat for them having one of their people come after my son? So that, to me, that seems like it should, I don't know why we couldn't do something like that. I mean, I know it can't be a mirror image of that, but to me, it makes sense that we don't just stop at the person that did it. We need to go whoever allowed them to do that. And then my third point is, the parental oversight is a big one. His mom is a teacher, and she can probably tell you absolute, complete horror stories about stuff that happens on a daily basis. She doesn't ever discuss. She just kind of eats it. And I've just heard little snippets and stories in here and there. We think, oh my God, I cannot imagine this is going on a daily basis.
I know an assistant principal in Euless, Texas, and he tells me horrific stories about what those kids do, on what they read, how they interact with each other. And I think a lot of that goes back to these apps that have desensitized these kids to a level where an 8-year-old knows what I didn't know until I was 18. So, I mean, honestly, it's changed so much.
Yes.
So I think that even having those kids, just having those things banned, if, like I said, if you can stop the child, or if you can stop the predator, let's stop whoever allowed them to do that. And I mean, and absolutely attack them. So that way they don't just, all they're going to do is change it and allow another kid to be predated upon. So
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. And I should say, we just finished our invited testimony, and we're just beginning public testimony, and we are asking you to keep your testimony to 2 minutes. There's a little light there in front that you'll see. And would your son like to testify?
Yes.
All right. So introduce yourself. Tell us your name.
My name is Joshua Osborne, and I'm 8 years old. I'm from Salina, Texas, and I attend Carroll Elementary in Frisco. I'd like to give my friends at school watching this a shout-out, as well as my mom, Lucelina Osborne, who's an educator at my school. The issue that I'd like to speak about is important for all kids, as we are all exposed to social media platforms that are being used to exploit and predate kids my age, which is happening at an alarming level. Apps like Kik, Snapchat, Discord, and Hoop are dangerous for kids that don't see how actually dangerous these apps can be. There is an app named Omegle that allows for videos and live stream to be sent and received anonymously, and users can save photos from and videos from unknowing children that are being hunted by potential predators. My brother, myself, and Dad have purchased the domain name littlemebigwe.org, are in the process of having an app developed for parents to have the ability to log in, track, and notify other parents that to have the ability to log in. Track and notify other parents worldwide to dangerous new apps and platforms that are dangerous to children. Parents can post screenshots of dangerous usernames, @, as well as have an online community to protect each other's children. While potentially drafting legislation to address this issue, please keep in mind that there are some kids that don't have a lot of parental oversight, and that this is considered an online pandemic and we need to treat it as such. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joshua. And look, you finished right when the little red light went off. Good job. Thank you. All right, thank you. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, hi everyone, and it's wonderful to see you again, Vice Chair Paxton, and it's wonderful to see the other esteemed committee members holding this important conversation, and to see our youth stepping up as well into the conversation. We welcome you, and we need more of us a part of this conversation. So hello, my name is Courtney Litvak, and I am a current NTZ Director for Survivor Leader Initiatives, and I also am a former honorable member of the U.S. Advisory Council to Combat Human Trafficking under former President Trump and President Biden. Today, I want to take you back to where my journey and 3-year-long trafficking nightmare began. Over 7 years ago, my life drastically changed forever. I was introduced to the world of sex trafficking at my KDISD high school in Katy, Texas. I was sold to my first sex traffickers, who were current and former Cinco students, after first becoming a victim of assault and CSAM at a school dance. Instagram, Snapchat, and Dropbox were the #1 apps and platforms used to exploit myself and many other students. During that time, the world was drastically changing, also primarily thanks to social media's rapid and uncontrollable growth. Schools had implemented laptops and other devices such as iPads that we had to use to complete our daily work. This connected us and invited us, students, to a very unsafe and unpredictable outside world. The public Wi-Fi at school became a tool for sex traffickers, exploiters, and pedophiles. Peer-on-peer exploitation thrived as students, current and former, used these devices to communicate, indoctrinating us into the world of child sex trafficking and pornography, which is what happened to me when I was only a junior and senior in high school. Exploiting our minds and manipulating how we should think, act, feel, and communicate, social media messages and images never ceased to buzz during school and school events. Horrific cyberbullying and CSAM sharing of peer-to-peer exploitation became the norm and was covered up not only by the students, but by the schools themselves. We as students and youth couldn't begin to fathom or process the lifelong impacts and dangers of this only growing online world, and we did not know who we could turn to when we fell into its nefarious and clever traps. My generation was taught through these devices and social media that exploitation was or ever could be considered empowerment, and sweeping it under the rug and falsely acting like everything was okay when it obviously wasn't was the answer. This was and still is beyond unacceptable and nowhere near a real solution. We are still trying to wrap our minds around and understand the negative, long-lasting repercussions and impacts of our trauma that stem from social media, facilitated abuse and exploitation. Parents, families, and teachers even more so struggle to grasp the deep implications and long-lasting trauma that affects countless of impacted youth and how they can best protect their children and communities online. These ripple effects and negative impacts have completely changed my generation, how we view ourselves, each other, and the world around us. I believe and know it will only continue to negatively and massively affect all generations moving forward for years to come unless we change the culture surrounding this technology-dominated era and incentivize big tech to finally place and value people above profits. Many of us, like myself, are victims of child sexual abuse material, which older generations refer to as child pornography. CSAM are crime scene videos. Many of these videos are uploaded onto social media and other digital platforms that profit from the sexual exploitation, sex trafficking, and rape of children. These platforms are profiting from the suffering of children rather than protecting them. Digital currency and selling of our children in CSAM are some of the most horrifyingly profitable things facing America today. I implore you to truly take in my testimony. Unfortunately, there are thousands upon millions of children who have been or will become victimized by social media and the internet. Therefore, we must become champions on prevention. We are not only in the fight to combat human trafficking, but we must lead in prevention by understanding not only who at-risk youth are, but also how the systems we've developed have enhanced and enabled human trafficking and sexual deviance to prey upon our children and communities. Texas led the nation with the No Trafficking School Zones Act, SB 1831, to protect our children and deter sex traffickers with harsh penalties, inspired by survivors of school trafficking like myself. I am requesting the same dedication and oversight to House Bill 18. Thank you so much for your time and commitment to keeping our children safe and continuing this life-saving conversation.
Thank you for your very brave testimony. Thanks for being here today. And if you'll pull the microphone over and introduce yourself, and we look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Senators of the committee. My name is Alexander Zabak. I'm a special education attorney for Disability Rights Texas. I represent students with disabilities in Houston, Texas. I've provided written testimony, but I'm also here today to discuss House Bill 18, and part of the charge for this committee was to look at the implementation of House Bill 18. Something that we have seen is that there's a disparate impact on students with disabilities. This committee should consider an exception for students with disabilities for two reasons. First, House Bill 18 inadvertently prevents students' use of some assistive technology. And second, an exception will provide guidance to schools on the use of digital technology and software as accommodations. Under House Bill 18 or the SCOPE Act, school districts are required to determine what electronic devices or software are compliant. The issue arises when some apps that are being used as assistive technology are deemed non-compliant. This is a very real issue. One of my clients, who I'll refer to as John, is a high school senior in a large school district in Houston. John is visually impaired and hard of hearing and has used iPad apps such as PDF Expert as assistive technology to read out content of a document throughout all of his schooling. This year, John couldn't use Expert PDF because the district found it non-compliant. So this made it very difficult for John to participate in class and have access to a reasonable accommodation. This is just one example that's come across my desk, and it is surely happening in other districts. By providing an exception for students with disabilities, schools will have a better understanding and guidance on how they can provide reasonable accommodations, and Disability Rights Texas stands ready to help this committee form a solution and try and make sure that we still have protections, but also access to accommodations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony today. Members, are there any questions? Senator Zaffarini.
I would just like to thank you for this very specific recommendation. This is exactly what we need. We need recommendations to help us do a better job, because the problem is horrific. We all know it. The witnesses know it. We need to know what to do about it. We've tried our best. It hasn't been good enough. So thank you for this very specific recommendation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Joshua, thank you for being here. You don't know it today, but this day will be a day 10 years, 5 years, 4 years, whatever. You're going to look back, but you just set the path for a lot of things that are going to happen that are going to be good, because you had good parents to get you here and encourage you to do it. But you did a great job. But this is going to be one of those big days for a long time, and you'll realize just how big it was. But thank you for being here. It's important. You've learned so many things today you don't even know you learned. Engagement in the process is how the process gets better. I just wish there were more adults sitting in your place today to know that we will listen and we will try to make things better. You just got to come here and talk to us. You did it. Just really thank you.
That's right. Well,
I don't recommend it. It's a $600 a month job.
And I'm glad he's really young, because he lives in my district. So thank you for being here. And thank you, Mr. Osborne, for being a good dad.
Welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. You're dismissed. All right, the chair calls Datavian Daniels, Carla Riedel, Zachary Whiting, and Tammy Brown Rodriguez. Take a chair, any chair.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, that was horrible. Am I hooked in? Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for being here, and we'll start on this end, and if you'll just introduce yourself and then give us your testimony. And again, we're trying to comply with 2 minutes and appreciate you trying to stay within the time so that everyone has enough to share what their thoughts are. So go ahead. You can pull the microphone over right here. There you go. You can bend it down. There you go. Thank you.
Chairman Hughes and members.
A little closer. A little closer. That's all right. We want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairman Hughes and honorable members, my name is Datavian Daniels, a high school senior in Fort Worth, and I'm the Director of Partnerships at Students Engaged in Advancing Texas, better known as SEAT, because students deserve a seat at the table. SEAT aims to ensure students are safe online and empowered with resources we deserve. However, we currently feel that House Bill 18 does not effectively protect nor serve the students of Texas. I am 17 years old and directly impacted by HB 18, which limits our rights through content censorship censorship and platform restrictions. Alongside a few other Texans, we filed a lawsuit against HB 18. In CV Paxton, we challenged the law on First Amendment grounds as it ambiguously targets, quote, harmful material, requiring platforms to prevent teens from accessing certain topics like bullying, substance abuse, self-harm, and even human trafficking resources. Sorry. This prevents youth from accessing vital resources to overcome the challenges that are dark realities that our generation faces. Content censorship. To construct the Texas we deserve, we must invest in responsible digital citizenship, consumer-oriented business practices, critical media literacy, and equitable technology safeguards. There are policy recommendations in the written testimony I've handed you, courtesy of the clerk. And I just have one more thing to say. I hope that you take into account that youth and parents should be a part of this conversation. And I hope that you go back to your constituents and ask them and, do more in-depth research about these solutions. I do have a few more seconds, so I do want to give a specific example. I saw that a person who testified mentioned Katy ISD. Another instance in Katy ISD was we organized in Katy ISD, and we had a student a few years back who actually was trying to get onto a mental health platform in order to get onto a helpline. That student's access to that page was actually restricted because it was an LGBTQ plus mental health line for students who identify as LGBTQ plus. It's too ambiguous, the legislation as it's currently written, and we would just ask that, the recommendations in the packet are currently followed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And you can pull the mic over. There you go. Thank you. Introduce yourself and please give us your testimony.
Yes, hi. My name is Tammy Brown Rodriguez. I am the Director of Policy at Yaku Boyens Ministries, which is an anti-human trafficking organization, and I'm also here representing myself. I really appreciate what Senator Perry, you're saying about this is reality. My family was directly affected in regards to these hideous images that you're found online. My niece was trafficked for 15 years. She was missing. We expected to receive a phone call that she was dead. And luckily, by the grace of God, 4 months ago, she was found. My niece was trafficked. It started in school. Because in school is where she saw the images, the initial images. In school is where a teacher had an inappropriate relationship with her. And in that progressed because it normalized hypersexuality, which is unacceptable for a young child. And if we don't lean in and work harder on this issue, then it will be your niece, it will be your grandchild, it will be your friends or family that are lost and trafficked for 15 years. Now, my specific request when we talk about strengthening and protecting our children is to ensure that the online resources get cleaned up. Currently, UNESCO and Gale have content that is inappropriate and is specific to our children's education, meaning this content displays issues like sex toys. It has ongoing content that we have been fighting for with the Reader Act, HB 900 tried to affect, and it did not do so effectively. If children go online and they're 8, 9, 10 years old, and they go into the online resources and they find these images that are inside of this database, and then they go home and they get on their own computers and start Googling, those images, to your point, are seared into their brains. And we've already discussed today all of the mental health issues that happen when you have sexual content exposed to our children younger. We have a data bill. I know I'm over my time. I'll be real quick. We have a data bill that is being filed. We had it last session and did not go anywhere. You have a copy of it in front of you. This particular legislation affected online resources in Oklahoma and across the nation. 8 other states have taken this and ran with it to ensure that our children are protected at school. So it's in your packet. Please reach out to us if you have any questions regarding legislation to protect our kids online.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Committee members, my name is Zach Whiting. I'm Policy Director and Senior Fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I want to thank you and your committee for all the incredible work that you guys have done to keep kids safe online, and we appreciate the opportunity to testify today. To Dean Zaffarini's question, I want to try to provide some very prescriptive policy recommendations, but probably not too prescriptive, as we've had in other contexts. But first, these are all just considerations. First is to prohibit the use of personal smart devices during instructional time or bell-to-bell to reduce the distraction for students and teachers and improve educational outcomes. HB 18, I think, speaks to like district level provided. This particular policy would speak to personal devices. Second is Senator Paxton's bill that she discussed earlier, which was SB 417, which was from last session. That is, the filter's already on the phone, flip the light switch on by default. That passed 29-2, and everybody on this committee voted for it, so thank you. My third point, this is a big area that the legislature is going to tackle in a lot of other areas, but it's artificial intelligence. And so finding ways to enhance particularly deepfake protections. Child predators are using AI-generated tools to create sexualized and nudified deepfakes, and they're extorting, grooming, and wreaking havoc on kids. There's a great bill y'all passed last session, HB 2700. In another committee, Senate Committee on Criminal Justice, there was some current concerns by prosecutors that could be strengthened, and so we have some draft language to do that. Fourth would be considering age verification at the App Store level. And then finally, the moonshot is treat social media like the addictive cigarette that it is. You can put age verification measures on social media. You guys did it last session on age verification for pornography. You can take that model and apply it to a different sector of the internet, and that is, I think, a very effective solution to keeping kids safe online. And the last point is, we talked about recently, government can't solve everything, so it's all of this other stuff that we talked about, the engagement with students, with youth, parents, teachers, pastors, everybody. Y'all do great things. There's a lot of good ideas that you can do, but we got to make sure that we involve everybody to solve this problem. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being here. All right, please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and Vice Chairman Paxton and committee members. My name is Carla Riedel, and I work for CHCS in San Antonio. As you are probably aware, in 2023, there was an increase in hospitalizations for children experiencing mental health troubles. There was also an advisory from the U.S. Surgeon General emphasizing the impact of social media on youth. Also, there was lawsuits claiming that social media companies contribute to the decline in the well-being of youth, and evidence confirming the detrimental effects of social media. Nationwide efforts have been made to pass legislation limiting the social media use for teens and designating social media as an environmental toxin. CHCS recommends stricter social media privacy protections for children. This year, CHCS launched its Community Health Awareness in Adolescents and Teens program, also known as CHAT. This innovative community-based program helps parents teach their children about responsible online behavior and how to foster stronger relationship skills. CHAT focuses on self-esteem issues related to social media, cyberbullying, sleep hygiene, grooming, and online gaming. The CHAT project was actually funded under the Innovation Grant in SB 26 by Senator Kolkhorst. And this fiscal year, we're projected to teach 1,000 parents and children about the dangers of social media and how to limit its use. We urge the Senate and the House to make more investments in the grant program and in other programs that will help teach families how to responsibly utilize social media. I want to thank you for taking time to listen to this information and taking it into consideration, and thank you for your great service to the state of Texas.
Thank you so much for your testimony, all of you. Members, are there any questions for these witnesses? All right, you did just a really great job, I guess, so thank you. You can go, and Mr. Chairman, welcome back. So I think we have concluded our public testimony. Is there anyone else who's wishing to testify that registered and we didn't call your name? Okay, come on up. I'll hand off. And we'll need to ask you to fill out the information, and we'll get you registered out as soon as you finish, okay? All right. If you could introduce yourself, tell us your name, and give us your testimony.
Sure. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Sam Russell. I am the founder and CEO of a software startup here in Austin called Captured Sun. And yeah, I just came to testify about some of the more technical aspects, I guess, if you guys had any questions about that. Personally, I think, and this is what I was talked to about also, but I think that the device filter bill makes a lot of sense. I know, like, I'm younger, right? I'm 25, so, like, when I was in middle school, 12, 13, it was super pervasive, like maybe even more pervasive than people realize. Pretty much everybody had watched pornography at some point. And I found out even later, like with even the girls, it was pervasive, not videos, but like written content. And so the device filter does work. It exists on the iPhone, I know, at least. I've tried it, and it does work pretty well. So it's very easy to implement. But yeah, it's very easy to implement, but parents usually don't know how to do it. And like even someone like me, like I don't really want to spend time digging around in my phone settings. So I think it would make a lot of sense to implement something like that, because if you have even just like an Apple Store employee, right, take them like 10 seconds to put that on a phone that they're selling to a kid. So it's very easy. I assume Android has something similar, though I don't know for sure. I'd be interested to know why it didn't pass here, because I know they did pass it in Utah. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you for your testimony. I think you'd have to ask the House, because we passed it. So.
Well, it's good to know from a techie that is one effective way. The other question I'd have is, as those filters intercept sites and IP addresses that are ultimately blocked, and I don't know what criteria that gets it to that point, is there a way to forward that to a resource, say, of the state, ICAC or somebody, and so if it's trapped, if it would bounce and send it to a depository of this was attempted, and now you've got a trail of them trying to do that? Is there a way technology can become more of a net than just a block?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's definitely a way that can happen. I know, like, on the iPhone, like, if you turn on Safari content restrictions, for instance, a lot of it is kind of like a search thing. So it's like you don't see any of those websites pop up when you search them. But I assume it would also block it if you type in the URL. I didn't try that, but...
So basically, it's like an email. If I want to say, don't accept these from these emails, then it's up. So there is a way to kind of make it more of a proactive approach to with an enforcement on the end of it. So I figured we could get there. I think, Madam Chair, we go back. The filter obviously needs to pass, but I still go back to we sort of got to catch these guys, and then we got to give resources to go after them. And I don't think we leave it up to local DAs. My local DAs are not bad people. They're just having to make a decision. Someone that shot somebody or somebody that had, and unfortunately the consequences are lifelong. You know, you didn't kill anybody, but what you just did to that child isn't something they shake. So it's a permanent sentence to a problem. So it's, in my mind, it's the same deal, but they don't have the luxury of picking a docket they want to pick today. So we would need to step it up and let the AG go after these people with or without an AG referral.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Members, any other questions? Thank you so much. I'm glad you spoke up. Thank you. And can someone get a card? Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else that is wishing to testify? All right, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. And so normally in a hearing like this, there's someone here from someone else from representing the tech companies. TechNet is the trade association we often hear from, and though our interactions are always polite, many times members do have an opportunity to discuss with them concerns about the way Big Tech handles matters like this. So today there's no one here from TechNet. They did send a letter, and so let us know they wouldn't be here because of litigation over the bill. Translation: they're suing us to block the bill, and so which they're allowed to do. That's fine. We're going to win. We're going to win that in the end. But they're not here to answer questions.
Well, honestly,
That's
Mr.
unfortunate.
Chair, I look at it as kind of a movement in the right direction. At least they didn't come here and lie to us. So
there's that.
It's a positive.
There's that. Thank you, Senator. There's that. And so I thank each of the witnesses. I thank our excellent staff, committee staff, and staff from individual senators' offices for all the work, and the central staff working on this. Thanks, everyone. And with that, if there's no other business, the Senate Committee on State Affairs will stand in recess up to the call of the chair. Good afternoon.